Good God. Playing back the 4-hour charts. Trading the 4-hour charts, the Canadian dollar, somewhere in time. Somewhere in time. What's the story? Let's look at the break of that trend line. Had no respect for that trend line. I'm just trading supply and demand zones with momentum, I suppose, here. Dollar CAD. It's like 2000 and... Gosh, this is like 2019. In the beginning of... it's like September 2019. The good old days. Remember those days, the good old days of low gas prices. Dollar Canada is nuts. So let's see if we can come out with the trade plans here. We're going to have to buy this on a pullback now. Unless we got this, we'll definitely get the hell out of that trade. So now it's about buying on limits, I think. Let's put a plunge protection, put a buy limit starting at these last known highs, where it used to be resistance, should now become support, but maybe for the scalp only here. So if you're going to really bullish, you're going to have to wait 4 hours to pull the trigger there. Okay, now you're long, now you're loving it. But you got to look to the left, because the vacuum is going to be your demise here. If you have sell limits above here, you just made a bunch of money there. See, let me just take all this stuff off of here. If you had your sell limits in this pocket up here, I don't think a lot of people would have the balls to sell that at the market on the 5, but let's face it, if you put a crop with sell limits up there, you are now up 100 pips, 100 and how many pips? If you buy limits sitting at the bookends down here, you had waited all week to get filled. So you had your orders sitting here at Sunday night. So in the 4-hour chart, you're a weekly trader, because this is a weekly vertical line. It only makes sense that the whole time you could have been trading this from a real back, like that was, I was micro zoomed in on that. But if you just set on the outskirts of town and you figured, well, this is the low from a week ago. What if I put buy limits in here? How'd that work out? So with the 20 pip grid here, it worked out pretty good. You risked 20 to make 100, right? So this is supply and demand trading, or auction trading, or top tick Tommy entries here. This is somewhere in time on the Canadian dollar. It's the oldest story in the world. This is resistance, or this is a supply up here, or demand, depending on who you are. And once again, you could have just traded the wick here. You could have scalped the wick on the 4-hour and be done with the whole day. So you could have made your money in 4 hours. I'm assuming a 1.5 pip spread here, which is tighter on this broker in real life, unless the news came out. And of course, that's not going to be true after the news comes out. But here we're taking off. You are now up 60 pips if all you did was place your orders at the outskirts of town. Some of the fastest playback I can get going here, but yeah, just try thinking. And then here's the other thing. If you think you're going to be buying in the middle of fair value, that's not always going to work either. If you're going to buy this top, you think the market's going up, it's going to come back to this, and then it's going to go up. No, it went right through it. It went right through it because I suppose you could say the market really wanted to come after this low here, because there's so much fat supplied out here. Now, if we come down again, I would just rinse and repeat these tickets. And on the sell side, it's going to be, this is the new lonely wick on the sell side. You're setting up for a sell up here. So I put a sell bank in here, a buy bank down here. There's not much else you can do about that. If you're going to trade on the outskirts, so you trade into this, you could get crushed here too. But if you sell all the way to here, it's a 60 pip window. You want to put your bigger tickets up on top, or your better ratios near the top of that rack. So if you're really great ratios sit here in a 20 pip window, and you're willing to sell on the way to that because you think that if you tag the lonely wick in some way, that's going to give you or you're going to buy here by default. So you can set up both scenarios. You don't have to pick any. So now you're gonna put your big ratios, your good ratios down here now. So the same thing on the other side. Here's the big vault. Here's the big vacuum here. So we know a shelf in here is a nice safe place to buy because you're not buying on the edge of the abyss. Where here, when you're selling, this might be a little frightening. If this is this could be we don't know. I'd have to look back on the chart, but this could be a 50-year high, and I'd be very careful to sell into that. Now we're buying into this plunge, obviously. We did not take the sell side of that. I'm only trading the buy side now. Remember, always buy more down here. So that's your initial fill, and then you have to have enough money to buy all the way to Memphis. Like I said, this is the big abyss down here. This dollar CAD, so it could crush down. So I'm buying that. I think everybody's aware of this shelf, right? If you fell through here, it'd be like yikes, and if you fall through this, it'll be like holy shit. That's what makes it so difficult. But if you're scaling in and you're in a 10K now, or 100K, whatever, how much money you get in your account. Trying to rehearse trading these kind of swing trades. This is swing trading on the 4-hour chart. The trend traders on the 4-hour chart are going to try to get in on stuff like these little pull-ups, or this is the moving average supposedly going down here. So you're selling every rally at the trend line, and that trade works out until it doesn't. You love this. Every time it comes here, I sell at the trend line. That's the wrong tool. In other words, all these trades look great. Sell, sell, sell. Then they blow through you. You don't know what happened. And now it's crashing like a horror. You're like, what the fuck's going on? And then you have to put more tickets down here. And then you're like underwater on these tickets. And this is your dead cat. The trend traders just sold that little dead cat bounce. They sell trend traders sell every slight pullback or pull up in what they think is a downtrend. So you're betting against the trend traders here. Taking the opposite side for sure, and your first target would have to be, if you think you're in too big, you're going to have to get out here. With the floor you destroyed, this whole vault. Okay, so now you're taking a couple of your 20 pip winners off the table. That's why if you put a node cluster down here, you put an iceberg down here, and you got unique, so my robot's going to launch unique pockets, icebergs down here. Like, so when it collapses like that on the 4-hour chart, I mean, that's hard down. You're talking like once you take out the low of Friday, so we know this is Friday back here, it's a bloodbath on the Canadian dollar, and it's still tanking. Still tanking. Okay, now they're filling more of my buy limits. Now we're buying into the abyss. And I don't know, this abyss might go back, way back. But you didn't have to be here to fill all these tickets. You could have laid all your trade plans out. Okay, now you're getting mega fill. This is the 100-yard line. This is 100 pips deep. Dollar CAD, it moves quite a bit. This might, Tequila Buddy loved this thing. He would jump for joy when he saw his count either explode or triple. So this is all buy. Pretty scary if you're buying this at the market as it's plunging, but I would definitely pull the trigger. My robots would pull the trigger. If this was down 4 hours, it was down 40 pips in 4 hours, it would buy at the market. But this, like I said, this could be the abyss from abyss. I don't know what's going on here, but that's quite a move there, waiting for 4 hours to go by. Okay, the 4-hour bot's done buying. He bought every smash down. So I know that the big high-risk bot came in and bought. It doesn't always work out for him. He ends up, but this is a big down. Only trigger one style of bot there. And we need another giant down move to trigger the other bot to come in. But we're not getting it, so we're just holding this one. So this robot's underwater. He pulled the trigger here at the market, and my limits are getting filled, and we're on the edge of maybe a 40-year low. I do not know. So this is the kind of thing that blows people's minds in these markets, is that they built this trend system, and it worked out here, right? You sold. But it's like, are you going to sell here too? Right? Look at this. This is 1 week in dollar CAD. So yes, if you're trend bot, your 4-hour trend bot, you would have sold here. You would have sold here, but I'm buying into it. I'm buying into the plunge the whole week. Down 200 pips this week on the dollar CAD. I'm swing trading with 100 and 200 pip stops. So I just got stopped. If I bought this top rack with a risk, you're risking $20 per $1,000. So you're about $300 underwater here. Maybe if you bought like a 50K on this drop, you're really quite a bit underwater. You just are. Okay, now this is Thursday. Looking for some short squeeze, but you don't have to get that. See, it's a prime example of a market that doesn't have to retrace, and the dollar CAD can move like the guppy about 200, 300 pips a week. But every 20 pips down below this, so really you're only in about 150 pip window of severe buying here. But psychologically, you would be able to, like if you accepted all this risk up front, this is about a 200 pip window of buying, and you reserved your big tickets for down here, and you never traded at the market. You just made 40 pips off that bottom, so that's why if you interlace the tickets, you would have taken, on this crush, this is worth 40 pips from this bottom. And you're gonna take that money you just made and rack another limit rack here. I know it seems like not the right thing to do, but if it doesn't seem like the right thing to do, there's a part that, so people trade on their gut. How do you trust your gut? Like, so if your gut got you out of a jam one day, or so it's not scientific. You know, there's not so much science. So here we're banging on the resistance now is these wicks on the 4-hour, but you're holding underwater with 300 pip stops. You're a swing trader, so you're in a giant. It's going to take you about 2 weeks to get paid here, if you ever get paid. But you're getting paid on this drama here. This is a 20 pip distribution phase. So in Wyckoff, here's your classic. They mark it down, they redistribute, they mark it down again. Now this accumulation phase, I suppose, here is giant. So if you're a 20 pip target guy, you'd be like, oh, I made a little money there, and then this looks just like when the euro collapsed. So you have a collapse through the floor. Once you go through the floor, there's a pause. The trend traders are going to get on here. They're going to ride it down. But when do they get out, right? So they could have got out here and been up 40 extra pips, and now the contention is this line, and this is going to be the last known vacuum. Is I'm going to start making money when we come back to the floor of this last known Wyckoff distribution phase. So this is the measured move argument here, or the people want to argue what works, but you'd have to have a trade plan for anything. So you consider this move, and then you copy this out. It's like this, right? So this is the projections that people have, but this is the last known. This is when the world came apart for the people that bought here. So they'll probably get out there or anywhere along the way. My systems just took off because of the way I interlaced the tickets down here. My little triggered by the 4-hour smash. We bought at the market here. We bought at the underwater here. On the market bots, and waiting for the recovery retracement move. And we definitely cashed out of something here. Now with new supply zones that where people are selling. This is the Top Tick Tommy, right? Let me turn on my microphone. I guess I don't have my. I'll turn on the screen share so you're not tortured by what you can't see. So this is supply and demand trading, and I guess you could call this trend trading because this is the flag that people look for. Now, if you sold here, you're a trend trader. You're a little bit more of a smart money trend trader, I suppose. But I'm willing to buy more the deeper it goes. Dollar CAD the weeks. So this is a new week of smash. That was 1 week. Down 200 pips in 1 week. How much more can it go down? So now, because I'm a contrarian, I'm going to keep my I just got filled there. So they just bottom tick Bobby the last week, and meanwhile I'm underwater on all these tickets. Don't forget. So everything under that floor I bought. This one here, that's a weekly swing trade. But it's taking a couple weeks to get paid here. Somewhere at time. Just using the robot that came with MetaTrader called Moving Average Crossover. So you find your way back in. Vinny let you back in.
It actually works. Yeah. Hello, sweetie.
I think it works. Yeah.
Big plunge. Look at this. Wow. So getting mega fell down here.
Brutal plunge. Yeah.
Another week down to the 100-yard line, maybe.
I'm up $6,000 on Euro USD anyway.
You make the call. What's that?
$6,000 on Euro USD. I'm up 6,000, I think, something like that, around there. After the plunge.
In the CAD.
I don't do CAD. I do not do
CAD.
So
Dollar against what? Dollar to what?
Euro USD.
Oh, okay.
It did tank like crazy. I was like, what is going on?
Yeah. This is like... So we just touched the 100-yard line here.
Now this is where NNFX stuff, no nonsense stuff, would actually work. These major trends. That
I guess. If you get the sizing right, sure. If you get the sizing right. Yeah. I mean, you'd have to really start
to... The issue with NFX is the whipsaw that comes from... I don't want to over-talk, you know. It kind of works, but like you said, it's so late. It's so late to get in. Under the assumption that it's going to continue going somewhere. And it's in the video, 30% of the trend is taken from you already. So 30% is already gone. And then the hope is going to continue further and further. And in this case, it did.
Well, they actually, what they do is they do this, in classic systems like that, trend traders is going to be, okay, when this thing flags out here on this 4-hour chart, that you're going to put on your, even the hedge guys here, this is the fragile tipping point when you dipped into the window and everybody's like, well, is this going to hold this support or not? So when you smash down into that, the trend traders look like geniuses, but once again, how big are you in on these trades? I mean, as if you're going to risk 2% of your account to get in these kind of setups, then when these, like right here, are you going to sell here? That's the same setup. Are you going to sell here? It's a flag. Did you sell here?
Yeah.
I mean, really? You mean to tell me you're going to sell at the end of 2 weeks down in the dollar CAD? And where's your target? It's so silly in a sense, because if your target is, I've just done about 1,000 tests of my new robot, and I'm looking at these targets going, dude, if you don't fucking take, if you can't make 90% right, so you're either going to set your robot to 90% hit rate with a giant risk, or you're going to put in fantasy ratios, risk 20 to make 80. You can't risk 20 to make 80. That only happens like 20% of the time. There's only 10% windows that may have those trades involved in it. There's not that many giant ratios out there.
it's like the analogy of going into a bar. How many hot chicks are really in that bar?
Right. It's
One
not a
out of
mag.
10?
Right. It's not like the magazine. So the people that are thinking, yeah, the pickup artist mentorship. Let me show you how to pick up chicks. First, you get their horoscope. Now, what you want to do is stalk them for a little bit and do that. The guy over here in the States, we got this guy on the air here in the United States that said, "What I do is I take the air out of their tires and I offer them a lift." He takes the air out of the tires and he comes up and he says, "Would you mind if I?" You don't mind if I...
For the top 10 tips for the stalker.
Yeah, how to stalk the market. So there was a guy that was saying, if to be a sniper, first you got to stalk the market. And I said, I've already been accused of disorderly conduct. What else is next? Put that on my resume. Put it on my resume that I've been thrown out of multiple establishments.
It's too much... There's a back testing channel where they test all these bots or these ideas or indicators, and he's drawing in the stop losses and the take profit. Right, I'm saying to myself, how do I know that they haven't already seen the prices prior to testing it and then just drawn it in?
Right. That's right. I could have played back this. I'm actually playing back this. Honestly, I don't know what's going to happen next year, but I know what you mean. You could rehearse the whole thing and look like a genius. And especially the people that have never seen an indicator system or they've never seen the Holy Grail, and you show it to them, you see these setups, and you only cherry pick the thing, and they go, "That's amazing," and they would give you $100 easy, I think, for that. I don't know. It depends. I think the word's getting around that it's that any kind of class and anything, the pickup artist, I like the analogy between sex and trading because it's a perfect fit. You could be trade. I didn't know it was a lady boy. She looked cute. I was at the bar. I was drinking. I was in the wrong trade. Somebody put me in a guppy. Somebody put me in the guppy trade, and I didn't know what a pip was. And next thing you know, my account blew up. I don't know. I don't think I'm a FOREX trader anymore. I'm quit. Too much stress.
There's a process called out a sample. The idea is that from a quant's point of view, you do certain processes. That's why I've got like 30 fundamentals myself. And all these now, the hedge fund manager I talked to, you wouldn't give me all the details. They're very fussy on what instruments they actually trade on. That's the reason why they earn about 1.1 billion a year.
Yeah.
But asking the guy, he said the reason why we do that is because robots are only good at certain things. They're only as good for certain things.
Yeah.
And they target certain instruments because they're better off for bots.
Right.
Other instruments are awful. They're just awful. It's like trying to eat your food with a tennis racket.
Yeah. It's a crude way to. But I think that I'm just speaking for myself here. That my idea is a little bit more practical. That the robot might get you in, but if you had a 3 different styles of money management, and like your robot's pretty dumb. The money management's what's going to save you. So really, I've seen now this may be, in other words, this is a trailing stop robot, the only one I have. But that robot, even though it's not real because it trades through the news and the spreads are wide, so the delta, the idea of a ATR breakout bot that you back test through data with a fixed spread is obviously fictitious. But the concept of a trailing stop is most important because I never run those, and if I had run those, if it was at the tail end of that code, it would perform a lot better than curve fitting it to a scenario that if you just rarely get that scenario to fit your bot. So yeah, you can't. But I see people do that. Well, they do show. You can go right on YouTube right now and see a robot that makes 1,000,000%. I could show you right now. It's hilarious. Now you look at it and go, "What the fuck?" I think you just pick the premium optimizations, let it go, and it goes, "Dude, only test setbacks." They're picking a premium set. And I did that once. I think I curve fitted on optimization in MT4, and I got the thing to just be like a 45-degree angle.
The best way to do it is not that way. That you do on a back tester there. That's not the way to do it at all. do it right, you have to. I got a whole set of different things to actually, again, quantify data. Not about just switches and triggers. They're just mechanisms. But it's to actually say to a machine that this is important versus what isn't important. And it goes through a much more complex process then of literally alienating all sorts of things in a chart. That's all.
Yeah, filter it out.
And in a sense, you can call it that. It has dynamics in the mechanism side plus the money management. So it does allow the ability to adapt. And then you test out of sample. Basically, data that you've never seen before. No cheating. And most people do cheat. They cheat themselves when back tested. Already have conned themselves with a crappy technology. But they'll test it once and they'll all try this out. Curve fitted. Try this out. Curve fitted. Try that. You've already screwed yourself over straight away.
Yeah, no, they think they found the Holy Grail. What's so cute about that is that's the beginner's robot build. You know, look, honey. So I was doing that. In 1988, and I was just, you know, it was exciting to see the results. I had it all dialed in. And I'd spent, and it was a lot of money back then. I spent $4,000 just on the software alone for somebody's model building. It was called. You build a model, trade model. But I tell you, it was painful to realize that I would never trust anything that model spit out. I tell you that, especially in the commodities markets where the margins were huge. I was never going to trust that robot. Even in the corn market, I would. If it said buy tomorrow at the open, I'd be like, dude. I mean, there's no way I could. It was almost like a fantasy thing. I thought, could it be true? A robot trades the market. You know what tricked me? I was at the cover of PC Computing. There was an article on the cover in 1988 that said, "Can your PC trade the market?" And I opened it up. Next thing you know, I'm into like about in the back age, and this is before the internet, so you had to look in the back of the magazine to find all the advertisers. And here I'm calling them up on the phone and give my credit card number. Let's go, man. Let's go. You know, I'm ready to go. I'm ready to be a trader.
There's always two issues with any of this data. You either range in or it's trending.
Yeah.
But you can't distinguish between the two of them in any reliable way.
Well, only because if you zoom in to the 5-minute chart, now it just looks like noise. You zoom out, it looks. I mean, if it's time frame dependent or if it's just costing you so much for the spread, you have to trade a larger time frame, and then it's like you might as well just sit back. And you might as well just let a human do it. I mean, the idea of a robot doing is that while you're sleeping, he can take care of these little moves and try to. Yeah, so I'm trying to make this robot to take advantage of the tight spread on this broker. He won't make as much money, but he'll just take advantage of the things I could never. I'm not going to sit there and babysit and keep launching orders close to the market with short expirations. I'm not going to sit there and do that. But he could do that stuff. So there's different styles of bots. You know, swing bot. I was testing the swing bot theory, shorting the NASDAQ, and it made so much money. It was mind blowing. Of course, if you open the account in the middle of that data, you just blow up the account. I mean, it's the big fallacy there is that if you can get the $10,000 account to $40,000 out of the gate with a high hit rate and bad ratios, yes, it could survive. Maybe that's why you need 10 robots doing that. You need 10 robots that are high risk. Well, you need a spectrum, really. I think you need a spectrum, just like you would want to be for yourself.
My software actually runs, like I got 12 bots running on one pair and another pair 12 bots.
Yeah,
and another pair 12 bots. Yeah, and different time frames too. Now I can scale up in terms of hardware. Like I got a rack here, like of 28 machines, and then I've got like a set of 8 screens that can actually switch between the different racks. So I want rack 1. I switch to rack 1. It gives me the 8 pairs it's doing, and then another one is another 8 pairs, and so forth and so forth.
Yeah,
allows me to switch between. So I could scale up to 128 pairs, something like that, around there. And then when it comes to money management, then there's one machine dedicated for that job. That's all it does.
Does it overlook the whole position for everything that you're in?
But every bot, and you're watching it, shitting yourself sometimes.
Did you want to put so you decided to put a master money management bot instead of a money management bot instead of each execution
global,
bot?
Yeah, it is a global one, but it can also filter down to a specific server. Say I wanted server 8 done. Well, we're done there.
Oh, okay. So the server's like your magic number then. Your server's like your magic number. For you're saying I'll just manage that one position differently.
Yeah, well, like it depends. Like some bots are grid based. Some of them are specialty. I'm not going to talk about that now because that's my own puppy. No fuckers come up with any of these ideas. And not publicly anyway. And it's right. They have, and I was amazed. I was like, wow.
What's that?
Of all the fucking so many different ideas. Are like it's just amazing. I think the platforms that people use constrain the ideas of people as well, I think.
Well, I mean, if you look at the canned, so I was hooking my buddy up last night with MT4, and I could see his hesitation when I said, well, forget those templates. He didn't want to delete the demo templates that came with the unit because he's never traded, so his view was, well, wait a minute. And I'm coming in like, kind of already directing him. I'm actually in front of somebody loading MT4, and I'm saying, I said, yeah, you can keep those, but that's just like, I wanted to say retail templates, but I mean, no, they got like parabolic SAR, all these attempts at finding a filter that has a rule. You know what? The SAR thing. I mean,
yeah,
you know it all. Like I mean, I've seen probably. I'm gonna say I can name off 100 indicators, and people just. I mean, think about it, right? I mean, all the harebrained shit you've seen, Kenter channels. I mean, there's people with the chalking channels. I mean, dude, it's bottomless. I mean, you can have a whole symposium on just. I'm the mentor for Kenter channels. You are? Yeah, I got a Kenter hat. I got a Kenter car. I got Kenter wheels. So I was just saying, hey, just use my templates because I really, but I shouldn't have done that to him because But I say the people that open up the platform, it's set the fucking trade a standard lot. That's default for all MetaTrader platforms. The broker sets you up to get destroyed. Like if you don't know anything about trading and you put money in the account, you're like, well, wait a minute, I'm only using $100. Honey, I'm in $100,000 position, use $100 of margin, 1,001 leverage, you got $1,000 in the account. What could possibly go wrong? And then they wake up in the morning and they're like, they're in the dollar CAD, right? Look at this thing's down fucking 500 pips already in 2 weeks. They're like, whoa, but that FOREX thing didn't work out. It wasn't that. It's that you got in a fucking car with rocket fuel, you put it to the floor, and you hit a mountain, without a brake system. You hit no brakes, no stop. And I don't know. But I can understand somebody that's never seen a market in their life, and they MT4.
These hedge funds are incredibly organized as well. Management is incredibly important. Not just that, but my friend in London, right? He is a quant, and he gave me access to his database, right? At the time, NFFX. That was some kind of bollocks I came up with in 2016. The 6 flipping twats on the screen, right? In the hope that somehow all that will magically work together. And that was brain dead stuff. That was like my goober stuff, right? And then I started learning about probabilities, statistics, statisticians, and more sophisticated methods of understanding data. And then I met this geezer, and he showed a database then with over 9,842 indicators. Yeah. And machine learning then iterates through all of them, all the possibilities, and it came up with over 10 million rows of data. Right?
Only 10 million, huh? Is that a big number?
Yeah,
that sounds big to me.
Well, just over 10 million. I wouldn't say it's the full wag. He could be said, the point is you can go to 1 billion, 10 billion. He said the computer can't handle that shit. And he said the point is when we look back at the data, all we're seeing on the scattered data was coincidence, pure
Yeah, coincidence is not
coincidence.
causality either. You
Yeah.
know, there's so much going on. You know, I think
Right.
the problem in a sense is that if you're a visual person, you want to make sense. Like if you're a trend line guy, you would
Yeah.
sell at the trend line, and you'd feel safe in saying, "Well, look at this is the downtrend. This is the channel, right?" So you feel safe about your trades, right? But when you really think, well, this has got to be it. I'm going to really load the wagon on this channel. Like look at this. I could make the argument that every time we come to the top of this channel, it's sell. But when do you get out? You know, like that was a great entry. I got to tell you, that was a great entry there. I like that. The supply zone got tagged up here. We had these orders right in this little top tick Tommy supply window, and that was worth about 100 pips right now, just to sell in that little notch on the 4-hour chart.
Yeah.
Or you're buying this pancake down here. But like if you're not getting out of your profits in some way, the proof is if you take those robots and you crank them up and give them a 90% hit rate, you're like, God damn it, this thing's chunking away. I mean, it's saying I'll risk 60 to make 20. You will make 20 if you're in that right, if the volatility is fitting that kind of, because the probabilities of a 90% hit rate, right? Until you get crushed, and you would have to have, I think the hedge bot, which I'm going to try to make a hedge bot where market has very quiet, it just puts on a symmetrical hedge with good ratios, but you need a tight spread instrument for that. I think only certain instruments work on that, because you're going to get whipsawed and you're going to get all of your stops. You're going to get chopped to death. The robot is going to get kicked out, whereas the limit bots on psycho pairs are going to make more money. There's less slippage on a limit fill than a stop hunt of your stop, because your stop is can get smeared. You know, look at this buying. Look at that beautiful sell there. What a great channel trade. Now I'm buying this plunge again.
Well, once we started looking at the data there, and we thought, well, this is all coincidental, and all these people then on the YouTube who've got this amazing trade system, it's bullshit. What you're seeing there is pure luck. Now, you would have given somebody a CCI with a MACD. Is it MACD? Yes, right. Yeah, MACD. Right, and they come up with a configuration, and it just happens to work out. It's just coincidence. That's all. But I bet you only say maybe 10 people, maybe out of that lot, will really make a lot of money by pure chance. Pure chance, nothing more. That's all they see it. But a person who's selling something, people will be gullible enough to buy it, because they think, oh, they don't see the bigger picture. They're only shown the small picture. Yeah, it's not a big enough test set to say, oh, this is pretty good. 10% is just 1 in 10 people will make money. That's shit. It means the other 9 people are going to be screwed over, not just buying the product, but actually in the market. Pure coincidental outcome. Nothing more. This is what I mean by quantifying things. Perspective. They don't have a perspective to show you. There's no real proofs. There's nothing there to say, oh, this is a cool system. Nothing at all. It's not enough. And yeah, but anyway, I laughed at the no nonsense stuff, because I already knew the answers. It was just bullshit, like pure bullshit.
Well, he's trying to be the every trader's, like, he's throwing all that stuff out there, but there is no, it doesn't matter which template he uses or which algorithm he uses. It's about the position sizing in the end. You know, it's just, these guys really want to trust in their template and their indicators. He's saying that see, here's the problem is he's saying that indicators are no good. The dirty dozen. In other words, the crude simple, the original indicators from the old days are no longer useful in today's markets. Well, that's complete bullshit. Like he said, dumb shit like, well, the CCI index was built upon commodity channel index for commodities. Dude, all markets are the same, you dumb fuck. Every fucking market is the same. They all behave the same way. They go up.
Random date, yeah.
I mean, if a market goes up, what do all markets have in common? They go up and down. Now, there's buyers and sellers, and the idea is to be on the right side of the market during the move that's fucking going in your direction. That's in a nutshell. That's trading. So, from everything from there on out, what do you say about that? You know, so I believe the auction is real. I believe that prices do go to extremes that don't make any fucking sense. And that there's a vacuum in the liquidation in sector rotation. So when people are dumping gold to go into this, or dumping stocks because they got to cover margin calls on their fucking Bitcoin, they over leverage there. Think about all these idiot goobers. So the ultra goobers are the rich people are the ultra goobers, not the retail people. The retail people got half a fucking brain and they have the advantage over everybody here. But, you know, the rich people pull a trigger on a bad trade and everybody suffers. You know, I mean, look at these fucking panic sellers in the stock market. Oh. So who's pulling the trigger on those trades? Look at we're touching the channel. I think we're going to break it. Oh, well, so much for that channel idea.
It is. It's too much. Ironically, all these formulas are curve fitted themselves. They are curve fitting themselves automatically. People perceive that as a choice.
Look at the lag. Look at the lag that's going to come in now for all these people. All these rich people are going to call their broker on at the end of the month and go, "I just got my statement." They're getting their statement right now. "I just got my statement, and could you please?" I mean, they're like, "Holy shit!" I mean, so you got all these people trading on all, you know, just swinging like crazy people from the ship. Volatility gets so crazy. Look at these guys over here in what's it, Sri Lanka? Man, wheels came off that. Talk about insurrection. They jumped in the swimming pool. You see that? Presidential swimming pool. They're on taking a fucking bath.
Oh, yeah. I thought
in Sri Lanka, yeah, because of some kind of like you have to have organic fertilizer. They went woke and they ended up in the swimming pool.
Woke. What does that mean?
Man, that backfired, huh? I guess they showed that Sri Lanka president. He's like, yeah, I guess I should resign. I really fucked up with that organic fertilizer idea. A tree hugging idiot.
But the thing is, right, if you've ever done chemistry in school, you know that chemical-based fertilizers on themselves actually destroy the soil over time. They oversaturate too much in one. You only need 4 types, right?
I guess so, but people are just too spoiled, don't you think?
In other words, it destroys the soils. It does kill the bacteria because if you put too much nitrogen in, 1 year you'll put the right amount of nitrogen in.
Yeah, but you can't
Next year you'll put too much phosphates. Yeah. Next one, sulfates, too much.
Yeah, but I mean? You just can't.
The plants go in. Yeah, the plants go in. They consume all this, but it's left over. Next year, then they add more and more. You get a massive imbalance in a thing. Nothing can live. Bacteria can't multiply. It's fucked, basically. The soil has to be left for 3 to 5 years. This is the issue. It's like it's quantity over consistency. There's consistency and balance is more important.
Yeah, but you can't force people to you can't force people to buy a certain ingredient. So if you want to have organic farming, well, then you do it. And if it's good, people will buy that and put the other guy out of business. But it can't be
organic. It's always worked, but the downside to it is the it's that organic just really means that it's a natural breakdown process. It takes longer. I mean, you can make
right. It's just like it's like saying that wine manufacturers have to stop using sulfites to accelerate the grape aging. So sulfites give people headaches, but somebody said it's okay to push for production purposes, which brings the cost down for the wino. You know, got to think about him. So and the thing is that because he's the poor guy on the street, and so really this kind of attempt to make everything it becomes more expensive. Now you're talking about boutique wines, really, or boutique vegetables grown in organic soil. Well, hell, why don't you just take a dump in your backyard and create your own fertilizer at that point? I mean, why? I mean, actually, would you rather starve to death or have, or, yeah, I mean, if it's not the best food on the planet, it's better than most people had years ago. Now everybody's so fucking spoiled. I want organic this, I want organic car wax, I want organic dildos. Everything has to be organic. It's just ridiculous. Honey, is that an organic? Honey, my dildo's made out of bamboo. You got to see this dildo.
You got to think about this as well.
Kevlar bamboo blend.
10,000 years ago, it took the same effort to grow a watermelon it does now. It's the same amount of energy, the same amount of natural chemistry.
Speak for your own watermelon. Speak for your own watermelons.
It's the same amount of effort 10,000 years ago as it is now to grow a plant. The issue here is the underlying mechanism isn't just the fertilizers. It's chasing the devaluation of a currency. This is the reason why these farmers need to cut costs all the damn time. And they cut corners, and then the chemical firms try to cut corners.
Right.
They're chasing the devaluation of a currency, which
inflation. I mean, it's like they're trying to get higher and higher yields. So what happened over here in the United States? They say corn is the most unnutritional food on the planet, but here we subsidize the farmers to grow corn, and then some idiot thought, well, we'll make corn and turn it into gasoline. So all of that shit, all the machinery, all the refining to do that, it's just a big waste of time. It's like recycling. You think you're recycling? By the time you grab that fucking thing and take it to the plastic plant, you just spent so much fucking fuel doing that. I know it looks cool and it looks like you're trying to help, but all the windmills and all the gears and all the parts that go into that and all the dead birds and all, it's just a big fucking joke. You got nuclear power in France, just go nuclear power and shut the fuck up. But everybody wants to lobby the government with their little pet projects, There is
another process right now. Bill Gates has bought a company that's doing a thing called gasification. Instead of sorting all the plastic out and wasting time and energy, or cardboard or whatever it is, it actually goes through a chamber and is pretty much burned. But burned in a different way.
When they try to recycle it, they lose it anyways.
And when the gases, it converts it into gas basically, and then they filter the gases into 4 different types: hydrogen, methane, and 2 other gases. Yeah. And the gases then are reused then in industry, from welding to whatever.
Oh, they use it for something. They don't make it back into plastic. They just use the soot.
They're melting it, and what they're left with then is the cool part is just carbon, pure carbon. The carbon then is used for potash, fertilizer. So there is a process. All chemistry can be converted into something. That's how everything exists around us. It's hydrogen. Everything starts with hydrogen. And then the forces then split into nitrogen and into something else, so forth and so forth. I mean, when a star is born, we're talking violence of time and space like crazy. Straight out of a horror movie. If you ripped apart in ways that are just scary. Not that you'd feel anything, you'd be dead before you know it. But
is that gonna ruin my organic vegetable salad that I'm having this morning? Is that gonna ruin the taste of my organic vegetable salad garden? So you're saying my organic garden might be scorched by another star creation? I don't like the sound of that. You mean a star is so basically the black hole implosion to make a star is gonna ruin my day at the golf course?
No, dude, Jesus Christ, you sound like a Farley girl. This one time, I was looking at 2 stars, and they blew up, and it spoiled my organic farming.
A Star is Born. I thought that was a movie. No, apparently that's a horror flick, according to you.
No, it's horrifying in terms of what the molecules do, and when they smash together, they are like nukes.
Smash, you atom smasher. You atom collider. You.
The irony of it all is that all of this that we see orderly around us was from chaos and destruction.
That's why my chart looks that's why the Canadian dollar data looks the way it does.
It's not destruction, actually. It's not creation or destruction.
No, the market's a fractal of the big boom.
You know that old saying, what came first, the chicken or the egg?
Right.
Well, that's a stupid question. It's like saying, what came first, if it been light or dark? I don't know.
Right.
You'd have to have eyes.
I know it's a rhetorical question, I think, but I mean, it's really, it is 6 and 1/2 dozen the other. So it's really one of these impassable problems. Yeah, that's what you should do. Should I buy first or sell first? The same thing in the market. It's a stupid question. You're trying to make money, so it doesn't matter whether your first jump rope entrance is the right or left foot. I guess it matters, right? How do you get in the jump rope? First? You want to buy and then sell, or sell and then buy? Because if you buy, you got to sell to get out. Yeah, if you buy, you got to be a seller to get out. So people said, oh, I'm only buying. No, you're not, because you're going to make money on the sell when you get out. So you have to become a seller all of a sudden, and you have to say, God, where's a good place to sell now that I'm in, you know?
But stocks generally a buyer's thing. Stocks are generally for buying, aren't they? Not selling. Because it's an investment.
You can't sell unless you got margin in stocks. We're here, buy and sell is all margin. At FOREX, at least. But
yeah, that's because you've got devaluation, revaluation, and then depending on import-export factors, isn't it, in currencies. Buying power, selling power, right? And those underlying problems of a real economy. But when it comes to stocks, that's an investment, though, isn't it, into a business? They get X amount of money.
Plus, I think if you hold your stocks for 6 months, you don't have to pay any profit tax. There's no capital gains tax so they forced Americans to hold stocks for at least 6 months to avoid the capital gains tax. So if you're a trader, you're making more money. So the government's kind of making it a bullish market by for the long term. You know, the guy that has his pension fund in there. It's funny because we had this guy, George Bush, here that wanted to make he wanted to put the Social Security fund into the stock market, and then it crashed. It's so funny. He's like, why don't you just put it in there? It seems to be doing pretty good. What a dumb shit. Well, that robot you got is performing real good. That's just before it crashes. Let's load it up. That's what cracked me up about, like, the people would buy a system that was really doing well, and I thought, well, it's about to fail. Why don't you buy the one that's not doing well? It's having a losing streak. Get in that fund. But people just don't want to do that. They don't want to buy a value. They want to buy security, and they want to follow their friend. Just look at the Bitcoin follies, though. Look at that Bitcoin follies. There's people that are long from 40 grand, dude. They're 20 grand underwater. I think it's going to take them a year to make it back, if it even comes back to 30 grand. I don't even know. Isn't that the biggest bubble you've ever seen in your life? It's the biggest bubble I've ever seen in my life. And it was hysterical. On the radio 2 years ago, get your Bitcoin. It's right here. Come and get your Bitcoins. Why? What a fundamentally retarded trade. Investment,
I wanted to buy some software. The only way I could buy it, because of the sanctions in Russia, was with Bitcoin. So I put in $200 to buy this software, and there was some problems sending money to him, because I never done Bitcoin stuff before. And now the thing is devalued. I've technically lost $80. Technically, right now. But if it goes back up, then obviously I get my money back. But the whole thing is like, the war in Ukraine has the biggest GPU miners in the world. Do you know that?
Oh, yeah? Really? Bitcoin miners over there in Ukraine?
They're fucking lords, yeah. And of course, this war, you know, nothing wrong with making Bitcoins, but the odd bombs in between kind of are off-putting to one's job in the Bitcoin arena. So that's kind of fucked with that. And those people now are probably shut down and scarpered. Because who wants to invest $4 million into all those GPUs? That was some prick bombing, you know what I mean?
Right.
That affected Bitcoin. So
Do you think so?
Anywhere, yeah, too right. Because I think they were generating some like 30% of the total Bitcoin market. So, ironically, it's dropped. It's dropped by 60%, 80%. In a panic, that tipping point
But
where
stocks,
market was
I
down
think,
and
I
down
think
and
it's
down. Now it's panic,
yeah,
panic,
stocks are
panic.
dry. I think maybe people get margin calls on their like other instruments, and plus the the public immediately in the panic stage when it's dropping, they try to get out, and these brokers didn't have enough money on the sidelines to cover their. So I think that fueled it too. So the panic is just, once again, the retail guys that bid it up are the same guys that panicked and hit the sell button.
Well,
They're just their own worst
psychology
enemy. I mean, you really have to go against the crowd. I'd love to see the headlines from, bring up any headlines when the Bitcoin was in that last week, 2 weeks of ultra highs. People are calling for $1 million. It's going to $1 million. I'm like, first we got to get to 300,000. I think about $300,000 for a Bitcoin. I mean, it doesn't even make any sense. How? Why? Well, it's a blockchain of fucking ledgers, dude. It's a fucking blockchain. How can it be worth anything?
This is ironic, right? China's got one of the biggest hash farms in the world. Hash rate level 360,000, something like that, right? And the Chinese government are against it. Yeah, it mines 750 coins a month, which is a fair amount, like. But the monthly energy cost is $1.2 million on average. So obviously they're making a hell of a profit on that. But the farm is in a cool place. The next one is in Iceland. It's cool. Obviously, that's a great place for energy use. The third one is Moscow. Oh, the irony. And all these governments are against it, yet they've got some of the biggest farms in the world. Isn't that weird?
Well, it's just like they're against certain things here, but behind the scenes, if there's people paying, they're like here they claim that they're for the safety of the people here, but everything they do is kind of like putting us at risk. So, yeah, I don't think the different. There's a gap between what they say and what they're really doing.
Yeah,
I guess everybody's suspicious. That's why everybody's suspicious of everything now, because how can you believe anybody?
Well, it's like a company says, people shouldn't have recreational weed. And then the guy who's saying it knows a guy that's got the biggest farm in the country growing weed.
Right.
Wait a second.
Well, I guess if you want to keep it illegal because you're making more profits, all those guys lobbied for laws like that. I mean, the gun manufacturers love it when they say they're going to ban guns because the gun sales go up. How do you know the gun companies aren't cheering for more draconian gun laws so they can make more money?
Right, this law on cannabis is retarded, right? In the 70s, they banned it for a career for Nixon, basically, for the voters, the hatred, xenophobic, bigoted bastards of America, right? They blame Mexicans and blacks, which are the very small, relative to the population at the time, tiny amount of people, a very small minority. So they have to blame somebody. Now, the irony is, when something is everywhere in the world, it's worthless, isn't it? If there's plenty of something, its value per kilo is worthless, right? It's everywhere.
Yeah.
Then this law comes out to try and ban it, which it then forces it into a rarity kind of mode.
Well, not to mention the whole you upgraded the wanting of it if you ban it, because people are like, dude, if the government banned it, it must be good.
It must be. No, this is even more annoying with the American government at the time. They did a study in 1972 of marrow cancer, other kind of bone cancer diseases, leukemia treatment, the symptoms of being nuked with radiation waves, and some other diseases. And one of the trials was free cannabis for subjects of about 20 people, something like that. One of them, to this day, is still a stock trader. And he smokes free weed from the government. And they lobbied for it to be legalized back in the 70s. Because it worked. It worked. It actually stopped his marrow cancer from spreading. They knew that weed worked back then. Again, it's all down to money, innit? Not down to if it's right or wrong. It's certainly not because they care about
it's about status quo at any price. They don't want to rock the boat.
Well, it works.
You don't want you impinging on my profits.
It works for it works for these people anyway. One had brain cancer and it stopped the tumor growing. It didn't cure it, but it stopped it. Another one was marrow cancer. The other one was people suffering after chemotherapy, being able to get them to eat again. And weed does that. It helps make them eat. From then to now, the bastards at the time, they're bastards today. There's no difference now. It's the same bullshit. How much money is going their way and how much is going to people's way. And that's what it really is about. It's just funneling money into different special interests, special groups. And to think how many people died of cancer or suffered miserably from then to now, all over a fucking weed plant. Are you fucking kidding me, right? We're looking at hundreds of millions of deaths. Now think of all the alcoholics, all the people who are heavy drinkers. How many people have died of that filthy shit? Versus weed, right? The guy in here, another shill, pharmaceutical bitch. You can tell he's skitting around like a cockroach after the dangling pharmaceutical money around him in his brain. It's the amount of alcoholics, right? He said, "Oh, you shouldn't be taking weed. It's bad for you, and it's going to cause the decline of society." Right? As opposed to what? Opioids, heroin, smack, cocaine.
Oh, sniffing glue.
Tobacco.
How about sniffing glue? You just go down to the... I went to buy some carburation cleaner, and they have to have an ID now because the kids are sniffing it and stuff.
So this guy then posts a picture of alcoholics on their last hind legs, or on their last legs, all looking like bananas, basically yellow as fuck. And then he showed all these smokers in Afghanistan, the strongest weed you can come across, smoking the shit out of it. They're all 80 plus. 80 plus years old. They're healthy. His argument is, well, you smoke weed, it'll kill you. They're odd years old and smoking the strongest weed. It's the equivalent of smoking 10 joints in one shot. Holy shit. Going to sleep, we'll start a rock band. Become a philosopher after 10 joints. And then if you were to do the same in alcohol, in the same intoxication level, it would kill you. So alcohol is more of a threat to society. His idea was that weed is a threat.
Yeah, the alcohol's pretty rough ride. Pretty rough ride.
It's the opposite. It's not a threat at all. Shills. Fucking shills. A lot of them. Money-making shills. Fuck off. It's fucking weed, you assholes. No one's died of weed, by the way. You know that, right? You can't die of it. And I'll show you why. There's an experiment about 2 years ago. Injected rats with 40,000 times the dose of THC. 40,000 times the dose. 3 days later, they woke up. 3 days later, they woke up. Possibly, no side effects, craving pizza, kebab, and wanting to start a rock band.
They woke up. They woke up with the munchies.
Yeah, basically they're hungry as fuck, dude. Holy shit.
They were hungover.
No, they're 100% mentis compass. They actually went through it all fine. The rats were fine. They're tested as healthy. He said that then there was proof, scientific evidence over. They can't kill you.
Were they high-fiving each other? Were they like, let's do that again? That was a riot.
Yeah, they kind of had a surfer voice. What's up, dude? One love and all. After they woke up, yeah.
Oh, it turned out the mice could speak surfer speak when they came out of the coma.
Yeah.
When they came out of the
weed, yeah. After the weed, yeah, they're all into surfing. I'm like, you know, so...
man, who would have guessed that?
Known side effects, yeah. Fuck guy starting a rock band.
Oh, they started a rock band? All these little rats? They got little guitars.
Yeah.
And then they were looking to hook up again. They're like, can you please get us high as hell again?
So there's been
they became addicted, right? Though. Now they became addicted.
This fucking shill then comes on and on this news thing, and he said, "Oh, it'll kill you if you take too much and all this." And then the science guy is saying, "You're talking rubbish, mate. Those rats should be stoned to death. Dead. They're not, because it doesn't attack the vital parts of the brains that control heart rate, liver function, kidneys, you know, vital organs, basically. And all it did was just make them go to sleep. That was it." But they're still selling the narrative in the media. And people are still believing this bullshit. They don't look at the science, they just look at the twat on the screen. What's a fuck about that asshole? He's got no talent whatsoever.
The government is so entrenched in people's lives that they almost feel like a loyalty to follow the edicts, you know. There's always going to be the people that feel like, well, you know, we don't know any better, so let our leaders tell us how to live. Because then, you know, not everybody wants to be driving their own car. Some people want to be, you know, on the bus.
Government should only go so far into the liberty of people's lives, because the idea of a country that promotes freedom, that is the indicative opposite of freedom. Dictatorship of your private life. I mean, the idea that people have no sense is an insult. It is an insult to a lot of people. Like, a grown adult knows that drinking petrol isn't bad for them. They wouldn't fucking know that just by smelling it. Doesn't need a law to say that. It's fucking insane, but it is. It's like we're all being turned slowly into the Borg. They're robbing people of reason, common sense, and there's no freedom to choose. And when a government becomes too involved in the private lives of people to that extreme, it's time to kick the fuckers out. End of story. Like, that's a Nazi, and fuck them. Fuck all of them. It's like, no way. You're pushing the envelope of free will now. And you're fucking up the grand plan of the universe is free will. You know that, right? Nothing to do with laws. But in part. But yeah. Anyway, all these people are the same on it. The American news is the worst.
Oh, come on, dude. It's like a movie. You know how they put the news in the movies? It looks like it's just it's that fake, and like, you know, they'll have these people do these mock-up the news today, and it's the background of some old movie. That's how it looks. It's ridiculous.
I got some religious nut job posted saying that we're not from monkeys. Correct, we're not from monkeys. We're from hominids. And then there was apes prior to that, a common ancestor, and a common ancestor before that and for that. The guy in here, he's convincing me that we're specially created. Another one. Have you seen an ape when he scratches his nuts? Have you seen that blissful look on his face? I'm glad I got rid of that itch. And then a bloke will do the same thing. Now look at his face. It's exactly the same. What more evidence do you want? It's apart from the Genome Project, the genetic pathways from monkeys to us.
But what about the the rat after he got stoned to the bone? Did he wake up and scratch his nuts? Because that would bring it all together. Possibly.
Yeah. But they didn't die. And this chill on the
Oh, right, he didn't
American media said that you have too much of that, you'll die. And the other thing the rats didn't do is phone up their therapist, right? Because they got depression issues. And this guy's going on, oh, people suffer depression and all this. A certain percentage will all suffer with depression, regardless if they take drugs or not. There's a certain percentage that will be schizophrenic. A certain percentage will be prone to psychosis, regardless of the chemistry. More people have died of nuts, just eating nuts last year, in the whole history of cannabis. And then the narrative on the media is this a threat to society. What? Well, ban nuts. They've killed 700 people died last year of nuts.
Peanuts?
Yeah.
Oh, the peanut
Peanuts.
allergy, yeah.
Yeah. So isn't that a threat to society?
I think you need a
Also,
peanut. I think you need a peanut license. I can see that.
These people have no real big picture of anything. They're all small-minded little pricks, all scuttering around for money. Not truth. They're not scientific truth, that's for sure. I'm sick of these charlatans. They're manufactured in a factory somewhere from birth.
Are you sure they're not? You sure they're not assault peanuts? They could be weaponized assault peanuts, actually. I think that's where they're killing people.
Those could be, yeah. Too much salt. Yeah.
Oh, too much. Yeah, not enough sea salt. If you sea salt the peanuts, they'll take away the dangerous part.
It's just fascinating how people believe the media more so than any rationality or scientific evidence to back it
Well,
up.
of course, man. They're wearing a suit and tie. I mean, the guy in the street, your neighbor doesn't know what he's talking about. He's not even dressed up. He's not even good looking, your neighbor. How could you believe him?
Where the fuck does a species if we think like that? Every time I look at the other day, there's that woman off I don't know, it's not Fox News. It's kind of like Fox News. And the other guy talking about how cannabis made that guy shoot people. When the fuck have I ever, in all the clubs, all the raves, all the different bars, all the different gigs I went on, I've never seen anybody smoke weed or want to blow somebody's brains out.
Right. Well,
Alcohol,
PCP and weed. PCP will do. Like PCP is the one that they would show these guys in a bar. He has the strength of 8 men, from PCP, and the cops are just like, "What in the hell?" Not like when they mace a guy on PCP, and he's like, "Give me some more of that." Like, it's just making him more outrageously enraged.
Right, there's another one prior to that too. The guy who shot up that school, right? This is fucking hilarious.
PCP.
He was on Xanax.
Oh, that'll mail you out, right?
Xanax and cocaine mixed together creates a kind of PCP effect. Right?
Oh yeah, because the cocaine, right? You want to do something, but you don't feel like you should do anything, so you're torn. It's like a speedball.
Yeah, you're going between extreme happiness while extreme psychotic, right? And they blamed then, we found cannabis in his blood. And the other two components,
COVID.
the PCP effect. Yeah. Oh, no, it wasn't that. Oh, right. So
right,
okay,
we found PCP and COVID in his blood. Obviously, he saw his test.
It's definitely the weed. It was definitely the weed. It really was. Yeah, right. Fucking, who are these people? Oh, hey. Yet. So they've been blaming, and the guy that was there talking, he looked like a mannequin. You know those old puppets that you stick your fist up their ass or whatever?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're
ventriloquist, yeah.
And the perfect hairdo with the black polished hair. And the hairline is so straight and perfect, like a fucking polygon, like fucking edging. That's what he looked like. And he's giving advice about what's normal. He looks like a stuffed mannequin on fucking crack. Oh my god, it's mad. What was that thing in the 80s? What the fuck was that puppet that in MTV? Max Headroom?
Yeah,
that's it, right?
Max Headroom.
Yeah, that guy. He looked like him. He looked like him with just the perfect hairdo and the perfect makeup with the perfect teeth, the perfect lips, the perfect hair, and the perfect suit. It was fucking ridiculous. Nobody dresses like that. Nobody looks like that. Give it another 20 years, they will all look like Max. Well, hello. Today's news.
Yeah, it's really amazing. I watched Australian news and they make fun of our news. It's just unbelievable. I mean, they laugh over there in Australia.
British news is the same. They're also quaint. And so, today a squirrel got shot in the park, and in America, people got that was 100 people got killed. Our news is about some squirrel got killed or something.
Oh, really? They don't report on people getting knifed to death there.
Rarely, and it's not really kind of like, no one cares. I mean, the only time is if it's a soldier or somebody important. Some of the news they don't really care about. It's not important enough. It's the peasant who cares, right? But it's weird how media shape people's opinions. So they all turn into morons, into the Borg. People are slowly. It is the Matrix. Convincing us the system is the only true way. Like.
Well, it happens slowly, and I think one day you wake up, like they say, one day you wake up, you look in the mirror, and you go, "Gosh, I guess I'm old." But it's been happening a long time, and we've had this for years. We've had this tug of war between the haves and the have-nots, and the do's and the do-nots, and
yeah, sorry.
It's the oldest story in time. It's the oldest. It's just a modern thing now. And then you got these people that are trying to guide the narrative with their fact checking. It's hysterical. It just backfires every time. People are not stupid. They think everybody. I mean, if you didn't know any better, you think everybody's a moron over here. But there was a record turnout last night in Hawaii.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying the news is the moron.
Right, but I mean, they will not report. They will not report. You will not see in the news that Trump had packed the stadium and broke a record in Alaska last night. And people were waiting outside the stadium to get into the stadium. It's just a mind-blowing amount of people that just cannot handle like dumb policies. You can't sit on a bunch of oil and tell me that you don't have any oil.
Yeah.
I mean, now they're begging Saudi Arabia for oil. So,
well, Trump has broke that record, and he's also broke the record for the most COVID cases in as well. Like,
oh yeah,
he hands down infected more people with stupidity than anything.
Yeah, well, he didn't have a choice in that one, because if he would have said, "Listen, everybody, go about your business," they would have impeached him again. In other words, the swamp is too big around him for him to be able to affect much. But now he's going to go scorched earth, because when he wins in 2024, he'll be just able to do whatever he wants.
That guy is a shill. He's a horrible man.
Who?
He's a twat.
Trump? Really? How's that? You like Biden better, huh?
No, again, it's not. That's like because there's other people, it doesn't make me like them more or less. I think
yeah. No, you can only have one presidency. So which one do you like better?
That's like saying which one of my kids I prefer most. That's just sick.
Yeah. No, it's not. Oh, so you like all presidents? You like all presidents, is what you're saying?
No, what I'm saying is because that's a false positive. Basically, it's like saying, "Well, if I don't like him, I must like the other one." No, like you're both fucking arsehole.
Okay, so they're both equally bad. You're saying they're equal.
Well,
they're not your kids, dude. The president is not your kids. I mean, your argument is just emotional. You're retarded. What you're saying?
Trump.
It's a retarded comment. What's that?
Trump is retarded.
How's that? Explain.
You can't tell he's narcissistic.
So what? You're not?
That's terrible.
You're sitting here. Your ego's on here blabbering away. You don't have an ego. You're not narcissistic.
No.
Okay.
I'm actually an introvert.
You're Jesus.
Like, public. No, I don't like an intro. I'm more introverted. I'm more like
I'm more like Trump than you. I think.
I don't like going on. I'm only here because of you. I don't give a
No,
fuck
but
about YouTube.
what don't you like about Trump? I don't get it. I mean, how's he a moron? Tell me.
When he talks, it's like he's talking to mental retards, like special needs people.
Explain that. Don't just say that. Explain it.
Billions and billions and billions. There's a grown-up man talk like that.
He says those
like,
words without connected to a sentence. Why don't you like him? I don't get it. What is with people what is with the Trump derangement syndrome? You don't like a guy that gets shit done. You don't like a guy that gets shit done, huh? Like what do you want him to do? Give you a hug? I don't want. What do you want from this guy? Because he says billions and billions and billions, you're gonna say, well, see, he's a what do you call him, an idiot? Because he uses the word.
It's not just
show me this
once,
sentence.
mate.
Show me that sentence. Show me the clip of that.
Okay, he's lied over 20,000 times. Easily.
He's lied over 20,000 times.
Lied. That's right. That's a sociopath.
Okay, give me one lie. Give me one of the 20,000 lies.
That is a pathological liar, narcissist, sociopath.
You're not
He's
even
a classic case. He's a classic case. You don't want people in power like that.
How come you can't give me an example? How come you can't give me an example?
Getting things done doesn't mean shit. That just means poor management. That's nothing to do with the president. It's the other assholes, and their lack of management is the problem.
You are retarded, dude.
Oh, it doesn't matter.
You got your head up your ass. Listen to you. You won't even give me one example.
Shut up.
What did he lie? Give me one lie. Give me one lie he told. You said 20,000. Can you give me one? No, I don't hear anything. Hello. What lie did he say? Give me one lie.
I have to show you it.
Just tell me one lie. You don't have one.
So. Why do you think he wants to be a president?
That's not a lie.
Yeah, it will be soon. Like what?
Why does he want to become president? You tell me. You got some agenda. You tell me.
His businesses are failing left, right, and center. He's out of money.
Dude.
He's out of money.
You are fucking.
He's out of money.
You're an idiot, dude.
He owes colossal amounts of money.
So you mean to tell me he makes?
It's tax evasion. Why didn't he release his tax records?
I can't, dude.
Why didn't he release his tax records?
I can't listen to you.
If you're
out.
a legitimate business,
I'm gone. You got your head up your ass. Bye.
If you're a legitimate business, why hide your tax records? Why do you care about a politician? I don't get it. Politicians are just doing a job.
What are you doing here, dude? You're selling a $700 robot. It doesn't even work. You can't even show me. You can't even show me working, and you come on here and you talk about that shit. Come on, man. You got your head up your ass.
I can sell anything I want online anyway, mate. But the point is, it's like he did his tax records. A legitimate business enterprise doesn't hide them. They don't need to.
I can't listen to this bullshit, dude. Stop it. You're full of shit.
Bullshit.
You're full of shit, dude. I can't listen to it, man. Dude, you have no examples. You're saying this guy's not a patriot, Trump? Go fuck off, dude. You like high gas prices? Go fuck off. You like the shit? You like Biden better than Trump. Just say it, dude.
I don't like Biden either. I think he's incompetent.
So you'd rather have Biden?
Again, it's a logical switch.
You have no logic, dude. You're just a fuck.
That's it.
I'm going to ban you from this place, dude. Bye.
There's only Trump and Biden.
I can't listen to it,
That's
man.
it.
I don't got time, dude. I can't listen to this shit.
Biden is awful, mate. I'm not saying otherwise.
Oh God, I can't listen to that shit, dude. I refuse. Bye. If I could, here, I'm gonna ban you. I can't listen to that shit, dude. You got your fucking ass. You're a fucking idiot. I gotta watch these people suffer with all this shit. This high gas prices, this dumb shit's like, well, it's not a logical thing. You're so full of shit, dude. Take your $700 shit and stick it up your ass. Piece of shit program you think you wrote. Give me a fucking break. I can only get intellectual posers to come on my stream from fucking Turkey. Some British dick fuck selling a $700 piece of shit robot. That's all I can get to come on my stream. Yeah, that's where you start, man. At the bottom. Start at the bottom, you work your way up. Intolerable, dude. Fucking throwing out fucking what do they call them? Talking point bullshit. Dude, have a fucking brain. Your IQ's so fucking low, it's sick. Apparently mine's high because I can't tolerate that. Anyways. Can somebody please call in that's not irrationally have their head so buried far up their ass they think the inside of their body is a new universe. Everybody else, this other guy's got his mic off for fucking 80 years here. TT. Yeah, people are probably in their car driving. I don't want to cause a car crash. The only people that come in here are the ne'er-do-wells.
Hey, I got a story for you. So you say that Trump's not, I mean, whatever, you can think whatever you want. I think you're wrong, but I'll give you one point, one real life, something that actually happened when Trump did his tax advantages, which the deal on that, because mine are lower. But aside from me, I want to give at least one clear point so that maybe you can take away something. It may not change your mind, but it's real. So, whenever Trump did the tax advantages, he basically tried to bring jobs back to America. Well, that actually happened. I can't say who. I'm just not going to because I don't care about you. But I don't know who's up here online, so I don't want to just give out information. But a business owner who has to do production overseas in Germany and Mexico because of the basically the America's pushing them out. It's too hard and too expensive to have those expensive labor and engineering jobs over here. Were in Mexico and Germany. Well, whenever Trump did those tax advantages, those jobs came back to Arizona, which employed tens, I'm not going to say hundreds, but tens of real life engineers in manufacturing, opened up a new manufacturing plant, and brought jobs back. Those are $100,000+ a year jobs, 150K. Those are probably 10, let's just say 10 real life families that are able to work in the United States, versus those jobs being in Germany and Mexico. So, you can say what you want, but one of the big things is that he was really trying to help, and he did. He did bring some jobs back. The other thing you said that he was doing it for the tax evasion and to make money. I don't think that's true. He was a billionaire. Right. And
absolutely.
I think, if you can trust the reporting, he lost money.
Right,
a substantial amount.
Well, don't forget.
His
On principle,
was just trashed.
Yeah. On principle, he said, "I will just work for $1 a year."
Yeah.
So
basically.
I mean, the thing is that yes, I know that he's a pragmatist, and I know I'm not really into tariffs myself. But when he said, "Well, that's the landscape I came into," then he said, "We'll play the tariff game. It's already here. It's a tool I can use." In other words, he's a pragmatist. Now, pragmatists. The flaw there is that they do what's expedient and what seems like right at the time. And then later on, people come and criticize them, and okay, but if you compare that to the current regime, you're talking about night and day. I mean, you're talking about somebody that has a checklist that they want to fill out regardless of reality. So it's like I come to your house and I'm like, here to do, but we don't need that done. Oh, but I'm here to do this. We don't need that done. So he's doing stuff we don't need done, where Trump's view was, what do you got? What do you need? Let's get it done. So getting stuff done does fucking matter. This guy in Britain, I just want to blow my brains out because there's something underlying with the guy in Turkey, and the British guy in Turkey. You can already tell it's his view of the world, how they're out to fuck you, and I'm the only one that knows, and you follow me, and I've seen this, and it's a very bad attitude, so to speak. And so, of course, he thinks the Trump's terrible, and they're both terrible. You cannot say, and when I knew he had his head up his ass, he was like, well, you can't say I have two kids and I love one more than the other. Are you telling me the presidents are two kids? It's contextually an unavailable analogy. It's not even right. But I'm just saying that can't. So, I mean, yes, I don't agree with everything everybody does, but the overall motive that somebody has, see, the problem that the guy in Turkey doesn't understand, that there are authentic people with authentic motives. There are people that are not fucking, not everybody has a side agenda, side hustle. Not everybody's trying to scam you. I want to vomit every time I hear all these victimhood losers. Oh, am I getting scammed? Dude, grow up. Come on. Are you kidding me? I mean, it's like the bully seeks the victim. Yeah, they can sense it. Like, look at you. Look at your view of the world. So, I mean, I just watched Trump speak a little bit last night from Hawaii. He tells these stories, and he tells them in such a nice. He tells the best. He just has he's like your every man. He's not a politician. And my dad said he didn't like Trump because he wasn't a politician. In other words, if you want a guy who's talented, or do you want a guy who's got letters after his name and he's in a category? Which one do you want? Like, who do you want to work on your car? A guy that's certified by Porsche and he's untalented, or a guy that's been working his basement on Porsches his whole life, and he's going to fix it. He knows all the tricks, and he's going to go outside the box, because when he worked at he worked at the goddamn dealership, he was forced to follow a checklist from fucking Stupidityville. When he knows that, I know this part, I know the flaw in this part, if I do this, but if I follow the blue book checklist, you know what I'm saying?
Why didn't Hillary release hers?
But no, that whole thing. So, I mean, to my view, it's just blatantly obvious. But of course, I know there are people, and I've met them, that they just stand by the party line. That they were raised a certain way, and they believe that the world's out to get them. I guess that's, it depends and I just can't tolerate people that have such a unoptimistic view of life. Why don't you just kill yourself today then? Why be so miserable? I mean, I can complain about the way things should be. My utopian view is certainly everybody's free, but the structures are here. We can't do anything about the fact that, there's like, you have to do this to get that. In most jobs, you need a degree from college. So you need to be indoctrinated by the state for you to qualify for a state job and a business to work in places. Yeah. So the displacement thing, and then the kind of like trying to rectify stuff. That's the idea of reparations. We'll heal it by paying off this, this guilt trip debt. But if you're a real man or a real woman, you take every day as it comes with you. The hand you're dealt. You can't fix the past. You only have the forward. The only future is like life is your future. So, I don't know. But when you just attack people and say the guy's lied 20,000 times, so what? I mean, you ever heard of a white lie? I mean, people, you say girls won't tell their age, right? They lie about their age. Okay, so you throw them in jail? They're lying? This is so stupid. And he's not, and then they would say, Trump didn't pay this guy off. Dude, there's people I didn't pay off because they fucked up my shit. You think I'm going to hold my side of the contract? If you fuck up the work, his only avenue is, I'm not going to pay you. So they're saying that people sued him because he wouldn't pay him. They probably did a shitty job. Because Trump, if you listen to Trump talk, if you do a nice job, he'll pay you. You fuck it up, he's not going to pay you. And that's the truth of it. Look at that, coming back to the supply zone of that, where we fell to the floor here when I started the video. So look at this, all the way back to the floor. Finally made money on a trade. So how long did it take me to make money on this swing trade? It took 4 fucking weeks. How many pips did I make? 400 pips. If you trade with 1,000 pip stop, and you could have traded everything on this channel all the way down. You could trade this accumulation phase. You could have made so much money range trading for 4 fucking weeks. After it went down 2 weeks, accumulated the bottom. So practically speaking, this is the Wyckoff accumulation. But this trench here is huge because the down move's huge, which makes the accumulation longer, which makes the rocketing back, above the creek here, so to speak, so dramatic, and you just cash out here. But then if time goes on, you may say, well, why didn't I stay? Because it may take out the top and be a full tilt monthly auction, and it might take out this high, right? And you'd be like, I could have stayed in that trade and make 1,000 pips. And right now you're just above water on your first fill here. But you would have to have a 500 pip stop. You could have bought every $100, every 100 pips down. You could have bought. You'd be in like, 6K here, and you're like, look at that great trade I did, and you brag to your friends. Look at percentage wise. Oh my God, I only risked like $50 and I made like $60. And if you martingalled into these pockets, now you're buying really heavy down here. There's not a lot of people, unless they're a swing trader. A scalper could never do this trade. They'd be like, you mean I was in this trade for how many weeks? Accumulating? But anyways. Yeah, I didn't know what you were going to say. Chris was defending Trump. I thought he was going to say, well, there's one thing he did. I see this. Chris posted this map. You got to see the map of this is the classic cycle of pain. See, we got to rope the original. This is the Wall Street cheat sheet for the psychology of market cycle. The feelings as they appear. Feelings. This is for that guy in Turkey. The guy that has feelings. Euphoria, the thrill. So the belief here on Bitcoin. We'll put I got to go get the news from Bitcoin on the headlines. We go to the Wayback Machine into the Bitcoin market. About what time is this? What were they saying in the headlines of the newspapers back in the day? I'll put up this big fat grid. It's a $10,000 handle grid. That's not going to work, is it? I was trying to do the math. Oh, I think it just crashed the computer putting a template on Bitcoin. Yeah, let's just go to the other broker. I got a Bitcoin chart over here. I'm checking every crypto on that. Okay, so it's right around here in the okay.
Yeah, did the guy leave? Had to step away for a minute.
No, I had to mute him because I just couldn't tolerate. It's just like so talking pointish, you know. I mean, if you don't like somebody,
Did you
can
have him
find
muted
reasons
for a
why
while
not.
while you were talking?
What's that?
Did you have him muted for a while?
Well,
Did you have him muted for a while you were talking?
Yeah, so I muted him on Discord there, which I muted him on the stream. So you probably heard him because your mics. You guys could have talked amongst yourselves. I didn't know if you guys were talking amongst yourselves, but I just think that.
Oh, he was jabbering. He was just going on and on.
Yeah,
I was
yeah.
like,
So
man,
I,
is he
you know,
really
I couldn't because I couldn't
simple?
listen to it because
Like,
in
what's
other words,
going on here?
yeah, when you start to go into like a loop of saying the same kind of, like in other words, if you turn into like an 8-year-old and goes and just keep saying no, no, no. I mean, like you're not. It's not a conversation, so why bother? I don't think you're. I don't.
Super.
I think he's a depressed person. So am I. You know. So I attract these people that are more depressed than me. I didn't think it was possible, but I don't. I take my depression. I turn it into building stuff. Right. I mean, if I get stuck, I figure, well, I can probably build my way out of this with some new idea, but when you're when you say the whole world sucks and everybody sucks and they all suck, you had this this attitude with people that if nothing works, then God, why do you get up in the morning? I mean, what's getting you up in the morning? What do you look forward to? If it all sucks, I don't know. I think people are just. I don't know.
Oh yeah, kind of really. He was super divisive and unreasonable, and just like, man, it's hard to talk to people like that.
Well, all because if they would just give you a little bit of say, you know what, I see where you're coming from. If they just admitted, well, I think he's a brash. In other words, it's like. So I can argue their side for them even better, right? So, okay, this guy's a dick, and you think he's a New York guy, he's like Mr. Mafia, and everything has underhanded, and he wouldn't get to where he was. Nobody makes that much money without fucking breaking some heads and breaking laws, and obviously he found all the tax loopholes. He wants to pay a tax. He won't show us his taxes. He wants to do this. He wants to live a private life. It's the hatred of the rich is what it is. And this guy in Turkey wants to be rich trading the fucking market. And I see so many of these people, they want to be rich, but then they hate the rich. So why do you want to be rich? How can you hate the rich and want to make money? Your subconscious is not going to be able to process. You'll never make money trading if you hate rich people because you're going to be one of the people you hate. Right? That's just me.
You're spot on, Hilton. Yeah.
I mean, it's too. You can't be the guy like this Tim Pool guy who's the Wall Street down on Wall Street guy, kind of whining about the banks and all this. Dude, open your own bank. Open your own government program. Like in other words, if you want to fight, you got to fight fire with fire. These people have already taken over the whole fucking reins by all this minutia legislation under the scenes that we don't even know until COVID came along that all the Obama structures were going to be triggered. Next thing you know, they're like, "Oh, this is perfect. It fits right into our fucking matrix of how to bureaucratize every element of somebody's life." I mean, the groundwork was laid there in the sense, you know, that we already had the structures in place to just go insane. And they did it. So I'm glad that they blew it up, though. Now that it's blowing up, look at Sri Lanka. That's the funny. I didn't even know. I mean, forget the Netherlands. They can't fucking. They want to build mansions in the farmland, but look at this shit with the fertilizer. And this guy's complaining. This guy gets on here. This liberal guy. I mean, this utopianist guy gets on here and says, "Yeah, well, the fertilizer's bad, dude." Do you want a little bit bitter taste and a little bit of fucking PCP in your fucking salad, or you want to starve to death? I'll take a touch of mercury in my fucking fish any day than starving to death. This whole fucking utopian shit about everything to be perfectly clean. It says you're nuts. It's never going to be perfectly clean. You're living in a shithole. Deal with it. Live your fucking life. Dig the oil out of the backyard so you get a little soot on your car. You want to work all day to just pay for gas in your car? Come on. it's unbelievable. I can't believe it. But Sri Lanka, I love it. Boris dropped out. Look at this. Look at the dominoes falling. It's just beautiful. I didn't even know this shit was set up. It's going to cave in so fucking hard. It's so funny. Finally, the people are having a renaissance here. It's about fucking time, man. Look at Twitter. They blew up this Elon Musk scorched earth on Twitter. He just crumpled that shit up. I think I'm going to buy you. And he just destroyed them just by speculating he might buy them. That's how fragile Twitter is. What a piece of shit company that is. God, all these companies are so fucking joke.
Yeah,
They're all
I've been
fucking
watching
jokes.
that. That's funny. The way I worded it was they were trying to peddle, basically a revenue-less piece of shit company. And then they didn't like when the guy that was buying it revealed that it was a piece of shit company, and then didn't want to buy it.
Let me see your fake robot likes.
The American dream.
Unbelievable. Yeah, the American dream. I don't know, but I think and then they got the Dreamers and the borders open. Wait till it gets hot. I think somebody said next month it's gonna be hotter than shit out. Then we're going to find out as you come up on the elections here, and they see the red bomb coming at them. What's going to happen then? I think they're going to cave because there wasn't a lot of turnouts for these. The wokesters are starting to. They won't be able to drive to the protests. You know what I'm saying? Unless Soros buys a refinery, I won't be able to do it. All the gas they're going to need. But it's going to be a long, hot summer. As they say.
It's supposed to be a hot girl summer.
A hot girl summer? Yeah, actually, a lot of car crashes caused when the women, it snows here in the winter, and then as soon as you can see the girls' bodies, a lot of people crash their car, you know. They shouldn't let the women walk down the sidewalk. I think there's another... Or wear a burqa. See, that they figured it out over there. There's too many car crashes over there in the desert. So, hey, have that hot bitch put a burqa on. I can't fucking take it. Here they're wearing thongs and the Lulu pants and spandex and glitter.
The car crash statistics over there.
They're probably down. Why don't we do that? You save a life. Wear a burqa, save a life. Prevent your local perverts crashing their cars. Perverts are people too, or perverts' lives matter. What's that? PLM.
Oh, be careful preaching that one. I think that's for pedophiles.
Oof.
There's a difference.
Yeah, you got it. I forgot about the two-way street now. And what is it? 8-way street?
Yeah,
LGBTQYZ. So it's that roundabout is what the fuck it is, with about 8 entrances into the roundabout. They're building they finally wised up in America and built roundabouts so they don't have to fucking have people stop and wear their brakes out. How long did it take for us to fucking wake up to the roundabout? Oh, they're building them every week here. Then the guy was
they have them, I think, a little bit more in where it's snowy countries, or it's snowy countries, geez. Snowy states.
You're talking like a 5-year-old. That's cute. I love that. You know where that white stuff comes out of the sky, right? That's not cocaine, son. That's snow. Daddy called it snow. Son, that's cocaine. That's to learn you everything. So you're not in your car. I don't hear any wind noise. You're in a stable environment, huh?
I went to unmute myself and I just disconnected. No, Sunday.
Oh yeah, Sunday. So did you go did you go out for brunch and have one of those amazing smorgasbord breakfasts where we used to go to the brunch thing? I thought it was a waste of food. I thought, all this shit. I mean, we didn't even order it. Just grab what you want. Okay. The rest of the stuff. they've
I
had
like French a little more because it's so expensive.
yeah. Now,
Like
they have the
$6.
big ice sculpture. You
Crazy.
got to pay for the ice sculpture.
Jeez. Although I do like a beignet. If I find a place that has a good beignet, I'm down. I'm there.
That's a tipping point, huh?
Yeah, that does it for me. Yeah, fried dough and powdered sugar. It's amazing. And honey. Okay.
I think I almost became a full tilt diabetic. I got addicted to pancakes and real maple syrup because I didn't know that the syrup I'd been buying for years was like 10% real maple syrup and the rest is sugar. So when I got older, when hunting for my own syrup, I'm like, wait a minute, wow, and it's really expensive for that pure maple syrup. That's probably about $20 a pound or whatever by now, a quart. Liquid gold.
Yeah, what's the spread? What's the spread on that?
Ugh.
How much do you have to pay in commission for that real maple syrup?
And then you got to bottle it. You can't just hold your hands open and go, give me some maple syrup, like more porridge.
You got to tap your own tree.
No, I think the
grow a
summer.
maple
So
tree.
you're down near Texas, right?
Arkansas.
Oh,
I was born and raised in Texas. We just recently moved to Arkansas.
oh.
I haven't adopted the flag yet. I'm still really partial to that Texas flag.
Yeah, Arkansas. What's the weather like today? 80?
Oh my gosh.
85?
Actually, it's warm. It's warming up. We have equal seasons, so like each season's about 3 months. So it's really sweet. So it does get pretty hot, but it won't be long before it cools off and we're in fall. So it's a little different than Texas. Like Texas is hot as heck 10 months out of the year. It gets real cold for a little bit. There's a few weeks of like really nice spring and fall weather. Then it gets hot again. So it's a little different up here. It's actually, we got kind of equal seasons. It's pretty nice.
Yeah, it's at
But it's supposed to be
the
hot next week.
sweet spot of, yeah, I guess you're,
Yeah.
so do you ever go to Elvis's house? Did you go to Graceland?
I haven't. Is Elvis from up here too? I know Johnny
Well, he's
Cash
just
is.
he's just to the right of you.
Cash is
He's
an
just
Arkansas
east.
guy.
His house is just east of you. I think he's in Nashville, right? He's in Nashville.
Oh, nice. I'll have to check that out.
No,
I
it's
know
kind
that.
of a trip. I'm sure it's still there. But talk about a guy that, everything's like I bought a fridge magnet. I think had Elvis. It was Elvis picture from a newspaper set into a soft, clear bubble. And with a magnet on the back, I think it was like $5. And on the back it said, copyright Elvis. But yeah, it's really weird to see how small the house was. The house is so small. It's just an insanely small house. Actually, his gym room, if you go to his gym room, about the size of his house. But yeah, it's a trip. Because I had my girlfriend was a big Elvis fan, and so I had to go to Graceland, and I thought, well, this is what a tiny house. I just kept thinking, this guy, how much money does this guy have? It's about a 2,000 square foot house. Really, this is it. But that's the shocking part about it for me, because on TV it looks huge, I don't think it's that big. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's not as big as it should be for a guy that famous.
The land up here is actually pretty reasonable too. And we got a pretty good deal. We bought a house right before the housing market went freaking bananas. And we got a 3,000 square foot house. It's pretty sweet. We got room to grow. The cats get to run around. It's nice having. We're a little spoiled now, having more space because we never really did before. So it's pretty sweet having.
So
some room.
is there much of a difference in the local ordinances between Texas and Arkansas? Is it like pretty much the same kind of, because it's close by? It's the same mentality.
Oh yeah, very southern. People up here are real southern, real sweet. I've had a pretty good time up here. That's one of the things I liked about it. It feels, the people, they have a different accent, right?
Do they have a more drawl? I mean, what more southern sounding?
Yeah, it's just different. The Arkansas accent is just a little different than that East Texas, Central Texas that I'm used to. Yeah,
you don't
so I
sound
hear it
like
every
you
now
have
and
it.
then, and
Yeah. You don't sound like you have an accent, really. Slightly.
no, I fought it. My parents had well, we're from Mexico. I'm the first generation born
Oh,
here,
okay.
and my parents made sure that we learned English first. They wanted us to learn it properly, and so we really drilled on the speaking good English, proper English.
Huh. Wow. Yeah, you sound like a car commercial. I figure there's no accents in car commercials. Unless you're down south. And it's like, come on in, get
or
Bob's
unless you're
car.
listening to one of those lawyers, the Texas Hammer, right?
A local attorney on TV.
Oh yeah, they lay it on thick.
Is a slip and fall attorney, guys? If you fall down, call me.
Yeah.
Up here we got
Call
so
the
many
hammer.
we got so many people walking around on fentanyl that there's billboards here that say, "Have you been hit? Have you been run over in traffic?" Because people just wander into traffic here, and there's a lot of people getting. I almost ran some people over last night on the way home. They were just wandering around the street because they're having a party, and I'm like, "Oh my fucking god!" I haven't not seen people in this like literally just standing there. So I hit my brakes last night.
I watched documentaries on that stuff. It's nuts. That fentanyl, it's crazy.
Yeah, these people are just they're just so and of course if you're gonna do it again, now you're just so lethargic. I mean, you're like a zombie, really. I don't even think you're halfway conscious, but I understand the pain of being conscious. So I understand the escapism of that drug, I suppose. But I think what's happening, they say, is that some guy just, he's doing a harmless rail of cocaine, and somebody put a fentanyl rock in there. Next thing you know, he's dying. He's a normal drug addict. He's able to do his cocaine daily without a problem until somebody slipped him a spiked. And I see. Here's what I mean, here's what I understand. Are they trying to spike people's normal drug and overdose them, or is it just a mistake? Or are people just going, "That's a pill. It looks like a pill to me," and they chop it up and they think that they're getting. I think it's a mistake. I can't understand why people think that they're trying to intentionally. It's a drug they're making, and people are mistaking it. Right? They're saying, "Oh God, that looks like that." End up taking the wrong shit. Right?
I guess that's just no honor among thieves and no honor among drug dealers anymore.
Yeah.
They used to have a lot of honor, those drug dealers. They used to really believe in the shit that they sold, and
Yeah, they were proud of the batch they made. I was watching one where they're making cocaine. Yeah. They're making cocaine for real over in where's the big cocaine capital? Colombia or something. So they're over there, and the guys, they're showing how they make it, and they actually have their brand stamp that they emboss into every fucking brick of this pure cocaine. They're using petrol. They're using diesel to make this cocaine. So that they emboss it with their family seal, so to speak, this logo, and they send it on its way. They pack it up in Peru or something. It's in Peru.
That's amazing.
Peruvian
they have
flake.
different recipes, like one family's
well,
like, hey,
the white guy said, we use diesel. He goes, it's not the organic cocaine. I prefer organic cocaine. Shut down the whole thing.
So it's a cocaine?
That harsh diesel's burning my nose. High quality cocaine, only available here. 8 balls or us.
Got some high quality coffee today. We were down in Michigan, and there's a monk temple in Michigan in the Upper Peninsula.
Yikes!
It's called More Rock Abbey.
Wow, More Rock Abbey.
Yeah, that's what it's called. It's the societusjohn.com.
Society for Better Coffee.
Yeah, it's got a roast date on it. It's $18 for a bag of beans.
For even not even a pound, right? It's like 12 ounces. They do the 12-ounce gig.
It says 454, like the old muscle car, 454. 454 grams.
Oh yeah, the gram thing, huh?
Grams of beans.
So you can't do the math unless you got Siri. You can't do the math. Siri, how many?
Yeah.
It's probably like 8 ounces of coffee. If it's boutique blended, it's boutique roasted in the date. The true thing about coffee, if you roast it within the first 3 days if you brew it within the first 3 days of roasting it, it has these magical properties in it. Just like anything else, it loses enzymes over time. But I was watching a whole thing on coffee, and the guy was using a hot popcorn popper to pop his own coffee. And he said, if you hear 2 crackles, you turn off the power, you let it settle the next day after the gases kind of leave. Otherwise, if you bag it, it'll explode from those gases. But he says you brew that, and you never taste anything like it in your life because. It's only 2 weeks after the roasting. He's saying 2 weeks after roasting date. It's not really in that premium, amazing window of freshness. 2 weeks is like the fall-off point, I think.
Well, this one was done on 6/25, so should be pretty good.
Oh, yeah. No, I usually get Good Beans. There's a place up in Traverse City called Good Beans, and they're probably the best tasting beans, really. The best prices.
Oh, nice. Yeah, there's another one. This guy has it's a pilot, and he has this coffee. It's called Flight School Coffee Roaster.
Yikes.
Dark roast, and it's got a roast date. It's pretty good stuff. I like to save these bags when I find like a really good one.
If it has a roast, if it has a roast date, I mean, you can buy Pete's coffee out of California in the grocery store, but the roast date's so old. Like, I'll look through the roast date, and if it's 2 weeks old, I'll buy that bag and I'll go home. But I kind of reach to the back of the stack in the grocery store, thinking that's got to be the freshest shit back there.
Oh yeah, because I used to work in a grocery store actually. That's how we do it. You put the new stuff in.
Yeah.
Back.
I'm tall enough I can reach up because the good coffee's on the top.
Oh yeah. You don't have some little old lady to get for you.
I like that Kona coffee. Tastes great. Even the Kona blend tastes better than regular coffee.
Oh, here's a question. How do you like to make it? I'm doing a French press today, but sometimes if I have the time, I like to do a pour over.
Yeah, the pour over is supposed to be the real cupper's way to do it. The pour over is cool because you regulate the amount of head you get on that. So when you do it in little bursts, you got the special temperature water. And that's the preferred method because you can make it too hot, you can get it too cold. I suppose when you get really finicky about it, temperature of the water matters. The brand of the filter, you use the Chemex thing, The Chemex thing costs you like, what, $40 for a Chemex filter. I knew a guy, I got a buddy up at the pawn shop who does, he's got the high-end stuff, the high-end coffee, and he'll make you up a cup if you want of this, like, scientifically temperatured water, the special water, and everything's special. Some guy got him into it and he can't let it go. He's like an expert.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. I've seen those like triple, quadruple distilled, whatever water things. They're super expensive. I think they're like $10,000 for those really nice ones to use.
Yeah, like laser ionized water. I don't know what the fuck. I just get distilled water. In fact, that's what I drink is distilled water. Most of the time. It tastes great to me. People say there's no minerals. I go, if I'm minerals, I'll just get some fucking Pellegrino. Or Perrier. Get the Perrier or the Italian Pellegrino. And those taste bitter if you don't drink them right away, though. It's like cappuccino taste. From the backyard. Cappuccino, like if you do espresso cup, if you don't drink it within 30 seconds, it starts to turn bitter, So those guys chug it. I saw those guys in Italy when I was a kid chugging. They'd just give me espresso and they'd hit it like they were doing a shot of whiskey. They wouldn't even fucking hesitate. Because you hesitate, it starts to taste bitter. It tastes sweet as fuck, that first hit. Amazing. First sip.
Yeah. We've been seeing what shops they do those. They usually have nice those espressos. Put a little sugar in it. What is it? That brown sugar.
Oh yeah, molasses kind of.
Yeah, the fancy stuff. Yeah, they just put a few drops of that.
Oh, the sativa or whatever. The anti-sugar?
No, it's the sugar in the raw.
Sediment?
Sugar in
yeah.
the raw.
I used to do that all the time at Starbucks. So I got around putting a lot of sugar in my cappuccinos by just putting cinnamon on top. Because cinnamon may trick me to think, oh, cinnamon tastes kind of sweet, so it had more bite than sugar. So I walked myself away from the sugar thing by replacing it with cinnamon.
It's actually a really good way to do it. They did studies on that. They had kids do. They did it with oatmeal. They had kids, and they tried to figure out which type of oatmeal they liked the best. They had like a cinnamon one. They had a sugar one. They had one with honey. They had all these different types of oatmeals. And then at the end of the study, basically most of the kids chose the one with cinnamon and no sugar over the ones with different types of sugar and all kinds of other stuff in it.
Yeah, cinnamon just has this.
That and the cinnamon's really good for you.
Yeah, and then it started to get into like different kinds of cinnamon. Saigon cinnamon is cinnamon sticks. You get your own cinnamon grinder. Before you know, you got a cinnamon fetish. Oh, I gotta have the right cinnamon. I have my own sticks here and grind them up. You want fresh ground? Yeah, fresh ground cinnamon. Fresh ground cinnamon. Just made the cappuccino. No, I can see you living like that, and then just being like, "Oh, God damn it!" Oh, you say there's a war somewhere? As long as my cappuccino tastes good. I guess it's the balance between living your private life and how far do you reach out to help your neighbor during the zombie apocalypse that's about to start. Yeah, people are actually. So all this food shortage thing. Remember, I don't know if you remember all the talk 10 years ago about austerity. Austerity. Remember that? Austerity in Britain, austerity in the U.S., austerity, which was like cutting back, like no food. No. I thought, well, that's good for these people. They're already fucking obese as fuck in America. The best thing America could have is a food crisis. My God, these motherfuckers are rolling around like Humpty Dumpty. Let's be honest, man. You say Trump's got his head up his ass. How about all these whiners about we don't have enough food, we don't have enough? Dude, you are the most spoiled motherfuckers on the planet. Step away from the Twinkies. How can they have... Dude, when they're out of Twinkies at the fucking Speedway gas station, call me. When they're out of fucking... What are they called? Krispy Kreme donuts. Remember that kind of like where they inflated their numbers on that one? That was like a Twitter thing, right? They thought they were selling more donuts than they were. The whole controversy about Krispy Kreme. Those were the days.
No, I didn't know there was a controversy about Krispy Kreme.
You remember that Krispy Kreme story where they inflated their sales numbers?
Pretty scandalous, huh? Scandalous over there with these stories, these litigation, and they're on TMZ. To Krispy Kreme. What a tough place to work, huh? When they're all.
I mean, just when you thought you had faith in that, and it was that '50s iconic. Everybody's nostalgic for that whole look. I know. I'm not allowed to show any of my charts until I get authorization from the powers that be. No, I crashed the platform. I got to reboot it. No, so I wanted to do a historical look back on the Bitcoin and find out what the news was saying in the 2-week window when Bitcoin was making that big lunge. Remember, right around anything above 60 grand. I was just curious to read the headlines. So looking for the date on the chart, but I blew up the platform looking for the fucking the peak date window. I can't find it now. MetaTrader, because I was running Reaper. So I started off the stream with stuff that I wrote, that I'd recorded in multi-track. And when I have Reaper open and 2 brokerage firms, OBS, and I only got 16 gig of RAM, so I kind of crashed my whole system. Yeah, you need a separate computer for some of these things.
You need to get in touch with Vinny and get your supercomputer game up.
What's up?
You need to get in touch with Vinny and get your supercomputer game up.
Yeah, I need about 64 gig of RAM and like an intercooler with nitrogen dripping out, nitrogen on top of my processor, I think, and I could do it. Just go to turbo mode.
And then every time you click the mouse for certain functions, it gives it a shot of nitrous, just a little blip.
Yeah,
Every time you
blast.
click.
Well, let's just open the app because it strains. You know, the CPU has to open up all my templates when it's struggling.
Oh, that's great.
Oh Jesus! Here, I'm going back to the chart you posted, the classical. Let's discuss the psychology of the euphoria of the Bitcoin. It is the classic chart. It looks just like Bitcoin. Actually, it's like Bitcoin at 10 grand. Actually, if Bitcoin makes it back to 10 grand, right? Right now we're what phase are we in? The phase of capitulation, and then there's anger. Anger. Who shorted the market? Who did the government allow this? Why did the government allow this to happen? And then you have we haven't reached deeper. We are in depression now, but deeper depression is coming. My assessment of the crypto market is we're in the anger depression mode, but we're going to get wrecked. It's coming this Christmas, I say, by the fall. I'm not sharing the screen though on Discord. Let me put it on Discord for all one people's watching. Oh my God, it's too funny. That's the classic cycle, isn't it? That's it.
Yeah, that's the one. That's the one I
it's
posted,
just I'd say right now we're in this depression mode. This is like a retest. If Bitcoin fails here, we're going to go into depression and deeper depression. Right now we're in the anger state. This is the kind of like the topic I'm about. I'm from the disbelief mode. Hope.
That's the 20K. There's still a whole nother, 19K below that.
Yeah, you could go back to
That's
10
what they're
grand, and that would be
working
the
back into.
depression wrecked. I think 10 grand is wrecked zone. Let's see. Let me find the.
At least you didn't sell like 300 or something Bitcoin for a piece of pizza.
Think about those guys. The guys that lost their CPU or they lost their hard drive in a landfill. They're kind of feeling good now, right? Those guys are starting to feel better about themselves, aren't they? They're like, gosh, I guess I really kind of missed a bullet finally.
Gosh, Bitcoin's been up for so long. I got to go to the weekly chart just to get it all in frame.
Gosh, I was on the monthlies, and when you look at the monthlies, it looks just like this thing here. I love this part, right? I like this part here. This is the funniest part of this cycle is right here. Complacency. Complacency. We just need to cool off for the next rally. Like this is like the false sense of security portion of the trade. Euphoria, it's going to $1 million. Remember those talks. And then here, I got this trade. We're in a trend. I got this anxiety. Why am I getting margin calls? This dip is taking longer than expected. Denial. My investments are with great companies. They'll come back. In other words, for Bitcoin, it would be, but this is the new currency. And guess what? No, actually, that's the wrong thing to say there. I would put in the fundamental argument. I'd put the fundamental argument that, for God's sakes, this is the new cutting edge currency on the planet, and my money's not safe at the bank. And besides the fact, do you really want the government seeing your money in the bank and telling you what to do? And you're in Canada, you want them stealing your truck? No, so get some Bitcoin while you can, and then. Oh shit! Everybody's selling. I need to get out. I suppose this is when that is the biggest, and that's filling the vacuum. So notice structurally what's happening is that it's just before the vacuum fills that people are like, uh-oh. And so is this really support? Here's a lonely wick right here. Structurally speaking, this top's supposed to become a bottom. It just crushes it. I think the weight of the market's too much at that point.
Yeah, the panic is when it broke like 30K and it crushed through everybody's, what everybody thought was support.
That was the mind-blowing crush. Yeah, that's
it. It stayed there for like 2 weeks around that 30K. I mean, just making everybody feel good about it.
Yeah, the weekly chart, you can really see the whole. I'll put on the weekly chart I'm looking at, but yeah, it's a fascinating display, and it was so funny because I kept saying last year and the year before is that, like, are people nuts? This is not. There's no intrinsic value. Are people crazy? They're crazy. That just tells you right there. Look at how many people are still wearing masks. That's all you need to know about the market and how people will not be able to. If they can't get around wearing a mask, they'll never trade. Those are not. I don't even think a person that wears a mask could be, unless they were trading before COVID came and they were just an institutional trader. That's different. But the mentality that you're so afraid, goes bump in the night. Don't get a microscope and look at. Don't get an infrared light when you go to the hotel. Don't bring the ultraviolet lights to see if anybody's done anything inappropriate there. You're horrified. You won't stay in the hotel. Let me find. I'm gonna go in the Wayback Machine. Is there a way you just go looking for headlines and do you just do a tool search and bracket off a certain time, right? Put the keyword Bitcoin in, and I want to see the newspapers when we hit the top. Tick Tommy here. I'll use my trusty date tool. So right here is going to be our date to think about. Now my computer's just crashing. I can't even look at the date on this thing.
Oh yeah,
November 7th, right? November 7th. Okay. So I'll go November just the beginning of November. I'll bracket the news in November on Bitcoin. I want to go back into the internet and see what that looks like. That should be educational in some sense. Was it November 7th, right? News search. Did you ever do a reverse search on Google where you take an image and drop it into the image finder? I thought that was the coolest thing I've ever seen. You could take an image and drop it into search and say, do an image search, and it'll do a reverse search. Like, it'll tell you what that is.
Could you not do that anymore?
What's up?
Can you still do that?
Oh, yeah. Oh, they stopped doing it? No, you can do it. I can take an image and drop in the search.
I thought that's what you were saying, is that you can't do it anymore.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I used to do it because I had a little e-commerce site at some point because I thought that'd be a good idea. And and actually when I got into Amazon, that's what pushed me into Amazon. That's how I'd find some of my products, as I'd see something that I liked, or I'd see something, and then I could do a reverse search and figure out where they bought it from, So that's kind of how I got some product ideas and stuff like that.
Oh, really? Just you're saying, like, you just take a stock photo of some topic and use that as a topic search, so to speak.
Well, I would find, like, if there was somebody selling a product and maybe I found it, but it didn't have a site, like I would, you could do a reverse search and then you could, it was like, researching products, try to figure out where you could buy it at and buy it for cheaper so you can sell it on Amazon.
I did this for my dad once. So my dad my dad said, you want to trade some stocks? And I go, sure. So I was buying penny stocks and stuff and some legitimate companies. But to prove it to him, I said, well, look at these charts. I brought up all these charts because I was trying to get, my dad didn't really care, but he was my guinea pig. So I said, well, on the chart here, when the market's euphoric, like, what is the news headlines? And I actually did the study of, like, this, what the they're saying about the stock when it was screaming. So I'm going to do it today on the Bitcoin. Like, what is that? What was the news back in November? What did I say? November, what year? 2021 of November. I'll start from November. The whole month of November, I want to see the headlines on Bitcoin. I go from November 1st to November 30th. Let's see. This should be pretty hilarious. El Salvador plans to create Bitcoin City and raise $1 billion via Bitcoin. That's the news. November 22nd. Oh my God. Gotta love that. Let's see what day that was on the chart. Oh, Jesus. There's something running in the background here preventing me to do anything at speed here. So November 22nd. Well, that's I have to go to the daily chart to find that one. Oh, Jesus. So that was right before the big sell-off, actually. Came back down about 20 grand there. Wicked. El Salvador brought the market down. To blame them. November 8th, Bitcoin hits record amid broad rally in cryptocurrencies. All-time highs. The Guardian. Bitcoin surges to record high. Experts say experts say Bitcoin could hit 100,000. Experts say Bitcoin could hit $100,000 in 2022, and that was November 22nd. See if I can find it on chart. I think I really... November 22nd. At November 22nd, the market was like...
Here's a good one. November the 8th, the U.S. Federal Reserve has now warned of the possibility of sharp rise in prices of goods due to inflation.
Today they're saying that?
Yeah, the U.S. Federal Reserve on the 8th. And then the White House the next day, I guess, says the White House reiterated its call for OPEC to increase oil production supply.
This is so fucked up. Good God, man.
I like when they talk about, they say on here the Corona crisis, you know, the United States and the Corona crisis. It's like Corona beer. I didn't think that the Corona beers were such a problem.
Yeah, you know, I think it's because they didn't put limes in there, and then they outlawed the limes, and they said that limes is like ivermectin. So look at this. This is Bitcoin. It's at 50 grand here. So this is the news on the 22nd. At the 22nd, we've already come through the floor in a sense. We've broken the structure, and there was a guy that was watching. I wanted to run something in the background the last stream, so I came across this guy. There was a stock trader. He had a nice template. Like, he had the same template. He had 8 things, you know. And about halfway, 12 minutes into his kind of morning video, he says that, and I started giggling because he said that he's, you know, a moving average guy and structure guy. He says there's technical damage. There's a lot of technical damage to the charts. I thought, man, did he spill his coffee on the chart too? Like, he says technical damage. And it's so funny because people have built this world around their template and their algorithm and their moving average. So when it just destroys what they normally consider to be a tradable market, there's technical damage. Wiped out his technical indicators.
Or they say reset. We're in the middle of a reset, is what's going on. Everything's resetting. The crossovers are happening. Everything's consolidating. We're in the reset. It's a reset.
Well, after a big volatility move, the consolidation, when the dust settles, where it does settle, is I would say the consensus fair value. On the way to that price, I think it's in the mode of trying to equalize. So markets are trying to equalize to reality, catch up to the... Yeah, once the inventory is there and stocked up, then things kind of settle down. We go back to a somewhat predictable normal, I guess you call it. Oh my God. I can't even believe I can't see my my tools here. There's no drawing tools on this platform. Yeah, there's no... So the problem with MetaTrader is that you have to add the rectangle. It's not default. I keep forgetting every time I put a new broker in the rectangle, you got to add it. Because that's the secret of making money. The broker doesn't want you to know, so... It's the only real conspiracy in the world.
Strongest geometric shape.
Well, the rectangle is part of the golden ratio. It's a Da Vinci Code built into this goddamn thing, so they don't want you to know about that. I got to keep it a secret so they can take your money away from you. So at this point, when we fell into the floor, this is when everybody's like, "Oh, Bitcoin's going to be great," and it looked like it was great. Right? So we'll walk forward in time. Looks like a great idea. And then, oopsie daisy. Oh, geez, I fell out of bed. Ouch.
Oh. On November, is it the 17th or the 18th? It says the third Bitcoin ETF, after much wrangling, was finally released to be traded on the U.S. stock market.
Finally. And then kaboom. What day was that?
Yeah. I think that's the 17th or the 18th.
Wow, right in the sweet spot, right before the giant collapse, the floor that everybody... So most of the moving average systems, most of the trend systems would have thought a pullback to 57,000 on Bitcoin is a pretty good pullback for another run to 100,000. Experts say, Time Magazine experts, Bitcoin has fallen below... Oh, no, that's how could they be saying that? Fallen below $20,000. No. I'm looking for the Wayback Machine news. Here's November 14th, when everybody's very bullish. Bitcoin's biggest upgrade in 4 years just happened. What's changed? Bitcoin's upgrade 4 years is Taproot. Remember Taproot? And Actified. The Taproot update means greater transaction in privacy and efficiency. So what? It's like a MasterCard. What's the difference? Who cares about the MicroStrategy? Bitcoin stake has doubled in value to $7 billion. Founder, chief executive order. This is November 29th before the... Remember this guy? The founder of chief executive order, Michael Saylor. I've seen his interviews on YouTube. Right? This is the guy who lives in the big house. Michael Saylor has cemented the enterprise software company's position in the largest corporate-owned Bitcoin. Now, what does that tell you right there? You see, if you know who I'm talking about, Michael Saylor. Somebody's on here with like weird sounds. Yeah, so if you're not talking, just turn off your mic because it's like weird sounds. I don't know. That B off guy, the guy in Germany, I think. But that's amazing. So here's a guru, a fallen guru. You can watch this guy talk in his $1 million pad on fucking YouTube, interviewed by some interview guy. I can't remember his name.
I just posted a thing on Michael Saylor years ago. I think it was maybe when Bitcoin was hitting 10 grand. I don't remember. It was a long time ago. But Michael Saylor has this music video it's like a piece of crypto history because everybody that was into crypto about that time had watched it. So it's just kind of something you have to experience at least once.
A music video? Like a promotional video? Music?
Yeah. I don't know what it is. I don't know why it was created, but it's something that circled the internet like extensively some time ago. It's really bad, so I apologize in advance.
MicroStrategy?
Disney fries to
Nerd?
okay? Ich glaube mal dieses Befehl, die hat unterholen das nächste Mal. Die wird zu lange, sondern wenn ich nämlich gucken darf. Sehr gut, jetzt kann das ja nicht nachvollziehen.
This guy reminds me of the guy that owns Twitter. He looks creepy, you know? Actually, he looks like Pike's brother. The more I look at this guy. How does this now look like Pike's brother? Look at this shot. Pike's got some competition, man. Pike just met his match. Look at this guy. I invested with him in all my Bitcoin and now I'm broke. Thank you very much. Ouch. I didn't work out. MicroStrategy. I'm at Michael.com. He must have paid a lot of money for this. He took all my Bitcoins and bought this fucking website. Michael.com. Son of a bitch. Now I'm broke. He lives in a big house and I'm broke. Where's my Bitcoin? Giant scam artist. No, I did choose the Wayback Machine filter. Give me everything, and so his biography is that he's an American entrepreneur. He's an executive, an inventor, an author, a philanthropist. I don't know. I'm sure he's a nice guy. But listen, his Bitcoin call is a little off.
Did you say he's a full-on rapist?
He raped my mind. I'm missing my frontal lobe, and his fingerprints are all over my cranium.
Das kann schon sein. Möglich ist ja alles.
He played guitar in a rock band, so I give him a break there. He played a guitar in a rock band, but apparently his guitar playing is like Johnny Depp's shitty. So Johnny Depp sings better than he plays guitar. I can tell you that.
I can tell you that one thing. He makes a good pirate movie and a good cologne commercial.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, and he's got a one-up on Amber, doesn't he? Because he was in one of those magazines, The Sexiest Man on Earth, Johnny Depp was.
Was he really?
But Amber Heard was never the sexiest woman.
The most clingy woman on earth award, I think, was hers. See how clinginess turns into domestic violence after a while? Where are you going now? Well, now what are you doing? Why don't you love me? Come here. No, get closer. You're not close enough. Oh my God, don't you love me? God, poor Amber Heard. You know what? I would lie to her and go, of course I love you, babe. You're hot enough that I'm going to lie to you. See, it made Johnny Depp a lie. She's so hot, Johnny Depp had to lie to her and go, yeah, I love you. You're okay. You're okay. Not as much fun as that artist dude I'm banging upstairs who's I let live with me for free.
Or he had to lie to himself so that it would be a reality. It's easier to deal with when you just lie to yourself.
When you get up on the, when you're with a girl like that, you got to do a lot of drugs just to get through it. Plus the pressure of being a movie star. Amber wasn't little Susie Homemaker, though. She wasn't making him cookies and stuff. Here's how Johnny should have known. I'm sure he knew. The most fascinating part of the trial was for me was the beginning, when she admitted that Jenny said that she had an issue with his boots. I'll take your boots off. No, you don't take your boots off. That's my job. And the day that he took off his own boots, and she lost her fucking mind. He knew right then he was doomed, but he kept going. He wasn't a guy to give up. So I get it. He didn't want to give up. Oh, so she's got a boot fetish. I'm okay.
No, they're
Your voice goes up real high pitched sometimes. Are you pre-op? Or is it somebody in the background?
I think there was something in the background. You talking about me? I just muted Bayhoff.
Oh no, there was some high-pitched girl voice in the background. So I didn't know if that was your wife or that was a Android you built for the house. Or is that Siri talking?
That's from Bayhoff.
Oh
yeah, that's from Bayhoff because
let me mute him.
I think my mic was picking up what he was playing. I just muted him because I think you were getting feedback from that from Bayhoff.
Yeah.
But no, it's just me. I'm alone today. My
really?
wife went to the...
She trusts you by herself?
Yeah, she went to work. Yeah, with the cats. We gotta watch the cats. Make sure they don't do anything crazy.
Do you play games with the laser light? Make them chase the laser light?
No, I don't do that, but I do have those toys with the string on it. It's like it's got a little pole, a little plastic pole. It's got the little fun stuff at the end of it.
Like a fisherman's mouse bait.
Yeah. Well, just throw toys around. I'll pick them up, have them fight with my hand. You know, the good stuff.
I used to go to the store and buy Super Balls. Watch the cat. The cat hasn't figured out that the ball's going to do the same thing, so his eyes follow an arrow like it's going to go right or left. You know. I'm fascinated. Yeah. Ping pong balls are really great too because they have a hard time grabbing them. They jump out in front of them.
Oh, that's a good idea. I need to get those. I usually use a bunch of bottle caps. They like the free stuff.
Oh yeah, they flip the bottle.
Just things that you don't have to pay for.
Right.
Yeah. When the tape dispenser goes out at work, I'll take home that little plastic piece of the tape dispenser, and that's what I give them for toys.
Yeah, there's so many good MacGyver toys like that where there was something else like that in the house, some item that you normally throw out. Oh, that's right, my fentanyl prescription bottles. They play with that, but then every now and then they get a little fentanyl dust in their nose, and they fall asleep on me. The cats kind of doze off. Come here, kitty. Kitty's so sluggish today.
It's hard to tell because they sleep like 18 hours a day. How do you tell if your cat's sleeping too much?
You put a chip in their head. Give them the patch. Look at this shot here. This guy's serious. This guy could be a sociopath. I think this guy in Turkey was complaining. He's probably wearing like a $500 silk goddamn jacket here. And the chair is an antique chair. How pretentious.
I guess I got to get on YouTube because I can't see what you're sharing.
I'm sorry. Here, no, I'll share it. I'll turn it on the. Look at this shot here. I forgot that every time I switch screens, I got to tell Discord about it. Is it this one? Yeah. Look at this picture. He's wearing this silk. It's got to be a $800, maybe $2,000 silk jacket. Then he's got his high-end watch.
Oh, jeez.
He's sitting in an antique chair, but look at this. Look at this guy. Of course, professional photographers set him up. They came out with large format cameras, and they told him, "Okay, look serious." And then he did. And then here's the other shot. Oh, yeah.
What a terrible picture. If you look at the picture, he's got like a light side and a
How
dark
about this
side.
one?
It's like,
this one's more like I'm gonna kick your fucking ass if you don't buy Bitcoin picture. Like if I catch you not buying Bitcoin, I'm gonna kick your ass.
That's how they portray him on CNBC. That's exactly what he looks like when he does his live stream things on CNBC, because he's the purveyor of all things information when it comes to Bitcoin. So they have him
and
on
finance too. There was an interview. There's this dark-haired young guy who's 40 years old, and he does interviews of people for a living. And he's pretty detailed interview. He does like a 3-hour interview, and he did an interview with this guy recently in his house with his chairs and all his silk robes, and it was okay. And this guy knows a lot of stuff. He talked about the history of ships and how hard it was in inflation. He talked about it, but in the end, he's just plugging in elements into the speculation of what's even going to be in the future. And you speak in broad, abstract terms of the future. You're just like another guy like us, just speculating about stuff. The only difference is that people know who he is. That's it.
All right.
Like, here's his media interviews. Here's smiling. Here's
yeah,
that.
he's on there all the time. That Michael Saylor. Because I have CNBC playing in the background at work, but I put it on mute. So I just watch them talk.
See, look at this. Bitcoin is hope. The Bitcoin strategy. Now listen to this buzzword bullshit. Future proofing. Like that's a word? It is if you make it one word. Future proofing an organization with the world's hardest money. What the fuck does that mean? Gold's supposed to be the world's hardest money. Well, it's kind of softer than platinum coins, but these buzzword shit just cracks me up. World's hard. And they say it like it's a fact. What is for them? The Bitcoin strategy. Look at this little butterfly. Are these the butterfly effect? What we got going on here?
Good afternoon, everyone.
No.
I hope you.
God, Jesus! I got little butterflies on the fucking. What you call it? The thumbnail.
Yeah. Look
at this.
awesome
He's the devil here. Look at this.
Economics.
The devil takes the high road here. Boy, that's scary.
Mm-hmm.
He authorized that. It's Satanistic, isn't it?
Oh yeah. It's Thor.
Spooky.
He thinks he's a deity.
Yeah, the deity of Bitcoin. I am Bitcoin.
Gives you electricity eyes. The only side effect is you can't see shit.
Comes with a soundtrack.
Cool.
Gosh, you're kind of testy this morning. Well, I haven't had my fucking. Can't you see my eyes aren't quite as light as they normally are?
What is his background? Does he actually have like an educational
Yeah, I think he went
to.
Yeah, they're showing his biography. This guy went to school and everything.
I've seen him is like an MBA, so it doesn't mean shit. But like, does he have actually like some kind of didactic background with a degree?
His very he's an American entrepreneur. So he's from Lincoln, Nebraska. Kind of started humble there, right? In 1965, he spent his childhood on various U.S. Air Force's military guy.
You're an American, just living the American dream. You're an American entrepreneur, and really, every American should, if they have the ability to manage it, should have some type of small business. It can be selling crafts, just get those tax deductions. Really, we should all be American entrepreneurs. That's not anything that special. Oh, there he is, MIT. Attended. Yeah. Oh, he attended, but did it say he has a degree? He's a member?
But he actually had dual degrees in astronautics and aeronautics, whatever the fuck. But here's the he played guitar and learned to fly gliders at the same time. Fascinated with the application of computer simulation technology, Republican mathematical model, Renaissance Italian city while studying. Okay, so he has the credits from the government schools. Okay, so how did he end up being the final distillation of truth on Bitcoin? How did that happen?
Has more information sooner than everybody else.
So using computer simulations to launch MicroStrategy, he's just a modeler, like the guys that got the wrong COVID numbers. How many people are going to die? Visions in helping enterprise delivery intelligence everywhere. What does that mean? The company was founded on his vision of helping enterprises deliver intelligence everywhere. Now, please explain to me the nuts and bolts of that bullshit fucking apps. I hate these kind of mission statements of complete nonsense. These are how politicians speak. We're going to make everything good for everybody. And how are you going to do that? Well, the powers of graphical operations. Look at, how's he going to do it? By harnessing the power of graphical operating systems and client-server computing and pioneering a new approach to business intelligence called rational online analytical processing. Roll up. This is so bullshit. The company grew steadily on. What do they do? Show me the day in the life of this motherfucker who works here. Under his leadership, MicroStrategy emerged as a global leader in enterprise analytics, small business software. What the fuck does that mean? Named inventor on more than 40 patents. Dude, I know a guy that's got 100 patents. He's broke. What the fuck does that mean? In addition to this guy's a fucking good. We got more shit together. Stop it. I could see Bitcoin was a fucking scam. Come on. Oh my God. $110 million. Wow. Genesis Intelligent Laboratories where you study communication. Mr. Taylor, the author of the book Mobile Wave, How Mobile Intelligence Would Change Everything. Oh. The book anticipated the impact of mobile cloud specials. So what? How to make money? I don't know. I just think it's so funny. I would cringe if somebody did I kind of like people say, what do you know? I wouldn't want anybody knowing. I wouldn't want anybody going through my same thing. Well, that doesn't sound good. Judge me on what you're only good as your last trade. He's providing free education to 1 million students. He's indoctrinating people with. He participated in the FOREX Summit on Philanthropy. Oh, you lay. You're looking for a tax write-off. I got you. He's traveled over 165,060 countries. Analytics and mobile technology. So he just goes on a speaking tour. It's a joke. He doesn't have to work anymore. It's so funny. I couldn't resist. The guy just annoys the shit out of me. MicroStrategy. What, your dick? Look at this thing's totally retraced already. It is engulfing. It's engulfing this. So if you can handle 1,000 pips stop, you would have made 1,000 pips in my playback of the 4-hour. Dollar CAD somewhere in time, actually 2019. I think I'm at. I feel better from complaining. Thank you very much. I feel so much better.
Oh yeah.
See, that's why I have the YouTube channel. It's not to educate. It's to make me feel better. I'm a sociopath, according to the guy in Turkey. So this whole sociopath argument's bullshit. Because if you have instant rapport with somebody, you're a sociopath because I'm trying to win you. I'm like, hey, buddy, I know you. Oh, you were friends all of a sudden. Why, you want to fight? Well, of course you want to be friends with people. But I guess it's the boundary. Hey, give me your email. Hey, can I come? If somebody said, can I come over tonight? And I just met you like an hour ago. No, that could be a problem, right? I don't know if you call that, like, that's almost like beyond sociopath. That's aggressively, you have no boundaries, whatever that means. I guess sociopaths maybe have no boundaries. I don't know. Not everything has a one-word answer to it. That's what I mean. That's the thumbnail. That's how the labeling game goes lately. Throw a one-word label on somebody, and that's what you got. Yeah, I'm feeling very. It's Critical Sunday. It's time to complain about everything you see around you. Forget church.
Yeah.
It's just a time to, reflect on the stupidity of mankind over the past 5 years here.
The weekend or Sunday, I mean, Saturday's a super busy day because that's when you take care of all the crap that you can't do during the week because you're working. I mean, for us, we're working all the time, so it's tough. Sunday's a really busy day. It feels like work. And then Saturday does. Sunday for us is to sit around and decompress and get our bearings and not go freaking crazy and just get ready for the week because the week is going to be crazy again. You won't have time to do shit. And it's all going to pile on Saturday. And so Sunday is a day of legitimate, for us, it's a day of rest. I mean, we really just have to rest our brains, rest our bodies, get some sleep, eat some good food, just try to hang out and get ready for the week. And so that's what we use Sunday for. Because otherwise, I don't know, if you were just going balls to the wall and going crazy and you don't take a day to rest, at least one day a week, I don't know how, man.
I used to live like that, and I actually get sick because my body would say, listen, man, I mean, you may be enthusiastic, but... And that's when I did get sick because it was kind of like I'd stretched too far. I almost got sick last night because I thought, man, I'd just been too excited. Like, it takes a lot of adrenaline. And, yeah, I used to take a lot of naps in the afternoon when I was in my 30s. Now I'm 60 years old. I kind of get up at 3 a.m. I just want to go. I don't know if it's because I figure that, in other words, you would think you'd be old and tired, but it depends if you have something to chew on, something to get up for in the morning. So on Christmas, I would always get up, no matter how tired I was. I'd be like, so we did Christmas presents, and you kind of like, wow, you can't even get to sleep, and you really didn't have to sleep that much. But if you're driven to do something, but yeah, you really do have to. Of course, usually you're forced into taking a day off on Sunday because shit's closed and the market's closed. It's not like, so I'm using the weekends to just rehearse trading in the simulator.
Yeah.
I mean, if I wanted to have this running in the background. So what's funny is that if you have this running in the background, and then you take a look, oh, let me check in on that. Oh, that did actually retrace. Oh, that wasn't a downtrend. And you can run all your algos and all your fancy no-nonsense stuff. If you really think that works, get 2 laptops, run them, and just start watching these things and say, would I take that trade? You always have to say, would I take that signal? Can I trust the algo I wrote? And some people will stick to those algos, and they will have technical damage on the chart, and the algos will say, you know what? My trend bot just got his ass kicked by a range bot. I mean, that strategy, the range strategy in this during this certain week, and in the range it was doing it because you made a build. If you build a $40 range bot, you drop them in an $80 range window. he's going to blow up. So it's really getting that roughly decent fit for your strategy. It's not just the strategy, is the volatility. So most strategies don't include volatility in the number. They just say we're looking for a triangle. But if it's an 80 pip triangle as opposed to a 20 pip triangle, it's a whole different risk assessment. For you to play that the way it's supposed to be played, for you to get in and build a position during the apex of a triangle with tight stops and good ratios, that works all the time, but it doesn't work in a 90 pip triangle at apex as opposed to a 20 pip apex of the triangle. So people aren't getting the patterns wrong. They're just oversizing, or they're too tight a stop, or their targets aren't greedy enough, because when you do resolve these rectangles, triangles, flags, and whatever the fuck, monkeypox, you're gonna have an explode. The longer it goes sideways, the bigger the rep. So look at this accumulation floor here on the 4 hour. This is 4 weeks of accumulation. Look at the run out of that. The run into that, the run out. And all the shenanigans in between. All those trades you could have taken here where it rips up into the floor and it smashes back. That's 200 pips off the floor of the structure. I mean, you knew it was, you could see the fucking thing. You could see this floor. Here I'd put buy limits in right now. I'd be dropping buy limits like this, but I have to say, you know what? We better go deep because the market's on fire. So all my buy limits would start right here. I just stack up buy limits there. There's nothing you're going to do to change that, whether that trade's good or not. I mean, not get filled. So to kind of, I wouldn't say force a fill, but try to get involved in the markets, you can take and put a sell limit banks above you and just say, you know what? Sell high. What are you going to do? So you put a rack in there. And if you get it just right, you don't have to be perfect. So right there's a scalp. I just went short on the lonely wick, right? So do I take that scalp, or do I ride it into the abyss north and say, well, just let that grid play out. Let us smash up there and sell more. And that's the hard part, because what if it does pull back? You're like, oh damn. So if it pulls back, I put the buy limits below, and I treat it the same way. Here it comes back. So if you would have stayed in that trade, you're up 20 pips. Now I would put the buy rack down here and just go back and forth. 4 hour chart though. A little different than the 1 hour chart.
Yeah, I think I'm following. I'm not
sorry.
able to see what you're looking at.
Sorry. I keep forgetting. Yeah, no. I'm like that song by Mike McDonald. I keep forgetting. Okay, wait. Let me change that. No, I was just saying the voids on the 4 hour chart here. This is the one I'm looking at. I'm saying that if you would have sold this top tick Tommy, this lonely wick shelf here, you'd make 20 pips. But if you held it, maybe you're making more. But if you're not in the market, I would come in under here and buy the low of last week. And the whole landscape I was talking about was, if you zoom out, everywhere we've been on this chart so far. When I started the video, I was buying into this plunge, and I said if you had a really wide stop, you would have served. This is a giant swing trade. And look at this accumulation phase at the bottom. All this zigzagging, and then we jump above the top of that box here, break out. I mean, it's pretty dramatic. But this is the cause from all the sideways. Like this sideways here on the original plunge. I don't have the whole data set. All I can see is this. But look at this distribution phase. This same amount of weeks and then crush. So you come down, you mark down, accumulation, mark up, and where people are having problems is they say, well, what about where are we at now? Like, what kind of phase are we in now? Well, you have to say it's either accumulation or distribution, but I'm thinking accumulation for another move up, only because the accumulation area is now this whole thing. Illogically, it's ran up, it's stuck here. It's either going to run out of this box, or it's going to run back and end up all the way back to the starting gate to here, somewhere right here, you know. But if you let this thing run for 5 years of data and mark off the boxes and act like you're trading it, it's the only way to use strategy tester and really reap any benefits is to manually trade it like this and say, I would buy in that box, I would sell in that box. How deep is the box? Are you going to scalp out of the zigzags in the box? I say you should, because look at all these beautiful zigzags in here. So turn off the chart shift, keep it from marching forward on me. So we just let the prices pass us. So look at all this drama in here. You know, with the right trade plans, this is a 4-hour chart, the weekly columns there. Look at all that drama. And what's befuddling is that if your moving averages aren't gonna, the idea of putting a moving average on here to help you with this kind of supply and demand trading is just it's harebrained. This just doesn't make sense. But you would only take 2 trades here. You take this one here where it starts to collapse. Oh, I can see it set up here. Oh, I see it. But how do you make money for 4 weeks of chop here in a trend system? I can't imagine. You know. Oh. Well, come on to the Discord and show us the chart. Show us your template. Let me see your template, son. Drop your drawers. Oh, that's a template. I didn't know he had that template. I guess we'll let him be the one that calls the girls. Invites them to our gay party. Tell the girls everyone here is gay, so they'll talk to us.
Sorry, I'm just making a bunch of noise, so I'm muting myself for a bit.
Yeah, I thought I gotta go kick my dog.
You have a kicking dog too?
Yeah.
I thought that's what they were good for.
Yeah, I mean, I bought one of those boxer dogs, one of those pudgy dogs, because I don't want to hurt my toes. Like a bony dog, I don't want to. It's all about me, and it's the health of my toes. I'm just kicking it for exercise. It's aerobic, and I feel better. Don't tell my wife. Don't tell my wife about the dog. She's a heartfelt girl. She's got a soft spot for dogs.
How do you hide the dog? You just put it in the closet, I guess, so she doesn't see it?
Yeah. Well, I give him a lot of treats. It shuts him up. I see my wife's car coming up the driveway. I scurry and I get him his favorite dog bone. And then I wag my finger and I go, if you say anything about this fun we've been having, I'm going to kill you. So he's pretty good. And I take him outside with the garden hose and I just wash the blood off. It's like I tell my wife, like, oh, she goes, you give the dog a bath again. Oh, you really care, don't you? Yes, I do. I'm just kidding. No, I'm just kidding. I strangled the dog. I think it's more inhumane. Kicking him's too brutal. I put a piano string around his neck, actually. Yeah, I like to use the low notes on the piano. I've been plucking. My wife's a concert pianist. She doesn't know that. She can't tell that there's no longer 3 strings on the upper C note on the piano. But one of the strings is around the dog's neck. I heard that from an old mafia movie, that they would get a piano string and they strangle the guy. I guess a clip off that big fat one on the low notes, all the Bolzendorfer, the 93 key Bolzendorfer. Honey, I know you don't play down the register there, so I use that low note off the Bolzendorfers and I... Oops. My wife never argues with me. After she saw how I treated the dog, I haven't had any arguments.
Should have sold that secret to Johnny Depp.
Yeah, Johnny. Oh my God. That's the argument for. You know what? A good argument for buying airplane-sized liquor bottles is when your hot spazzarella, clingy bitch wife throws a bottle of vodka at you. It only breaks your fingernail. It doesn't remove the tip of your finger.
Yeah, these bottles aren't rated for slicing throats or doing
Right,
anything
there's a
crazy
warning.
just for finger
Ever
cutting.
since that trial, there's been a government warning not intended for violence. This half gallon of high-end Stolish Nye 100 proof is not designed for any type of domestic arguments.
Oh, that's no fun. So at the bar, when you break a beer bottle and you're about to get in a fist fight, and people are like, "Oh, whoa, no, you can't do that.
God.
Have you not read the label?
I mean,
have you not read the label on that bottle?
If we get another injury like this, we're going to have to ban the movie Roadhouse. Roadhouse is triggering people. What happened in the good old days when Cat Stevens, the guy that wrote Tea for the Tillerman album, was calling for the murder of Raman Shusky, the guy that I can't remember his name. Satanic Verses book. Remember Satanic Verses? I remember all the previously horrifying stories in the news have just kind of washed out. You can't beat the Nuremberg. You didn't think you heard Nuremberg unless you were watching a documentary, but here we have Nuremberg trials coming up for Pfizer. Can't wait to see that shit in the summer on TV. Yeah, once the grand old party gets in office, it'll be a different situation. Can you believe that the GOP stands for the grand old party? When I heard that one day, I go, well, that's pretty pompous.
How very white hair wig of you.
Yeah. We're the grand old party, and you better join. So, yeah, I can see why the so-called liberals, but there's two kinds of liberals now, but how they're freaking out thinking that, man, that grand old party gets enough. You mean like a grand, like in the word grand wizard? Is that where they got the grand old? And this is they can't wait to make connections, right? You mean grand is in... I got an argument on a comment line with some political thing, and they said, "What do you mean, American great again? What part of the great part are you talking about again? Like how far back?" And I'm like, dude, like 1950? I don't know, when everybody was fucking having fun. Even black people were rich before the state decided that they needed to. What do they call it? The famous line. Low expectations of who said it? Was it Reagan? The expectations. In other words, we don't expect much out of this group of people, so we're going to lowball it and create affirmative action programs. Try to get them into college, get them into stuff they don't want to do. Hey, listen, if you're tall and you're playing basketball and you're making $1 million, how many white guys can do that? I don't think you're going to see, there's a guy named Woody Allen. Is he better to make movies or play basketball? Well, everybody should play basketball. He's being discriminated against. We got to get him out there. Get him some fucking leg implants. Get him tall. Get this fucking Woody Allen out of the movie business and force him to play basketball because it makes more money. Or he decides to change his sex to really tall black guy. I identify as a tall basketball player. No, sorry, science doesn't identify you. It make you no taller than you is. Sorry, so sorry. So your neighbors okay people? Are your neighbors, you trust your neighbors with your dog, or do you have to... I watched so many horror flicks where the neighbor's like killing people next door, and the wife's like, "You don't understand, he's killing me." All right, sure, all right. Then he ended up killing everybody in the block. You're not afraid of that, are
We
like
have a
you're not afraid that
name.
you got some guy that's like working for the Russian government right next door, and he has his house is 5 floors beneath. His basement goes on to the secret, like in Meet the Fockers, where De Niro's working for the CIA. The guy next door has got 8 floors down into his house. Secret. You're not worried about that, are you? Hey, listen, you don't know.
No, but we rather don't come over here and sightsee because they look inside our house. We have a lot of glass windows, and we kind of live on like a scenic bluff. It's so people drive down here all the time that we don't know.
Oh, they
Yeah,
want
it
to
kinda sucks.
they want to sightsee in your backyard. They just walk in your backyard.
Well, kind of. There's a cul-de-sac down here, and they'll drive down,
Oof.
and then they'll circle around. But when they drive by the house, they drive by super slow, and they look in the windows.
Oh God.
And we're like actually like living our lives, washing dishes, and we're like, "Would you move the fuck on? Like, stop staring inside of our house!" Like,
Wow. So they're like, could you duck? Did they call you on a cell phone? If you duck, I can get a better shot of the ocean through your house. Or what are we looking at? I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, but you know what I'm saying? Like they start to direct you in your house. Hey guys, could you come outside? You want to pose? We've never seen a bluff before. I guess it's like they're trying to get to the public access, and you'll do, right? There's probably a public little viewing area, but that's close enough. They start barbecuing in your front yard. You come out there, you're like, what's going on? There's a new government law that nobody owns their own property anymore. Oh, it sounds like communism for a second there. Wait. Yeah, the EPA just bought your house. It's a good viewing. It's a no. What the liberals should be saying is that, well, damn it, if they allow drilling, what if I got oil on my land and the government just decides to come in and do what do they call it? Something domain, and they take over my eminent domain, and they take over my property, right? And now, damn it, they got an oil well on my front lawn. Son of a bitch. Well, you be the Beverly Hillbillies, right? Remember the Beverly Hillbillies were looking for crude on their own land. So they moved to Beverly Hills. They should have stayed where they were at. I'm sure you got more money when you got money, you live in a poor neighborhood, you're like rich. Look at this thing. It's taking out the high of the fucking structure. It's going after it. So this is accumulation. I was right. This is accumulation phase. Oh, sorry. I'm not showing you the thing here. Wait. No, I said I was right about my Canadian fantasy trade here.
Oh, yeah. Canadian. Oh, yeah.
The accumulation, I was calling
Canadians.
accumulation on this, and then it's just, now it's Top Tick Tommyville. Time to get the fuck out. Canadian dollar, man, that's a gnarly swinger's paradise.
Well, that one's supposed to be connected with oil pretty closely, isn't it?
Yeah, they say Australia, New Zealand, and CAD are the commodity pairs in FOREX.
What does New Zealand have?
I think they got milk, and they've got what is it?
Milk?
J.R. Tolkien, The Hobbit. I don't know. Yeah, it's a big dairy thing. New Zealand, isn't it? What's their cash crop, other than wearing masks?
I'll have to look into it. I'm not sure. The Kiwis, they.
I think it's gold in Australia. Gold
New
mining. And I think New Zealand is going to be dairy or fishing. Like salmon.
Oh, probably. I was reading a book about New Zealand, learning about like the Maori people and all the oppression and everything they had. I was like, you know what? That kind of sounds like America. Like when I some of these other countries, this is a fancy thing. We really learn a lot about the world. It's like everybody has their own level of shit, and everybody has a group of people that was oppressed that is doing like this. Here like we have and kind of rightly so. The blacks are kind of they were oppressed and enslaved, so they obviously have some issues there. But in other countries, there's other people that were oppressed. In New Zealand, they had the Maori people, and they had like really high rates of crime and getting imprisoned and having addictions and things like that because they were, treated as kind of lower class.
Yeah, no, there's always. I mean, look at the Armenians and the Turks. Everybody's got their baggage. Look at the Palestinians and the Jews. So, are we going to live? Are we going to live in the future? Or are we going to hold on to these grudges? You know, that's the ultimate question. Are you going to be the Hatsfield and McCoy? Or are you going to live your life? Are you looking forward, or are you bitter about the past?
I don't know if I want to be a Hatfield or a McCoy. I actually watched that whenever it came out. I was living in Colorado, and my descendant McCoys, and so he had a lot to say about it because some of his relatives actually remembered those stories. So yeah, that was kind of interesting. That was an interesting time. But yeah, I don't know if I want to be a Hatfield or McCoy. They both kind of had a bad deal going to war at each other with it.
So it looks like wool is one of these sheep. You know, wool. It makes sense because there's a lot of sheeple there, but wool is one of their big products. And dairy farming. A lot of dairy out of.
So can you buy New Zealand milk? I want some of that New Zealand milk.
Well, yeah, they're exporting $14 billion a year. I suppose they're New Zealand milk, or they're sending it to their neighbors. Yeah.
They love their neighbors. They actually like their neighbors. They just send it to them.
I don't know what they.
Like, here you go, guys. We got a lot of this stuff.
Yeah, don't bomb us. Don't
bomb
bomb us. Actually, what they do is they get a write-off on their world tax that hasn't been funded yet. They have future reparations. They're thinking ahead on these reparations. Hey, why don't we just level it off now? Can't we pay it forward, so to speak? Pay it backwards? This paying backwards would be the tax you.
Or they pay it forwards because they know they're about to
pay it backward,
do some bad stuff in the future. They're like,
right. I know I'm going to do something
bad.
Well, that's why I put that "I love police" sticker on my car just before I go speeding.
Exactly.
I gave you the fireman's. Right. I gave you the policeman's ball.
The minimum amount.
Yeah. I donated enough to get this sticker.
The minimum.
I'm virtue signaling. Make cops great again. I've never been pulled over since. Driving while donating to the police, I call it. Never get pulled over.
Yeah. Or if he asks you, hey, where are you in such a hurry for? It's like, well, I'm going to the policeman's ball in Massachusetts, and we're going to donate.
In fact, here's a $100 spot. In fact, here's a $100 spot right now. If you let me go and get there right now.
Yeah.
So you holding positions over the weekend in this thing, or just are you hoping Bitcoin goes up? How much hope do you have for Bitcoin going up? You have a hope meter? I have a hope indicator.
Yeah. I try to go into the week flat, the end of the week, but I accidentally left a pending that's really above the high of the euro right now. And I'm like, oh man, they're going to gap up and get that. Like, darn it. I forgot to remove that.
Yikes. Like 40 pips north?
We'll see what happens. No, I'm like 10 pips above the high, I think. Let me see where this is at. Oh, no. I'm at the high of the day from Asia. What is that? The 101,910. And I probably got like a, I don't know, 20 pip stop. What is it at?
Yeah. Well, if they spike it and rip it down, you could probably clear it off. They might fill it and then you can rip it off. Yeah, I don't know if they will. They might actually gap down a little bit on the open because that was the first kind of you ended at a hammer at the end of the week, or the day you hit a hammer. So I'd actually figure I'm I'm going to cover that wick from Friday, thinking that they're going to pull it back at least 30, 40 pips before we start to, if the retracement is going to start this week, then they're still going to retest. It's pretty deep to take out the low from Friday. That's kind of far away, but it could pull back 30 pips here on the open.
I mean, anything could happen. I
Yeah,
guess.
anything could happen.
What would
It's certainly what it was. It wasn't a screaming move, so it seems like the gaps happen when it comes screaming back and it closes, and there's not enough. There's going to be follow
At
through,
least they're
gap
not like
follow through.
Japan had their former prime ministers assassinated.
Yeah, I was
So,
looking at the yen. I was wondering. Yeah, I mean, there's a yen. Is there a yen Bitcoin pair?
Have you seen the? Oh, I'm sure there probably is. It probably depends on your broker. If you got a broker that has like everything. I don't know. I don't think I've seen a yen.
I've seen euro.
I don't know if I've seen one of
I've seen
those.
euro to gold and euro to Bitcoin.
Yeah, I've seen that.
And I've seen the cross rate. Ether coin to Ethereum to Bitcoin. There's you can trade that as an instrument. You know, that's like euro versus a pound.
Yeah, the euro versus the pound. Both of those are dropping. Like, how do you play that? Which one's weaker on the day?
Oh no, I used to chart all three of those. You know, the pound, the dollar, and I was like trying to make sense of that. This should be going the other way. Oh yeah, but it's the amount between the pound and it's really hard. I bet there's a formula, but it wasn't worth trying to look at it because I was looking at the visual moves and I'm like, wow, that thing's really moving.
Well, if you do like a quantitative approach, you could probably do some decent work with pairs trading, but that's pretty tough. That takes like you got to actually like know mathematics, the Pythagorean theorem, and how to code and look up vectors and crap like that. But I think you could do a decent pairs trade if you take a good quantitative approach. But yeah, that's a whole nother type of trading. But no, that's why I buckled down on just the two, the euro and gold.
Yeah.
That's it. Just keep it simple.
Yeah, gold's all over the map. For a trader, there's plenty of trades, you know. Investors in gold, I just think you're in something that's just going to go trade sideways for the next 10 years. It's not going to be like it's just it's a trader's market.
Yeah, it is. It's super manipulated, which is awesome because I found some pretty good data on those candles doing frequency distributions. It gives you some really nice scalping ranges, which is all I do. I just scalp it. Just take out the highs, take out the lows, wait for it to put in a nice run and then consolidate a little bit, and then I make the money on those consolidations.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really I saw the price of gas finally came down on the pump there. Yeah, when they were saying for $6 in August, I go, thanks for the sell signal. Well, no way it's going to go $6 a gallon, ever. Not now.
Oh, man.
Can't do it, man. People have already found a way around it. And they stopped driving. They didn't drive anymore, dude.
Oh, I feel bad for some people that legitimately can't afford it. Like, it costs more money, more time and energy to drive to work, than it would be just to not. It's like you're worse than breaking even, which is crazy.
Yeah, it's such a. It's not like these people can take the other side of the trade, right? If you were short gasoline futures, you'd be laughing, right? You'd be like, yeah, I know it costs more at the pump, but I'm up 50 grand on my short gasoline futures trade. Or long. Like you could have been, I'm long futures and I hope the gas price does go up. But most people aren't living, offsetting their positions in real life, hedging the futures market because gas is so high. That'd be crazy. There's probably nobody doing that. Oh, God.
Do you like sauerkraut?
No, and I should because it goes to delicatessen there, and they be having these things called a Reuben, which is corned beef and sauerkraut on a rye bread. Sounds good, but I don't know. The sauerkraut is like coleslaw to me. I don't. What happened there? They get all shredded up, and the sauerkraut isn't that kind of like sour? Maybe the sour thing's turning me off.
It's fermented. So sauerkraut's kind of a German thing, but I actually made the Mexican version. I didn't know if you knew that there was a Mexican version of sauerkraut.
Called guacamole? I don't know. No, it's legitimate sauerkraut. Here, I'll take a picture of it. Legitimate.
It's fermented. It's
no
fermented cabbage. So instead of
I know last guy that brought fake sauerkraut around.
So it's a fermented product, and then the Hispanics, we do onions, garlic, and carrots, and that's really the only difference. And I do purple cabbage. Good. It turns it purple. Yeah,
onions, garlic,
pretty good for you.
Carrot. Yeah, how much? So will I have garlic breath when I'm done? Because I love I like garlic, but I can see it keeps the vampires away, right?
Oh, you're gonna have cabbage breath, and it's amazing. It's good stuff. Let me figure out what I'm gonna have for lunch. Pulling out some old meat. This is how you fight inflation. You eat your leftovers.
Well, that's the thing. People cut back, so people adjust. They're dynamic. So the crowd is dynamic in the other direction, too. So when people cut back, in a month from now, they're going to go, people have cut back on this and that. They don't buy. Like, okay, do you really need to buy a steak? You're complaining steak's too high. Well, buy something else. What the fuck are you complaining about? I mean, now this is not really what people want to hear, but you're addicted to steak. I got it. But if you're a trader, you would look at it. If you were a trader and you looked at your life, you'd be, okay, well, you know what? The volatility is too high on steak. I'm gonna go trade something else. Get some tuna. Get some beans. You ever thought of changing your fucking diet? You got heart disease. You've been eating beef for how long? Steak for how? You're eating too much. It's not like you can't eat beef and you can't eat butter sticks, but you can't eat butter sticks and beef every day. I mean, if you're 50 years old or more, I'm assuming. This is a chance for you to find a new lifestyle. I look at these all as opportunities. Yeah, nobody wants to have this happen and that happen, but you know what? You buy a bicycle because gas is too high. Next thing you know, you're getting fit. I'm not saying that you should put people in the crisis for them to find a new path to live, but it's nature's way. I mean, somebody's going to blow it up, and some of these prices are going to be higher, and they're going to be lower too. But you don't want it to go down. That's why they were trying to get inflation for so long in this country, because it was their way to increase wages without having to do anything fundamentally. So if the price of things go up, it'll look like things are getting better. They already made that comment 2 years ago. Look at people's wages are going up. Yeah, because inflation, they're paying them more money. There's not more jobs out there. Look at that pullback off the top. So that thing top tick Tommy into the vacuum, and now look at the vicious pullback at 200 pips. So placing orders up in that would have been a little tough for some people. But I don't know. I'm certainly it could be a lot worse, if that's even believable. It could be a lot worse. You could have, gas could be $10 a gallon, and there could be the blue helmets, the UN's at the gas station doling out, rationing the gasoline. That's what they do in other countries. So look what they're doing over there in Sri Lanka. I love it. Jumping in the Prime Minister's swimming pool.
Yeah, we got to get back to learning how to make our own bread.
Yeah, and our own baby formula.
Having yeah, and our own baby formula. I asked my wife about that because I was like, how does this baby formula? Because I'm a guy, I don't know those things. I was like, how does the baby formula thing work? Like,
how do you sure you're a guy? Keep going. I mean, these days, I'm questioning. Go ahead.
Oh no! I was wondering, it's like, what is the best way to do this? And she says, well, actually, you're only supposed to breastfeed for like the first 72 hours or so. That's when the baby gets all the stuff, and then you switch over to formula. It's not even that good to breastfeed. I was like, okay, well, what's the solution though with the baby formula? It's like, there's got to be something else. Like, how did we get by, 80 years ago? Like, how did we continue
what
to
is
survive?
The history? Yeah, what was the first baby? I'm thinking the 1950s when you had Gerber's.
Way.
Yeah, 1950s when Gerber's came out with their little applesauce, sugar-laden applesauce. I think that was it. It's really an industry-created thing, and now people bought into it, and it's like, where's my aspirin? Where's my Tylenol? It's like 1950s.
Where's my antidepressant? I need my sex change pills.
Yeah, just take a pill. Well, I gotta get rid of this driving need to be what I am. So, yeah, this denial of who you are too. Like you're a dude, man. You can't compete in women's sports. I mean, it would just been a obvious, known thing back in the day. That was a truth of life. Now the people are like. Maybe because the avatars, everybody's able to be like characters in the game, so they figure life's a game, right?
Well, on that note, they went to the extreme, right? They let a guy play in women's sports. But then there's like, okay, well, then how do we compromise? I was like, well, let's let some guys do it, but they had to have changed and converted before they were 6 years old or 10 years old, something like that. It's like if you did your sex change and you changed your whatever before you were age 10, then now you can compete. But if you changed after 10, if you're 11 years old, 12 years old, you can't compete.
That doesn't work. That doesn't work because what about the guy that goes to court? He's 9 years old and 365 and a half days. He's like, well, in one day I'm going to be, and so I got, you're disqualified. A big court thing. It'll be like Roe versus Wade bullshit. And then, it's all or nothing on that. I'm sorry. There are things that are all or nothing, like the sun's either up or down. It's not like, well, the sun's set. You see it's light on the other side of the planet, so the sun really didn't set. Oh, okay. So you're going to argue like that? Well, no, the sun never sets. It's somewhere it's up, Well, it's set here. That's like talking to that fucking guy from Turkey. Well, but I know it's set. You think it's set, but it never set. Oh my God. It sets if you don't move, if you don't follow the sun. Well, you didn't say that. I can't have arguments with this. There's arguments that are just like non sequitur shit. You just want to kill the other guy. That's how people get killed. Non sequitur arguments. Look at him. Now look at you. I'm looking for the history of baby formula. Wikipedia. Infant formula. I bet it was designed in 1950 during the Industrial Revolution.
But you're not going to ask Alexa?
I'm asking Wikipedia. I trust them on this one. Let's see the history of baby formula. Wow. Oh, it's got a lot of stuff in there. It's almost like the same elements you'd see in Mother Nature. Okay. Wow, there's a whole... I just ran out of fucking RAM looking at the article on baby formula on Wikipedia. Oh, shit. Started in 1867. It had wheat, flour, cow's milk, malt, flour, potassium, bicarbonate. In 1951, powder from infield for the soy formula was introduced in 1929. That's how you get these soy boys. Then protein was added in 1935 and 1959, which I think is the real... but look at all these different formulations. Cow's milk most of the time. Let's see I'm looking for the when they really... So 1959, 1962, 1984. Huh. So there's a turretine fortification because infants in 1984 were said to be lacking the enzymes to convert to... So early 2000s, the polysaturated fatty acid fortification was introduced. So here's the fatty acid. This is supposed to be good for you. This is like when you eat like salmon, the fatty acids. Remember that? It seems like when they get themselves a new little discovery, they want to insert that in the baby formula too. Fatty acids play an important role in infant brain development. Mixing ingredients. Pasteurization. The price must be up on this. It's hard to get. Is it still hard to get? I guess you get the powdered form and just add water. Can't we just feed our kids smoothies in a fucking baby bottle? Here, kid, I got some frozen yogurt. You're gonna like this. Fuck your brain development. Just drink this. I feed my kid whiskey. I take my kid to the Whiskey Go-Go and I say, son, you don't drink that shit right there, I'll beat your face in. My kids are fucking, my kids ain't whiners. I raised the fucking troop of really tough kids. They can, that's a baby formula, schmaby formula. You're lucky I don't beat your brains in. The kids, all of a sudden the kids weren't hungry. I say, you want baby formula now? They go, no, sir. I had my 3-year-old saying, no, sir, I do not want any baby formula. No, sir. No, not for me. I am rough and tough. I will eat lead paint off the walls before I eat your baby formula. Hey, that lead paint's kind of sweet. Why do you think we have it? Why do you think they use lead paints? Lead paints were used back in the old days, so that when the paint dried and curled off the wall, if you timed it just right, you're having your first kid about that. And I would take the lead paint, add just a little bit of water, put it on frat paint in my Blend-O-Matic, and poof, baby formula. Kids love it. Oh, sure, the kid's frontal lobe's dripping out of his nose, but hey, my kid's not starving. I'll have no whiners around here. Stop your whining, kid. Don't make me get out the whiskey bottle and put it in your baby formula. Baby formula. Oh my God. Public schools and baby formula. I can't understand why shit's not working out. Why should government approve baby formula? That's the problem. See, we want unregulated food markets, please. Oh, then you're going to end up with that, like, those wet markets, where you get the coronaviruses. Come to our wet market. I thought that was a whorehouse. One man's wet market is another man's whorehouse.
Speaking of a Reuben, I think that's what I just made by accident.
Is that organic sauerkraut? Now sauerkraut, sauerkraut straight up you wouldn't do, but it's okay in a sandwich.
I think you're supposed to put it on everything.
Oh, right. But not on watermelon.
Like
not on watermelon, right?
Kind of like that Frank's hot sauce. I put that shit on everything. That's how it's supposed to be.
Is that the it's like wasabi. If you like sushi, wasabi. That's what I discovered. It's not the sushi, it's the wasabi. Like, it's not the caviar, it's the salt. So just get sushi and put it on like sawdust and feed it to the homeless. Yeah, mustard. I feel like that way mustard, good quality mustard, makes anything edible. I think that's why they're using it. You get some so tasting sandwich and you can spice it up with some good old spicy mustard. That's the ticket. Oh, I can't wait for the summer to go. I can't wait to see what happens this summer. My God, what's going to happen? Bitcoin at 10,000, riots in the streets, gas at $4. Gas will be at $3, and there'll be riots in the streets. How's that for a call? Everybody stayed home and decided to riot, so the price of gas went down. Fundamentally explains it.
Well, they can't do their proper riots because they have to drop off bricks. But nobody will drop off bricks because the gas is too expensive. They don't want to haul bricks.
Yeah, the diesel prices would have to be below. Typically, diesel was below gas. That's why Volkswagen went to such an extent to make their diesel qualify. But that was 10 years ago. Or 5 years ago, at least, when they were trying to... diesel's been cheap typically. It's only been the past year, I think, diesel went more expensive than gas.
I guess I sold my diesel truck at the right time. I used to have an F-350. But you know, when I sold that truck, it's a huge truck, F-350. My dick got bigger.
Yeah, those are... what was the mileage on that thing? Is the mileage going? That's what you get
19...
Oof.
On the highway.
Oh, God. 14 in the city, you know.
Yeah, pretty low in the city.
God.
Back in the day, it would cost... Well, I had a 50-gallon auxiliary tank. So it'd be like $175 to $200 to fill up.
So now it was like $500 now or something. $400 top off.
Oh, gosh, it would be... No, you're right. It would be literally about double. It'd probably be about $100.
Of course, you want to keep the reserve tank.
Yeah. Well, the reserve tank runs out, though. That's the problem. It runs out, and then you gotta refill
how much is
it.
that? How much is it? If you fill the reserve tank, how much does it weigh? 200 pounds? I mean, in other words, you're hauling extra weight around.
Yeah.
Unless you're planning on going on an excursion, right? That's like if you get way out there, right? You can drive. Your fuel range is like 2,500 miles with reserve.
Something like that. Because I guess the tank is like 35 gallon tank. Take you about 200 miles or so. So you kind of, you just do a little math there.
Wow.
But you're right, it'd be heavy.
Yeah, I guess you don't care if it's cutting down your mileage, but if you don't need it, if you don't plan a long trip, I imagine all that weight you're dragging around is slightly cutting down in your mileage, don't know.
I think it would a little bit. Those things have a lot of torque, though. I don't think they really cared if it was weighed down a little bit.
Yeah.
And I did
yeah,
not
once you
say-
get up to once you get up to speed, I guess, too much. Just put extra air in your
Yeah,
tires, right? Add a pound of each air on your tires to get better mileage.
Yeah,
But then you might
exactly.
wear out the middle of your tire, you know. But yeah, if you want an ultra good mileage, just put on extra pounds. Your tire's gonna handle it. Just ride rough. That's all.
Yeah. And there's something about having a truck. You listen to country music. You know, when you're in your car, you can listen to whatever you want. But like when you drive a truck, you got to listen to country music. It like wears off on you, or rubs off on you, I should say. Start tuning in those local country music radio stations.
Sybil, how was the jam? If he's there. I don't know if he's there. I'm here. How was the jam? How did the gig go? Hello? I guess he's gone. Testing, 1, 2, 3.
Zero niner.
Hey, what's
Somebody
up?
approaching. Somebody trying to come in. Incoming.
I'm in, brother.
Incoming.
Can you hear me?
Incoming. 019. Did you read over?
Everyone knows that, great. How was the jamming last night, man?
Yeah, it was insane. It was another insane. Everybody's been playing around in the summertime. They come in pretty high energy. So, yeah, it was pretty. It was pretty off the rails, I must say. It was off
I didn't
the
get
rails.
I didn't get a response from you, so I couldn't watch you guys.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I didn't know the link, and it was pure chaos because when I got there, I wanted to set up the lighting better. It's still not right,
Sure.
but because we're trying to do a real broadcast now.
Why not?
Well, we had somebody request a Metallica song last night, and
Really?
so this is we had our first request, and
Nice.
so the guitarist knew how to play the melody. It was Search and Destroy, I think. I don't really
Right.
I'm not a Metallica guy, but down out. So I just said, let's just do stuff in a half step, and it's so hilarious because I started dicking around with the half step thing, kind of mocking Metallica. So you can even tell I was playing Metallica, right? Then he plays Metallica, pretty much like the thing. The drummer's doing the Metallica-ish beat, and all of a sudden we lost our stream on Twitch, and I said we just suspected they'd cut us down. Metallica cut us down last night, and it turns out that the guy that runs the studio said that no, that's not true. That they would give a warning, and they do to me too. Like if I was to start humming Metallica for too long here, they would say if you don't stop humming Metallica, we'll shut your stream down in 30 minutes. So I've seen that with Quentin Tarantino movies that I've played. I played 20 seconds of Quentin Tarantino movie, and the robots immediately come out and warn me during a live stream that if you don't cease and desist, we'll shut you down for 30 minutes. Yeah, so it's a very regulated system, YouTube. But last night it was certainly freewheeling, and then we went back to our last set, and we like to play cheesy like pop, and then we go to like off the rails and go back to cheesy pop. So it's a genre.
Right.
It's a genre menu for us. It's not really there's nobody singing, so we can go from rock, from Peter Frampton to Miles Davis, basically. I'm trying to make him play like Miles Davis songs where you just don't care about the fucking... all that matters is the one. Like, there's no such thing as a key. There's no such thing as music theory either. You just play what you want to hear. And then... and the music theory kind of bums me out in a way because it kind of makes it into like music's a science, but it's not. It's just like look at John Cage. He's not playing anything. I mean, that's the '60s, right? That's when they hit the wall. Right. Oh, you just won't play, and it's 11 minutes. What's the name of the song? 11 minutes and 14 seconds. He opens the piano lid and he sits there and he closes the piano lid. I listened to that on public radio one night. John Cage is going to play 11 minutes and 13 seconds, something like that. And this 1960s guy, Timothy Leary, and you got this guy doing, and then you got the pop art. Like, well, what is that painting for $40 million? Oh, it's a dot. I call it red dot on. I call it red dot on white. I call it the Japanese flag. If you really want to know, I know it looks like a Japanese flag, but no, that's something inspired. Did you see the guy? I was watching a whole art thing one day. I watched I think 80 hours of the history of art, and they got to a guy that was so fucking good that he literally mixed up paint. They interviewed him while he's mixing up paint. Some little guy in Italy or something. And he puts a stab on the wall, and you see there, boom. That's probably worth about, I don't know, $800, his little dab on the wall, because he picked the paint. And this is also the most abstract art I can ever think of, is the stuff in New York that was shown in a gallery down there, where the guy just literally had a canvas like 40 feet by 20 feet with 3 colors on it in a bands. So, and then he had a replica in his office of the gallery. He's going to show it. He's saying where each piece needs to be seen as you walk into the gallery. I'm like, holy shit. Like, this guy thought of everything, kind of hypnotizing people as they come in, manipulating them into buying it. Now, I can't say that's not a gorgeous tone of color and the texture and the way it sits on the canvas and the way it looks in the sun, the way it looks in the... But my God, right? So, hey, what? It's the only one around. So based on those things, yeah, I guess it's worth that lot of money. But it is amazing how somebody that spent and God knows how he starved to death. I guess the idea that he starved for 20 years and finally somebody recognized, or Van Gogh, right? These people are not rich.
Right.
And now people are, if these guys could see what they're flipping their paintings for, I wonder what they would think. Like, hey, I didn't mean to, you guys are carried away with me. Hey, it was that good. Can you imagine if Van Gogh came into Earth, back to Earth? You do a movie like that. All the famous people come back to Earth and go, dude, I'm overrated. What's going on here?
Right. What happened to us?
Yeah, I mean, God. But I don't know. I mean, I guess we have our Van Goghs now. But everybody's a Van Gogh. There's so many YouTubers, Look at this thing coming back to my channel.
You should see what they're doing just with the artificial intelligence. They can put text in, and they can put different images in. They put in a gazillion of them, and they say, show me a pirate cat, on a schooner, and it'll draw it for you.
Yeah, it's like that stuff they outlawed over there in Texas, where you can't go on Instagram and make those let the computer make you a face, because apparently something about that, and somebody's using it, and I don't know. In other words, somebody's taking advantage of your creations. I'm not even sure what that law is, but they just wrote a law and passed it so you can no longer use these real-time modeling software to put up videos, and oh geez.
Okay.
I know it's to me. I feel like the liberal guy going, wait a minute. You mean I can't just do what I want? Like, wow, I really can't use a certain kind of software? I remember when they were sending me a tax bill. I used to work in this one location, and they said, my business was there, and they said, on my taxes, it said what version of Windows 90 Windows I was using. My software tax. There was a software tax where I was working. I couldn't believe it, dude. I was living in this town, and I swear to God, they were like, do you have Windows 95 or Windows NT? And I said, I have NT Pro. They said, it's okay because it's not on our list. It's like Stephen Wright. It's okay because it's not on our list. Hey, yeah, Stephen Wright does tech jokes. Hey, it's not on the list, so you can't charge me.
I think his best joke was, I'm going out with this girl. She's a billionairess. Her father invented the diagram on how to put the batteries in. That's one of the funniest things.
I never heard that one.
That's a great one. He also had another one. He says, I'm thinking about getting a dog. My dog, I'm going to call Go Away. Come here, go away. Come here, go away. But anyways, that's Stephen Wright. He's a master at those.
Yeah, he was a modern Henny Youngman. He nailed this one-liner.
He was hilarious. There's a guy now, his name is Mark Norman from, I think he's from Louisiana, Orleans, or New Orleans, whatever. He grew up in New Orleans, and he is, I think it's the reincarnation of Henny Youngman with the "Take My Wife, Please." Like, he's got
take my wife, please. Oh. There's Rodney Dangerfield too. I like that.
Yeah, he's good too. Norman roasted Rogan so beautifully because Rogan was talking about, and they bombed, and it was such an efficient bombing. And Norman goes, just like your shows. So it was just hysterical. He's got that quick at the draw. At any topic, he can lace you. So I appreciate his humor.
Yeah, like Stephen Wright. My favorite Stephen Wright joke is. Because stuff is not open 24 hours much anymore, actually, after the corona. I've seen, nobody's come back to 24 hours that was 24 hours 3 years ago. So, he's running up to this. He runs up to this store in the middle of the night, and he says, and the door's locked, and And Steven says, what the fuck? It says you're open 24 hours. And the guy opens the door and he says, not in a row.
Not consecutively. He also had a good one. I've taken up a new hobby. I collect seashells. I collect seashells, and I spread them all over the beaches of the world. Maybe you've seen my work.
I like the one about, I can't remember how, I just remember the punchline. So that it's something about, there's a lady in Germany that says, stop doing that. In other words, he buys a house, and there's a switch in the house, and he can't figure out what it's connected to every now and then he hits it, and some lady calls from Germany and says, would you stop doing that?
Yeah, that's funny.
But it's real.
It takes a long time. It takes a while to dream up these jokes. I imagine he spends a few months writing them, just observing life. And
the favorite one is he's out driving his car, and the cop calls him over, and the cop says, you're doing 80 miles an hour, and he says, but I wasn't going to be out that long.
Yeah, I wasn't going to be out.
Based on an hour, he was under the speed limit according to his math, because it was based on how fast you're going per hour, not per half hour. It just wasn't going to be out that long.
Yeah.
But miles per hour. The calibration, he's able to look at it through the back door. He reverse engineers the joke,
Absolutely.
So the reverse engineering, to me, I thought was the magic of life. When you can figure out, well, what if I went the other way on that way? Like, what if I found girls that weren't out of their mind? Maybe I would still be married. Like, if I found somebody that was kind of normal, but then I'd think, well, they'd be boring then. And why, then I'd be like being by myself at some degree. Like, if the person agreed with you too much, I think I'd be bored.
You'd hang yourself for sure.
Yeah, so you kind of
need a little bit of contention. You need a little bit of contention.
Well, that's why it's supposed to be a girl, because no matter what you do, it's going to think like a girl, and it's going to think like a boy. So that's locked in, and then you've got the other issues on top of that. But the underlying core driver is going to be what team are you on? But of course, in the high tech world, that's why I think that's why they're playing this multi-gender game, is because in a high tech world, it doesn't matter anymore, right? I don't have to lift a truck. I don't have to lift a barbell to make money. I don't have to build railroads physically. I can just design them on a CAD cam. Not even me. I can have an auto learning. I can feed an auto learning architect back. I'm sure they got them right. You feed them your favorite architects. It comes up with a combination of Victorian and modern and whatever. And you go, wow, this thing. I just saw it on this Fiverr thing where you can take and create fake art. This thing will make random art for you for album covers. It looks pretty fucking good. It looks like some guy spent hours on this.
Yeah, it's AI stuff. It's AI shit, buddy.
Or it's a generator. It's a pixelator.
It takes the words. It takes your sentence and tries to match your
right.
picture.
That guy was saying, Chris, I think if you throw it in the Biden, somebody put it in all the Biden phrases into the mutilator and spit out some fucking psychotically funny shit, And it's so funny that you can't breathe. You laugh so hard because it's like humor is the only way to really even survive life,
Probably.
Yeah, that's why Gallo's humor works out so good. It makes the need, fills the need.
Yeah, I remember we had a 486 computer, the first one in Canada. We were doing the AutoCAD stuff with the with the Primavera, with the project planning, with the job costing. We did a whole bank in about 2 hours for all the big general contractors. My boss at the time was Moish Lerman.
Boy,
this guy flew down. Moish Lerman, what a yid, but a beautiful guy, nonetheless, a beauty guy.
Turbo.
His dad would come in with his friend, and they'd photocopy all their lottery tickets. Like, they already had more money than God, but they still wanted to win the lottery. So I used to get a kick out of that.
Well, they say people are just keeping score at that point.
They really are. They really were. These two old guys walking in and they're...
Yeah, it's the old the traders, what the old Eddie Murphy movie, Trading Places. They're betting $1.
Bet $1 for the guy's life.
See which way he's going to go.
Right.
But see, that's the cliche, everybody. I mean, and I understand that cliche exists, but we can't base our whole life around the past.
No. It's just a joke.
It's too bad. But the people that know are going about their lives. Actually, they're profiting pretty well because you're always stepping over the potholes of.
They know the loopholes. It's what you know. It's always what you know, and the money always travels upwards.
You're always on the if you're on the bleeding edge. So if you're always on the edge, you have to be looking forward because it's such the structures. I mean, remember there was this place called MySpace. I mean, that is like. Talking about a bulletin board system. I mean, that's gone now.
That's a long time ago.
But that was trashed and burned. Facebook will probably go that. Facebook will end up like that eventually. Twitter's going to go first, though. Twitter will be the next casualty, and Elon Musk exposed the
I agree.
The fake business model they have with the robots that are actually talking to robots, posting other robots. A robot feeding frenzy there. Yeah, the robots are tough because the real world is, a guy puts a part in your car. That's analog real world shit, But there's no app for a new alternator. Let's say there's not the alternator app that's $50 a month. I guess the guy that's going to come out and fix it. That's the insurance policy apps. You pay X. You either pay X and a guy rescues you, or you save your own money, or you learn how to fix your own stuff. Or, you're growing your own wheat at that point, but then you wouldn't grow wheat. You'd grow something super nutritious, maybe. I suppose you're supposed to be eating bugs by now, right? I get some peanut butter covered bugs, I think, is chocolate covered bugs. Somebody said it was chocolate covered ants. This is 30 years ago. Somebody offered me some chocolate covered ants. I think they're just candy bars with some dead ants in them. They're claiming that you'll be able to be as strong as an ant proportionally to because ants are like, bulldozers, if you take how much they're lifting to their body weight. Aren't they like amazing super he-men or he ladies?
She ladies.
She women. I used to watch Glow, women, it was out of Canada, I think. It was Glamorous Women of Wrestling.
Okay.
What was it? These chicks would dress up. It's like they didn't mud wrestle, but
do you remember roller derby?
Yeah, I remember they would elbow each other in the
they would just knock each other out. It was crazy. Real butches. God bless them.
And then they gang up on each other. They'd have three girls hold in an arm lock and come up and topple some. It was like, wrestling, but on rollerblades. Which skates back then, right? They weren't even rollerblades. They were four-wheel skates. Right. So she had 8 wheels. My baby's got 8 wheels.
What are you looking? You see, Bitcoin's taken a bit of a plummet.
Oh, I bet. God. The wheels are going to come off again this week. We're on the edge of the abyss.
Probably.
Yeah,
we'll see what happens tonight. I'm watching ES. I'm going to be trading some micros tonight. I have a feeling they're going to carve out as much room as possible this week. In other words, they want to make, in my opinion, for what it is, want to make a nice little range for the first 2 weeks of July, and they'll play off that range typically until December December 31st, and then we start all over again for the first 2 weeks of January. If you draw those lines in somehow, I don't know how it works with currencies, but I know with futures have a little bit of an insight. Chicago numbers, they're never going to change because they're just too fucking lazy. Excuse the French. They're too lazy to change those numbers.
What do you mean? Whose numbers?
Chicago numbers that they always used to use back in the day.
Oh, yeah.
They're too lazy. They're too lazy to change it.
God, this platform keeps crashing. This broker is just a mess. think it ran out of
Juice.
candles on that. Well, the yeah. No, the crypto takes up a lot of resources because it's trading all weekend. I'm tracking about 20 of them.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, I'm astounded at the prices here, so I want to do this video.
Okay.
But let's see, what is the price of? They're all cheap now.
Okay.
What do you think? It's obviously this is going to be in a penny stock world. This is kind of when it's kind of everything's dead in the water until something perks up on one of the currencies. So actually, one of the cryptos has to perk up and lead the pack. You know, be the leader of the pack.
That's Bitcoin, isn't it?
I don't know because I'm wondering percentage-wise if it could be percentage-wise it could have something to do. If you're looking for a percentage fluctuations,
it's the big kahuna without a doubt.
I mean, though it has the largest market share, so I guess it is the kingpin. But I mean, if one of the little ones get some type of good news, it's the lifts all boats theory. It doesn't matter which one of the that trips the wire. It could be one of the.
It's usually Bitcoin or Ethereum. That's been what I hear. I don't know enough about it.
Yeah, I think Dashcoin's still in there. There's now that I think when everything fell apart is when this stable coin that when that fell apart, that was actually the beginning of the end. I don't think it had to do with the Russians. So yeah, I had Genesis on here earlier, and I had to get rid of him because he's absolutely mentally ill. I'm just going to say it. There, I said it. So it got down to politics. He said he said that Trump lied 20,000 times while he's in office, and I'm like, dude, that's a talking point. I can't talk to you. And then he refused to get off it. And then Chris tried to rescue him, and Chris couldn't talk to him, so Chris gave up. We all had to give up.
It happened. Yeah, you can't
reason with somebody that's not going to even be reasonable. So it was terrible.
People who have been sucked into the narrative have a hard time giving up because it means that they have to give up everything they believed in.
Yeah, it's very difficult. Besides, he's so bitter, and he's so everybody's an idiot but me, and I'm like, dude. And then I started railing about how can this guy charge $700 and have this mindset about the future that everything's fucked and this and that. I don't know. Like, seriously, I said, bring me this bot, show me the video, let's see this thing fucking make money. That's when I just came on rap because I said, okay, you can't give me. And then he started talking about Trump wants to become. Then he says Trump wants to win again so he can pay off his taxes. I'm like, stop. Trump is a patriot. Listen to his speech. You think he's lying? He's doing all that. He's putting himself at risk. No, I'm sorry. If you can't believe that, and then I came to the conclusion that Galaxy hates rich people.
Okay.
Trump's rich, and I'm like, you'll never be a trader then because you hate the person you're going to become. Your subconscious isn't going to let you do that. Right. If you really think rich people are
scammers,
or whatever, that Trump got his money because he cheated, and then how are you gonna? If you think all rich people are ill-gotten gains, then
you're in trouble.
You're gonna be one of those people, and you want to have people coming after you.
It's not fair. Listen, he had to play the game. They tried to, he was in New York, and that's run by the Italians and the construction companies. So he had to play their game. So obviously he had to pay a little bit of VIG. He had to pay for the unions. He played the game along with them, and he still managed to be successful. So that has to say something. And it's not the only industry that he went into that he was successful in. So,
right.
Say what you will. He's got some talent.
I mean, let's face it, dude. He wrote a book. It was called Art of the Deal. Not Art of the Woke. It was called Art of the Deal. I'm sorry. The guy gets shit done, and so this Galaxy guy goes, well, getting stuff done doesn't mean shit. And then he said, I said,
Uh-oh.
"Now here's the non sequitur. I mean, here's the thing. I don't know what you call this. My head exploded when he said this. My head exploded, and I had to dump him, had to mute him. He said, I said, well, would you rather have Trump or Biden? You know, what he said, you'll never guess. I don't care how long you could build a robot to guess. It would never. A learning robot to guess. It would never guess." He said, "Well, that's like saying which one of your kids do you love the most." He goes, "That's sick to think. It's sick to think like that. It's sick to think like that." I said, "What does that have to do with? Are you serious? How are those even connected?"
Right.
You mean your favorite kid? So I said, "You mean they're both your favorite presidents, but geez, I can't pick between them. It would just be so cruel to the other one." You're really going to make that analogy? That tells me that either he's totally kidding about. Now I've met people, dude. I've had people come on the stream. You got to know that there's people that come on here that want to seem like they've done this, that, and the other thing, because they think coming. I don't know why they had that. Some guy threatened to have his own. He didn't threaten. He says, "I'm going to do my own live stream." It's not that hard to do. You just press go live, you know. But
Okay.
So if you're coming on here because you think, well, gosh, you know, and I'm like, dude, can I see this robot run once? And he's got all that talking point. I tried to watch his video again with the audio on this time, describing all the features. And our systems don't just look at the math, they look at super math. I'm like, okay, but what is the trade? Can I see this thing run? Please, just show me, at least in the car commercials, you see that, and it says, driver on a closed road. Don't try this at home, right? He's doing donuts in the rain, on the mountain, in the Porsche. I got you, but can I see at least that? Like, even show me a fake chart. I used to yell at this guy, Kelvin, and go, dude, lie about the trade, but at least give me a target. What were you thinking? Lie to me.
Yeah, say something.
So we can have a conversation. Don't just whip talking point after talking point. 90% of traders lose, blah, blah, blah. Whatever, dude. Like, what do you got? Show me your chart. Let me see. What do you got?
You know what? It's very interesting because we had to move all the code onto a Python environment, and it's got all these Dockers and all kinds of crazy stuff. So luckily, the whippersnappers coming out of university know all this stuff from the server side and API. They know all this stuff. They took in school, so they know this stuff really, really well. And it turns out that there is a way to convert MT4 into Python. And I said to the guys, if you guys are in London, go say hello to Nick. At least he can help us try to put something together, even if it's just a very, very simple bot. It's a good exercise for you guys, and it maybe Simpleton can put it up on the screen and show people what it's doing and why. And then he can just promote it from there if he wants to, or not promote it from there if he wants to. It doesn't matter to me. But at the end of the day, man, if you can show good wins and a good win-lose ratio, and anything over 0.3 is decent, I think people would be more than happy to try it out. That's my feeling. So we're going to do Sand and Sushi and a couple of other cryptos. We're going to run it for 100 trades. And you know what? After the first 100 trades live, you're going to see what it's doing. You're going to know exactly, pretty close what to expect. So once that happens, we'll be in shape.
Slow this is.
You want to try to get at least 100 trades live under your belt. See how it's performing. It's really I'd rather do 1,000, but who's got the energy and the time to wait it out right now? What do you got up on the screen? I can't see what it says.
What do you mean, the what I'm broadcasting, or?
Yeah, the live. What's climbing?
Let's see here. I'm trying to. I guess I ran out of memory, but I can't reboot because I'm streaming.
Okay.
For all 6 people watching. What's that?
Oh, is it a currency pair, or what is that?
That's the euro dollar. I want to see what the spreads look like when this broker opens at 5 p.m.
Gotcha.
So I'm going to roll a template that shows the spread in the upper right-hand corner.
Very nice.
This is a 100 pip grid with 20 pip handles. 100 pips on the big black. So this is just my starting assessment of how to get a trade
it's
going.
a really good. It's a good way to start it. Every dark line is 100 pips.
Yeah.
100 yards. It's a 100-yard line.
Well, every tag is 20 and every dark line is 100.
Perfect.
Yeah, the only problem is the computer is very slow.
Oh.
So there you go. There's an update. So here's the current state of affairs. If you zoom out, I like to make my candles together like this. It's a special spacing in my mind. So this is 1 week in the euro dollar, and the spread is closing at 1.4. I don't know what the commissions are. We're going to find out tonight.
Okay.
I'm test driving this. I just found this broker this weekend.
This is a Sage guy.
Sage guy, yeah. I want to see what they're like.
I'm sure they're pretty wise.
Well, you know what? They're better. I mean, they got good spreads, so they're competing with like three other brokers, I think.
Okay.
But they had a good spread here on the Australia versus. I think I put up a wild pair here that I don't ever trade. Australia versus yen.
Want to hear something really wild? I didn't know this. I just dug in a bit. I had the kids translate what that, I think it was called Diver by Lilia or something. You remember the one that was showing $1 and you make $1 for every dollar you put in? Which was like a ludicrous number, but they were charging, I think, $30 or $50 a month. It was pay as you play, $1 a day, something like that. I think I looked it up. I dialed in what it said on the description. These guys are called Harliet or something really interesting. Parite Group. They're out of Russia. They have 30 offices throughout Russia where you can go and learn how to trade, and learn how the bot behaves, and I was like stunned. You mean you're actually giving courses now? You could sign up for a course. Mind you, you have to make your way there, but can you imagine? I mean, I can't even imagine. They've got courses running in 30 cities. So this FOREX must have been a real big hit in old Mother Russia. That's all I can put together on this. I've heard a few people mention that people were big on the robots, and then I saw that they actually have like schools and studios in 30 different cities across the country. So I imagine this is just another way for people to make that extra income, right? So I can dig it. Well, it's the biggest money market on the planet. It's bigger than any stock market. It's $4 trillion a day go through these. No, it's mental, but it's also the idea
it's a psychotic amount. It's just what it is, just foreign currency exchange.
Right, I got you, but it's also
it's not a stock.
It's a low bar to get in. You only need $50, $100, $200. You don't need $8,000 to buy one E-mini ticket. You know what I mean? Like, you can get the barrier to entry is very low. The MT4.
Right. It's almost as if you're able to be your own bank. It's almost like your own private bank because.
I think so.
Well, if you've got a brokerage firm now, if you go to the bank. So I could go to Canada here in about an hour and come back. And if I came back and I went to the bank because I thought, hey, what a great deal, man! The spread, the Canadian dollar just moved 1,000 pips, right? 10 cents.
They'll charge you 500 though. They'll charge you half a cent per dollar or something ridiculous.
They charge you 500 pips in the bank.
They don't give you no.
So the only way around it is to just open. If that's what you like to do, the only answer is to open up a Forex broker account. Mm-hmm. But you're trading fluctuations in instruments. It's almost, I think it's like, So in the original, when I first saw it, there was a firm in the United States called FXCM. And they were the first people to offer retail trading in the United States. And there was another brokerage firm called. They moved to Australia. They saw the end coming, so they moved back. They moved to Australia, and their name was. it'll come to me. But so I had an account there, and I was trading nanos out of Texas in the United States.
Beautiful.
Yes, this
Those
was
are good.
13 years ago, 14 years ago.
Oh, nice.
And of course, I could show you where I was buying the dollar yen as it went down. Dollar yen went down for. It's historic. You look on the chart, go back 13 years, there's a bottom in there. I was buying into it. I thought, well, I'm only buying $200 positions, you know. And by now I knew what Forex was, you know. I mean, I traded enough to know what $1,000, in a 1K, what 100 pips was $10, you know. So I'm like, oh gosh, I'll just buy, instead of buying 1,000, I'll just buy 200. And I still got killed because it just kept going down. I thought, well, I was thinking in terms of it's got to reverse at some point. There's a short squeeze coming, and I picked the dollar yen because it was the most depressed currency I could find, and I just kept buying into it. And then one night at 8 p.m., the Bank of Japan came out and made an announcement, and it went ripping up, and then it came up into a shelf, and that's one of the first vacuum that I discovered was back around that 13 years ago. And so I'm looking at the dollar yen one night. That's after that drama, but it's up on the now it's retracing, right? After it's like a year. I bought into it for a year, and so now it's retracing, and it's going to come back up to that little pocket where there's an old vacuum above it, and so it's 9:00 at night, and I'm like, oh my god, it's up on this lonely wick that goes way deep, and I kind of had this. I thought, gosh, I don't even have any friends. I never really had any friends I could call in the middle at 9:00 at night. Go, dude. Go to your charts, get your wallet out, make a deposit right now, because I'm talking about a move that's going to blow your mind tonight. And it did. It blew my mind. But I had this, and now that YouTube came along, I thought, well, maybe I'd go on there and go, hey, guys, you see what's about to happen? Look at this fucking vacuum. And then the Pike guy over at Trader's Way was like, I went on his feed one day, I was typing into the window, what about the vacuum, the abyss? And he made fun of the abyss. He goes, "Oh yeah, really? These people." Oh yeah, he made fun of the abyss, and I was trolled to this. I trolled him to pieces. Yeah, no. It's so. I wish I had the video. I have it on my side. I recorded him. In other words, I streamed him, or I recorded him while I was chatting in his room, so I got proof of what a goof this guy is. I'm sure he means well with his moving averages, but the abyss is real, people. If you take out a 40-year high. I mean, you've seen these runs where you're like, how can you explain this? Never look back into the abyss.
You're making a big presupposition that people have seen this. Most people who wander into this field, it looks like, especially in the new generation, they're just YOLOs. They just want to play Robin Hood and have a good time. And I hear about the stories about the guy that put in $100 and walked away with 30 million. Everyone's looking for the lottery, right? And that's the issue. I think they turned it into a lottery.
For the dreamers, yes. The people that come to America and then they come there and they find out, you know what? Now that I'm here, I have to vote for Trump because I don't want another people coming to take. I don't want an immigrant taking my shit. It's so cute. The guys that are immigrants now, they're like, oh, wait a minute. I spent 40 grand to get here legally. You really going to just let people in now? Of course, the Democrats are so stupid. They think that all these immigrants want other immigrants to come in, like they're pro-immigrant. No, they're not. They're less pro-immigrant. The white people are the pro-immigrants. They're like, I got a fucking mansion in Manhattan. Let them in. Let them eat cake. And besides, you know, the border's so far away from New York. What do we fucking care?
Hmm?
Right? What does somebody in Boston care about the border? Doesn't affect me. You don't see them coming across to the water. Not that they're swimming up from Cuba. I guess we're safe. Yeah, the people that vote, the people that are pulling the trigger. You know, that's why you have to have that's why you need that's the whole genius of having the Electoral College. So you can't have the mob and strangle you. Yeah, I mean, the cities around the world, we'd all be dead. They'd have everybody masked up, strangled, and fucking tapping out, crying, "Uncle, kill me now."
All In, I think, is the name of the podcast. It's the guys Chamadrath and
that sounds good. All
David
In.
Sachs, all these big muckers from Silicon Valley, and they just talk about things, and they get into it hard because one guy liked Trump and one guy didn't. So Sachs versus Friedberg, I think, and they were talking about all the protests going on in Holland right now.
Yes.
And Sachs goes, wait a second here.
Oh.
You're some idiotic, virtue signaling, complete moron in Brussels is going to determine that we're going to cut 50% of the nitrogen oxide coming off the dairy plants or whatever they're doing there by 2030. And Sachs goes, those are round numbers only a fucking moron could ever come up with. And the other guy had to finally agree with it. He goes, you can't stop people who have been dairy farming for generations because you just arbitrarily come up with some stupid numbers because you're trying to virtue signal. Buddy, this whole thing is falling apart all around them. They're never going to succeed with it.
Look at Boris. Yeah, Boris is gone.
Buddy, these guys are partying while people couldn't see their mother's funeral. Give me a fuck. People were livid. You know what? The people were really pissed.
Well, look at Sri Lanka. Look at Sri Lanka.
Especially the Brits. The Brits are used to the Blitz and things like that. They have a memory of sticking together and hunkering down. But if you're going to fuck around while everyone else is following and doing, as being a proper citizen, and you're just fucking laughing at everyone and having champagne.
Yeah, don't they understand? Don't they understand that there's people have cell phones now? Somebody could have. There could be 8 people taping you at a restaurant called the French Laundry in San Francisco. That could happen.
That guy also got busted
and,
hard.
And then look at Sri Lanka. Look at Sri Lanka right now. They're in the swimming pool, the insurrection swimming pool. Do you see what's going on there? The guy just resigned. You know why?
What happened?
Fertilizer. So I had a big fight with fucking Galaxy about that too. He said that's another thing that pissed me off. Galaxy's like, well, that fertilizer's kind of toxic. Well, Sri Lanka said you have to have organic fertilizer next week, or last month. And so guess what? There's no gasoline coming in. They can't. The farmers can't even fucking continue to farm because they don't have organic fertilizer ready to go.
Yeah, they're finished. No,
it's like they don't have their electric car and their fertilizer. So this guy Galaxy's like, well, yeah, that's really toxic. I go, like, dude, okay, listen, if you've got a little bit touch of mercury in your fish, would you rather a touch of mercury in your fish and live or starve to death with no mercury in your fish? I mean, what a stupid fucking, and that's when I just couldn't take it. I just said, dude, you're retarded, bye-bye. So yeah, I don't know if he's drinking. I don't know what the fuck. Dude,
he's drinking. He's a drinker. He's a drunkard.
Brutal logic.
He's an alcoholic for sure. Slurs his words and he stays on one topic. He can't get off it. Yeah, he's got a little bit of a sketchiness going on there. Well, I'm not going to talk bad about someone I don't know.
I am.
It sounds to me like he's drunk.
Well, I just kick him off. Here's the DAX. The DAX is supposed to be the bellwether for all stock markets. The DAX. Somebody told me that.
Is it?
That's what Cardwell said.
Okay.
And
because it's the euro dollars, right? The euro dollars are the DAX. In other words, all the American dollars that are not in America are called euro dollars, I think, or something like that, or.
The DAX is the German stock market.
The German stock exchange is working on, usually they're doing business with the United States because they're selling cars in the United States.
German
they're collecting
stocks.
dollars.
German stocks. I mean, they have their own industry.
Right.
But
but it's all intertwined, man. Somewhere.
Oh, I'm sure it's intertwined, but they don't, like if I put up the UK 100 and all the CACs, the French market and the Nikkei. Now is the Nikkei crashing? So I wanted to see how the Nikkei was taking the assassination. So I put the Nikkei. That's why it's taken so long to boot the platform, because I'm tracking. Put the Nikkei in my list.
Does anyone have an explanation why they took him out?
I don't know. It's probably some tree hugging asshole. I don't know.
Any Yakuza or something. Who knows?
Well, these kids are all coming out of lockdown and they got too much they got no brains, Here's the DAX, monthly DAX. Okay. So, see, the monthly DAX is a top become a bottom right now. This is like a buy. Structurally, I would buy the DAX, but you compare that. If you're an industry trader, you're going to compare all the I suppose that's what people do. They compare all the. It depends how. It depends how. If you do it seriously, I guess you want all that data. But then sometimes there's too much data, and it turns out, well, are you trading the DAX or the Dow? Well, this one kind of like confirming my DAX trade. I just, every time I do that, I lose. Because I'm just trying to size that instrument.
By accident. Yeah.
Well, because I can only size one instrument at a time.
That's right. That's right.
I mean, for me,
you should,
I can't think past like, well, it's like if you have two girlfriends and one's kind of needy, like, you know, this girl that the Amber Heard the needy Heard girl.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you know, if you got one that's kind of like she's kind of independent, and don't you just want to pick one? Just pick one. I don't know. It's too much to manage, because what if they're both needy at the same time and they're both going against you, right? Just because you bought this and you think that, oh, if I buy that, like I used to think, well, I'll just go long the euro and short the Swiss because they're right next to each other. And but then I'd have to get the sizing right, and then it's a hedge, and then sometimes they're going together in the same direction, sometimes they're going against each other. So why is it doing that? Should I get out? So it's too hard to, because if you're making money, you think that was a good idea to go in both instruments, and when you're losing, you think, gosh, what am I doing in both instruments? I can barely manage one. See, that's the big fork in the road, I think, because if you turn out to be an expert, if you turn yourself into an expert on one instrument, then you can go play bass guitar. First play guitar. Right. You know, don't buy a recording studio. Don't buy an orchestra and try to be the guy that plays the triangle, the timpani, the fucking. I know just because you can buy all that shit and trade all those pairs in front of you doesn't mean you should. Doesn't mean you should. Just because you can, just because your broker gave you 500 instruments to track doesn't mean you should track them all. Now I know the fear of missing out. Forget the fear of missing out on money. The fear of missing out, you're going to track every fucker with every goddamn fucking indicator you can fucking find. And you'd be like, dude, I got the whole picture here. I bought 5 computers. I got intercoolers on them. I can see the whole picture. I got a heat map over here. You see my latest fucking Python shit I just wrote. But then when it comes to making a trade, you know, I don't know. I'm kind of like, I'm not sure what to do because I got too much data now. So I'm saying if you cut it down to just the closing prices at first, imagine there is no wick. Would you take this trade structurally? And then would you trade it's almost like, or can you see it all at once? I say people are smart enough to see it all at once. I wouldn't spoon feed anything to anybody because I would just assume that some people are expert traders. And if you're not, then hopefully I'm describing it in a building block manner. So I would have to go through the chart and say, in this chart here, this is my favorite template, is just the line over the bars. If I zoom in, it'll become a candleish stick. I think some of these have a kind of a candle, like a unified candle behind it. You see the size of the body, but you really can't see the direction. But the trades to me are always going to be these
what line is your closing
edge
price?
of the market. Yeah, the closing prices to me is just so important because
that's the only thing that matters to me. I could care less
the closing prices. I mean, the wick shows me the people that
too late.
It shows me the clearinghouse. It shows me the wick is typically a stab into the bigger the wick, the deeper the vacuum it's stabbed into. I mean, typically,
sure.
The response is so insane out of these vacuums, and then is it going to come back to the top of the vacuum, and now it's a trend trade into the vacuum for more smash? That's one thing you don't know. So the only high probability scalp is that how, you know, deep in, you're just gonna have to pick a ticket range and go with it. I'd say if you're gonna risk 50 tickets, maybe you only fill 22.
Right.
That's a perfect. You'd say, "Wow, I wish I filled 33," but next time you will. There's so, I mean, that's not the only trade you're ever going to do. Let's hope that's not the only trade. You should live long enough to
do all the trades.
Yeah, you should live in long enough to put in. So if you're a high frequency trader in that, you'd probably be trading every 4 hours. There's something getting crushed into a zone, and it's for you to pick the zone and look back on the larger structures to be careful about the edge of the market.
You're going to be tracked.
Like,
I mean, I can only speak from my own experiences. Unless you found my heart, this is for me. I'm just saying it out loud. I'd rather take the $5 than worry about whether it's going to hit the 15. And if you set yourself up in such a way that you do the proper drops at the proper time with the proper expiration, I'm beginning to understand the idea of you don't want that ticket sitting there for another 4 hours when it's only another half hour. You think you're going to have any activity.
Unless it's deeper.
I
So
like that.
yeah,
I like that a lot,
you're
by the
creating
way.
you're creating your own rate of change. You're saying this thing's got to drop 80 pips in 8 hours. Otherwise, forget it.
Yeah.
I'm not going to take that deal. In other words, if it doesn't go on sale for a flash sale, so this is my other analogy. I was trying to. This would go for girls and boys. This analogy that pending orders are like having $10,000 available per ticket. And what you're going to do is you have this fetish for Mini Coopers, and you call every Mini Cooper dealership that you know in the world and say, would it be okay for me to send you $10,000? And if somebody comes in with a used Cooper, I want you to gobble it up. If it's $10,000 or cheaper, that my limit's 10. I want all the Coopers you can give me this month, and I'm gonna mail you the check now. I'm gonna send you cash now, so I'm gonna be first up. First come, first serve on pending orders in the market. Also, technically speaking.
Right.
So I'm gonna have that, and you know what? 6 months go by, maybe I get 3 Mini Coopers, and I'm like, okay, and maybe I can pull all my other. I can tell the other guys cancel my tickets. Actually, they would decay after those offers and under contract. This is what contracts are about. You're making your own contract with the market. So you're saying, well, in 2 months, those orders will expire. And whatever Mini Coopers I have at the end of the day, I got them. I take those Mini Coopers. Maybe I'm flipping them, or maybe I'm just have a Mini Cooper fetish and I like to collect them. So I'm going to first come, first serve. I didn't have to go, oh, I looked in the paper. Honey, you want to drive across town and get a Mini Cooper? No, dude, I already decided I'm going to buy a Mini Cooper months ago. I sent a cashier's check to all my brokers, all my dealerships, right? And I got pendings out there. I mean, so when you put it like that, and then you take them to the chart, they go, oh, I see. You mean it's like I got a Mini Cooper down there? Yeah, that's right. So, I mean, it depends how you're going to reach somebody. There's different ways to reach into somebody's what they do for a living. Well, you own a dealership, right? Well, you don't own these cars on the lot. There's their pendings. You made a contract with it. If they don't sell within 30 days, you give them back to the dealership. I mean, the manufacturer. So think of it like that. It's inventory control. I know it looks really cool to see a Gartley pattern. It looks really like Da Vinci Code and golden ratios. But in the end, it really comes about inventory control and management of inventory, and your inventory just happens to be money in this case. So you can make it unsexy. You can take it down to the like statistics. If you ever taken that in college, you probably fall asleep. But that's kind of like, but that's what people go to school for and make a lot of money. Like you're saying, the people that work at these big firms, it's about behaving rationally and not getting, there's no emotion because it's just a number. It's not like some type of sexy, like, yeah, man, you should see this trade on.
You remember the Wharton School of Business, the first year professor would always ask them, I know you're all here because you all want to make $1 million. Let me show you how to do it right up front so you don't have to waste the next 4 years of your life.
Start with $2 million, right?
No, this is how he did it. He goes, well, when you finish the first year here, you're going to have a little bit of experience. I want you to put your name on some letterhead and find 1,000 people in your phone book and mail them out a letter introducing yourself, you're a Wharton student, and you believe that Chrysler's going up. So 500 are going to get Chrysler going up and 500 are going to get Chrysler's going down. So the next month, depending on what happens with Chrysler, you're going to do it again with the 500 people left. So 250 Chrysler's going up and 250 Chrysler's going down. By the time you get to 10 people, which you take about 6 months or something like that, they'll give you their firstborn because you've been right 7 times in a row.
Oh, absolutely.
So it's always, if you prune it, that's what a lot of those ads were doing back in the day. They were pruning their lists to make it look like they were fucking right all the time. If you were one of those 7 people that was left and you were watching this guy's mail coming in every month and you're like, Jesus Christ, this guy's been right for almost 6 months in a row. Let me call him.
Let me call Sal.
Better call Saul.
Yeah.
I like the idea that...
Max Hertzowitz Schwarzenberg. I was making a fake, insane compound Jewish names. My friend Herschel Max Salenstein Waschenberg. He's coming over for dinner tonight with his wife.
Yeah, you coming over?
I can't pronounce his wife's maiden name's longer than that.
That's the funniest.
No, we've got a lot of. When I was watching the your whatever you call your parliament up there, during 6 months ago during this insane trucker deal, and with the whole vaccine deal. I couldn't believe how many Jews stood up out of the northern Providence up there. I'm like, man, they got some Jew out of this Providence up there.
If they do that,
it's cracking me up. And they look so Jewish. I was like, man, they got a nose and everything.
Oh boy.
No, because when I saw my first
here.
British black guy, I go, there's British black people?
Oh, but there's
I thought there was
plenty
just
of them.
black
There's
people on
a lot of Pakistani, Indian,
Telly
there's plenty.
Savalas show.
Hey Chris, what's happening?
Chris is
See,
taking
Chris
a
has
day off
joined.
from the madness of life.
I don't blame him. I guess he's just listening in.
He's trying to get some zen in his life.
You know,
We're not helping him.
I was remembering what the, yesterday I was looking up. Thank you for reminding me to go back in time and remember things. Reminder call. You became my reminder call for going back to finding all the stupid ass questionnaires and all the crazy shit we were doing 20 years ago. I found the original seminar handout. It was one sheet, and Escape to New York was basically a joke on Snake Plissken Escape from New York. But let's say, this is a really great question, and I think they did this on 60 Minutes. I can't remember where they did this actual study. It was like a test of people, and what would you do if you had to meet someone in New York tomorrow? They've got a bag full with $1 million in it. Where would you go? When would you go? You got 24 hours. You have no idea where he's from. You don't know what he looks like. It could be a she. It could be who knows what it can be. He, they, whatever you have no idea. Where would you go in New York? He says.
I don't know. Where would you go, man? Where would you go?
Where would you go? Where would you go? There's a guy, girl, they waiting for you in New York. It's $1 million. You have to find them. So where would you go? You have no idea what they're called. You have no idea you have nothing. What's your first shot?
No idea.
Oh, the first shot for 8 out of the 6 people was Empire State Building. Would that be another first shot? That was mine. What time? He doesn't have the hit. What time would you go? Pausing for station identification.
So, is this how much is this question worth? Is this going to get me to round
Worth $1
two?
million. Wait a second here. Where would you go in New York if you had no idea who you had to meet and where and what and what? You know nothing. You would go, and they actually tried it with 8 pairs of people. 6 pairs ended up in the top of the Empire State Building. And 2 of them ended up in Times Square. So those were that would be a really good first hack. Now, what time would you be there, simpleton?
Why would it, I don't know if it matters. What
Well, what part of the day would you be there?
I don't know. Do I get the money either way? I don't understand the
You get
joke.
the $1 million because you're going at noon. Noon is not a time. Noon is like a demarcation.
No, I didn't
It's a
say
thing.
noon. I said I don't know what. I don't understand the setup. You're trying to.
Okay.
You're offered $1 million if you show up at a particular time, or I don't know.
No, I said you show up in New York to catch the guy with $1 million. How would you solve the problem? You'd think, what is the most popular
What do you
place
mean,
that someone would
where
want?
is he at?
You have no idea where he's at. You have to guess where he's at. You have to guess when he's at. So that was the basic puzzle. It was on TV. It was really funny to watch. So what's
the clue though? I don't get it.
the clue is that you have no idea where the guy is going to be.
Okay,
You
so
don't
then
have
what's the answer?
Well, the answer is what would be the most popular place that most people would be?
Why would that be the place he's going to be?
Because it's probably the most popular place. Because maybe he's not from New York either, and he doesn't.
Oh
he
my
knows that
God.
you're not from New York. So where would everyone go? It would be the touristy, most
How do
touristy
you know
place.
he's not from New York?
They told you that.
Oh, I thought you just said there's a guy that has $1 million.
There's a guy in New York, but he's also not from New York. You got to meet him tomorrow in New York. My apologies if I didn't say the question properly.
I guess the Empire State Building or something, right?
Huh?
Upstairs,
You go there. What time would you go there?
up where you got mail people met, whatever the fuck that is.
That's right.
Right. And what, when the sun goes down?
Oh, at noon, buddy. You go at noon.
Oh, at noon. Okay.
So that's basically Escape to New York. What was the idea?
So 90% of the people usually answered noon.
Yeah.
Empire State
And
Building.
90% of people who have never been to New York would say Empire State
Yeah,
Building.
you can't
That
say
was
the top
whole
of the
group.
Renaissance Center because the Empire State Building was the iconic tallest building.
Okay.
Or you could say the Statue of Liberty. That might come up. Actually, I meet you at noon in the head of the girl called the Statue of Liberty. That would be the other kind of iconic landmark. That was certainly in Planet of the Apes, wasn't it?
Sure.
I guess the Empire State Building. If you saw You Got Mail, you might be persuaded to pick that. But if you saw if you saw the Planet of the Apes, you might pick
Right.
Statue of Liberty.
Well, people would go with that, but then they'd say probably the more popular one, because a lot of people thought, okay, Times Square, Statue of Liberty, Empire State Building. So they were the top three no matter what, even if you know nothing about anything. Those are going to be the top three. But then you have to hone it down, and you figure Times Square is probably too big. I'm probably not going to find him in Times Square. Statue of Liberty, yeah, I don't know. I would want to go for something a little bit more popular. So most people gravitated towards the Empire State Building. And at noon, because noon is not a time, it's an actual thing.
Noon is an actual thing? You mean on your sundial?
Yeah, it's like not an actual time per se, it's more of a word that fills in for noon, you know?
Well, midnight, noon, I just assume that you're cutting the day in half. Midnight's supposed to be the noon of the night. If it was going to be a drug deal with mafia, it would be midnight at the top of the Empire State Building.
Correct. That's a
Actually,
different kind.
if it was
That's another
religious,
type
it
of
would be
deal.
midnight because it'd be midnight mass at the top of it. If this money was $1 million charitable giving, it would be midnight. If it was a giving from Satan, it'd be at midnight. It'd be like 3 o'clock in the morning. It's like when they bring in the
666, right?
Yeah. Yeah, the crack of dawn. Yeah, I say if it's going to be Jewish, it's going to be at sundown because there's a lunar calendar they're using.
Oh yeah, it'll be at the Rosh
Full
Chodesh or something
moon.
ridiculous. I gotcha.
Well, that's the only difference there because the midnight mass is built on clocks, and when it was kind of freaky when I was growing up as a kid how Hanukkah would sync with Christmas sometimes, but sometimes they were far apart. I didn't know the lunar calendar was the issue there.
There's the lunar. Listen, do you imagine the math they had to go through to line up the Julian calendar with the lunar calendar?
Oh my God! It's like Kelvin meets Celsius. See, I was really pissed off when I was with my third wife, so to speak, and she had a 9-year-old kid who was having a hard time learning in school. So I looked at his homework. Let me see what you're doing here, kid. This is before all the, Daddy's got 5 moms. I thought like that, but Johnny's got 5. Johnny's lives in a whorehouse. So they give him an impossible test, a possible project. It's like I think it was 5 or 6 pennies. Put 5 or 6 pennies and try to remove one without moving the other ones. It's not possible. The other one they gave him was, here is a thermometer. The temperature outside is so-and-so. What's the conversion? I'm like, dude, it comes out to a decimal. So I go to the teacher and I said, first, the penny issue. What's going on there? I said, there's no way you're going to move that without moving the other. Well, technically, she says you're going to have to move the other pennies. What?
Right.
So right then I was so pissed off, and it wasn't my kid, and it wasn't my kid's school. I was just stepdad, or I was just, and I was like, holy shit. And then I asked her about the conversion on the science problem they gave the kid to figure out. And she says, well, we're not asking him to, they're just rounding it up. I said, look, you can do that after you figure out the decimal. Rounding's up for people that don't know science. You're teaching the kids science, so you're already going to fucking shortcut them. Well, here's a shortcut. Don't worry about what's going underneath here. I mean, really? So you're just glossing over this shit, and some of the stuff you're asking to do is literally impossible, technically. So the autistic kid or the kid the perfectionist kid's going to lose his fucking mind. Daddy, I can't get these pennies to work. And he doesn't want to ask Dad for help. The school is just so sloppy. The curriculum is such garbage. Fuck the people that lobby to print the books for this shit, and then they change one word, so they make the kid buy a whole new book for college because we've revised it. We just got rid of the typos. Yes. You know how much publishers make on selling books to universities? Just that one niche there is just mind blowing. Your head would explode if you know how much money they blew on these dumb shit books they're using on these kids' heads. You don't need to know that shit, dude. It's on a need-to-know basis. When I had my business, guess what? I learned about shit real fast. I opened the owner's manual on a $5,000 piece of gear I bought. Guess what? I was a fucking student. You know, what's the old Asian proverb in martial arts? A student will appear. Yeah, you become a student real fast.
They always say when the master's ready, the student will appear. But I always said it the other way around.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, when the crisis happens, the fucking innovators will appear.
Sure.
You have to be a radical innovator. You have to go outside the box. If you do everything the book says, you're going to lose your life. You're just going to lose your life.
Yeah.
I mean, it's some kind of, there has to be some kind of toughness to bounce back and dust yourself off, right? That's the true grit, John Wayne theory of life, true grit.
Sure.
But the apps have made people soft. Too many fucking apps on your phone.
Buddy, I know I got to give up the phone sooner or later. I'm not interested in biometrics. I'm not interested in
I had one that was going to track my jogging, and I'm like, I walked that many steps, and my heels feel sore now. They didn't feel sore till I read the stats on my walking.
That's not fair.
I get it. You know what? It's a pretty cool tool. Actually, it's probably saved some lives. People that do monitor their. I know a guy that's diabetic, and he's got a fucking like a chip in his arm, and he's watching his real-time blood sugar on his phone.
For sure, people need that. Some people need that.
So that's definitely. I can't. You know, it's a double-edged sword, but it could just as well be that you spend all day playing some, you know, what is it? Fight with birds or something.
Right. Well, did you not see
angry birds, angry pissed off ex-wives? Angry Birds is really a Brit. It's the Brits must say that's just
Brits
angry wives to them.
Angry wives. We got it. Interesting people. The Brits are very, very interesting people. They love to drink. You know what? I can say that just from everyone that I know that's British. You can't go out for one. I think they had Liam Gallagher on. I never really liked the band so much because I thought they were goofy. But he was on TV and they're talking to him about, you know, he's trying to mellow out and whatnot. He goes, and my friends were like, yeah, we'll go out for a round. We're going to go out for one pint. He goes, when in the history of Britain has it only been one pint?
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, well, that's a polite way of saying we have a starter kit. We'll just start off with something. Intro.
Right.
Actually, if somebody picks up the ball and then some sociopath egomaniac steps up to the plate and says, drinks are on the house, and who's going to turn that down? You know, next thing you know.
Buddy, I saw Street Heart. There was a famous band from Canada. I was in the Calgary Stampede. I was just flying. My buddy said, listen, I'm going to be back in about an hour. I said, yeah, no problem, man. I you know, it's all good. I got my credit card at the front of at the bar. It's all good. Go. We went to go visit a lady friend, whatever was going on. Anyways, I don't remember what happened after my 6 China White. I don't know what the hell this new shooter they came up with. I had no idea where I was after my 6 China White. My buddy rolls in, and he sees girls dancing on the table, the flowers between. It was just a full-on party, just going bananas. And so my friend shows up, and he goes, bro, we got to get out of here right now. I go, why? What's the problem? He goes, everyone in here is drinking on your tab. I go, yeah, put it on my tab. This is my boy. Just put it on my tab, right? He's like, we got to go right now. So he goes to the bar. He goes, I need this guy's tab because he's lost his mind completely. He's completely lost his mind. So the bartender gives him the tab, and my buddy turns to me. He goes, how much do you think the tab is, hot shot? I go, I don't know, 2 G's? He looks at it, he goes, it's $136 because obviously the bar wasn't charging me, right? But my buddies thought they were. So I took it away from him and I ripped it up and I go, one more round for everybody. So that's a true story.
Yeah, no, that's a really...
You got to be careful on those bets.
Drinks are in the house.
Yeah, you do it.
No, that's a... Yeah, people really do spend money at these restaurants. And then there's the tip.
If you're in the mode and you're just, you're seeing a concert and everyone's happy and everyone's having a good time.
Yeah. Holy mackerel. In a pig's eye.
A buddy of mine in England who's texting me now. He's really big into the Bitcoin. He's telling me now they're mining it up in Hartlepool, which is the cheapest place for land and real estate. So they've got the electricity is really cheap up there. So they can. It costs about $2,500 to $3,000 up there to mine for 1 Bitcoin. And now in the States, it's averaging about 20,000. So if you can find the cheap fuel and the cheap oil and the cheap everything else.
Now, how much does a Bitcoin pickaxe cost?
It depends if you're going to buy it with the shovel or you're going to be buying it with the drill.
Okay.
It depends on how you buy it.
I want that pneumatic. I want a pneumatic, like air-driven. I'm thinking that I'm going to do organic Bitcoin mining. I'm going to have a team of...
I love it already.
Yeah,
team of... any pollution.
A team of adorable ladies with bellows connected to a unified, inverted branch system, and they're gonna pneumatically... And it's going to be mined by ladies, actually, in the end.
Sure.
I'm going to guide the pickaxe, the leading edge of where we're going to drill.
Okay.
I'm just worried,
you have to wear your underwear when we're drilling in those mines? Yeah, what's going on?
If I hit a Bitcoin, I'm afraid that I'm going to have to go down to a little baby chisel because I don't want to hurt the Bitcoin that I'm mining. Are these Bitcoins complete, or it's just Bitcoin dust that I'm going to take back to make the coin?
Got news for you. These guys are doing 2 Bitcoins a day, and they've got a $650,000 rig.
Wow.
Okay.
Yeah, the electric bill's your enemy, though.
Maybe I'm not reading the number. I could be reading the numbers too quickly because I'm yapping and rapping. So let me take a quick look. See, what did he say? Yeah, it's the cheapest place. It costs about $2,500 to $3,000. Where in the States, it's 10 times the amount now.
Oh, because electricity prices?
Yeah, the electricity it's 20.
So here's
you're not
the
going
thing.
anywhere in the States.
Now,
if it only worth 20
right.
G's.
So the whole argument about Bitcoin, if you go back 5 years ago, was it's harder and harder to make a Bitcoin. Therefore, Bitcoins are going up in value. And now Bitcoin should really be going up in value because it's even harder to make them. Even if you can do the next number crunch is going to be longer exponentially. So, in the price of electricity, Bitcoin should be at about 130 grand, right? I mean, fundamentally, that's the fundamental argument, I'd have to say.
Okay.
I mean, isn't that what's disappointing the Bitcoin guys is that even if electricity went up in price, that the Bitcoins that have been mined should go up in price, right? Because there's a moratorium, in essence, or not a moratorium, but there's.
Well, China blocked it completely, so you can't mine anymore in China. So they all picked up their axes, picks, and pneumatic saws, and
yes, but doesn't that make the existing bitcoins go up because of the scarcity argument?
You know what, man? I'm not quite sure those dynamics. There's a few people that have commented that I think it's every 3 years or so. I'm sure people like Chris would know better. Every 3 years or so, they turn around and they halve it. In other words, there's a halving that goes on. It means it becomes even that much harder to write the formulas and
so that should cause the Bitcoin to go up in value.
But the price doesn't go up until 18 months later. So there's a delayed, sonic boom on that. Apparently.
We've had a few 18 months since we've had 5 halvings already, so there's been.
Oh, bro, I have no idea.
Yeah, I already looked at the chart. I looked at the halving argument. It was a hysterical. I did a video about Bitcoin, and I made fun of the halving. Oh yeah, so where is the correlation for the last halvings? Where do we see that in price? Where do we see that in price chart? Where do we see the price reacting to the halving?
Her name is Lynn Alden. You can look her up.
No, I'm going to say these are theoretical arguments on an instrument that's never been created in the history of mankind.
She's a fundamentalist. I wouldn't say theoretical.
That's right. Well, I'm a fundamentalist too. As far as I can argue the fundamentals and see why fundamentals are bullshit because the market, the market price is what it should be. So fundamentally, gold should be at 3,000 an ounce based on all the chaos, based on the regime we have here, based on communism, and all the arguments for gold. We're not seeing that. We're seeing diesel costs more than gas.
One small detail. Just found $12 trillion worth of it in Uganda.
Of what?
Gold. $12 trillion worth in Uganda.
Right. So the tired saws that people use is this. The people that sell gold, you know what they say?
What?
The amount of gold on the planet would only fill 2 Olympic swimming pools.
That they know, right.
How do they know? They don't. These are bullshit fucking... Or whether there's gold in Fort Knox or not doesn't fundamentally change.
I would prefer that they set it up like De Beers. Every diamond has to be sold under their license, otherwise it's not considered part of the diamond exchange, if you will. And to hold that kind of a monopoly,
to dilute. It'd be like
buddy, there's no way they're going to let you dilute the price of diamonds. That's why the Canadian diamonds were worth borscht until they decided to go, with.
Well, it's a certification. See, it's a certification.
Yeah, you've got to get that.
It's like
forget about it.
There's this Dolby Antar system. These guys that I talk to in the audio world. This is like the cutting edge. If you get certification from Dolby Labs to be a guy that can mix down Antares, which is maybe 9.1 surround, I don't know what the fuck it is. It's stuff above and below. It's not just surround, it's stuff above and below you now, right? So it's the image is like, they're up to 12.1.
I believe it.
And if you're certified in that, you can get gigs doing that. But you can't get gigs doing that unless you're certified by Dolby Labs. So you have that situation, just like anything else. It's a club. It's a club.
So what I have planned out for the guys, we had a discussion today. Again, I'm going to my philosophy is take the money and run like you. Especially if you've got a pretty good position and you're like, you know what, I'm not going to look at this anymore. Let me just take the $50 off the table kind of routine. I think that's an important part of it. And it's interesting because some people, especially if they're young, and this is what I'm coming up against, it's like, no, let's let the robots run all day and all night. What do we care? I'm like, yeah, when it blows up and all your money's gone, you're going to care. Right? So, don't think that you're going to write the positive up state or the down state, or you're going to put your cells on top, or you're going to do asymmetrical stuff. Don't think that that's going to save you from a catastrophic explosion no one saw coming.
Yeah, theoretically, you could argue as your account blows up that it should the market's going up and down, or as Robinacci would say, it's vibrating.
Robinacci, that's too funny, man.
In the immortal words of Robinacci, I've actually built a whole Bible. You know how the First Testament. I built the Robinacci's First Testament on all the words that he's used, and I put it in my Wordolator. Somebody's
Chris, you're breaking up, brother. You okay, Chris?
Chris sounds like he swallowed a spoon. He swallowed a harmonica.
Like when he's standing beside the
It sounds like
he
swallowed a kazoo and he's standing in front of the microwave trying to read the ingredients on the Pop-Tarts. How to make a Pop-Tart.
Chris, can you hear us?
Is there,
there he
is
goes.
there a
He's off.
one? Maybe if we speak like
His wife
him,
drove
he'll
him nuts.
understand
He's
us.
like, what are you
Are
doing
there,
listening to
Chris?
those idiots again?
Are you there, Chris? If we speak like
He's
him,
gone.
he'll
He's gone.
understand
He
us.
just jumped off. Maybe he's coming back on. I don't know.
Yeah. Hey, that's that's for some people that's sex, jumping on and off.
Okay.
Well,
Oh,
this
no
way you
sexual
don't need
connotation
you
with
don't
every
need
order.
you don't need to wear any protection if you just
I like the idea that,
put a tight stop on that.
well, yeah, you put in other words, you want to basically, I think you should approach this with the idea that you want to get the consistency up and you just want to make sure you can take your nibbles out and give yourself the time to
Right.
grow the account.
You
That's
have
really,
to be kind of, see, here's the problem with that kind of take the money and run is that if you spend
you're leaving a lot of money
yeah.
on the table, but you got to be prepared to leave
Well,
money on the table, my friend.
the more energy you put into the decision you make to get in the market, the more you want to stay in that trade because you
know.
invested so much in the decision, and you finally pulled the trigger, and then like let your profits run as soon as you're up a little bit. And a lot of people don't realize that if you're going to trade 100 trades a day, so I posted my trading so far in this FX Blue account. I want to see how many trades I did, and it's staggering amount, right? But that's why the more you trade, the less importance per trade, and the more endurance you'll have if you trade small positions, and
Of course.
and you
Of
trade
course.
baskets instead of one idea.
Correct.
Like, so you have this.
Correct.
Oh, I got an idea, but you got to have an idea for 10 cars, and maybe the manufacturer's only going to want to build 2 of your 10 cars. You can't take it personally that he
Right.
rejected 80 of your cars. So if the market rejects 80% of your trade plans, then you just got to come up with better trade plans. It's not like the market doesn't even know you exist, so everybody takes it personally, I think.
Fortunately,
they would
You're right.
have if somebody fires you from a job, then you're taking it personally because they know you, but the market doesn't even know you exist. So if they stop you out, it's hard not to take it personally. It's hard not to feel betrayed by your. I spent so much time. I spent 3 years in ICT, and I spent 4 years in the Gartley Pander Batwing, and I spent 10 years in Kenter channels and Chalkin channels, and I got a little
Jesus.
bit of point and figure, and I'm running all these things on
Jesus.
18 monitors, and if they stop me out of this trade, dude, I'm gonna quit.
And you know what? And it's at that moment that they're about to quit that everything starts making sense, and then they can understand how to play both sides to the middle and all the different moves.
Or it's okay.
Because
Okay to get
yeah.
out of this trade, realizing you got in too early. So I do that a lot. Where I get out, I go, yeah, this looks good, but dude, forget it. This is just a scalp. Most of the shit is a scalp. It's okay to turn a swing into a scalp, but it's not okay to turn a scalp into a swing because you'll never survive it.
Right.
If you're scalping big and you think that, oh, this is good, they're going to retest and smack you out. I would say if I was watching somebody for 4 hours trying to get in a 15-minute pullback, I'm like, you really think that's the bottom for the next 8 hours? I think not. So you may be able to get a structure off where you make, in 45 minutes, you make $100 or $1,000. But if you think you can hold that through the whole retracement, and it happens to be, this is happening at midnight, you're kidding yourself, because when Europe opens, the volatility is going to kick up. Even if you're right in the long run, your stop's too tight for what you're trying to ride.
Right.
In the size that you're in. But if you say I have a tight stop, big position, okay, you want to keep losing $100 and say, well, I made. You have to make 10 grand now to make up for $1,500 of 15 stop outs on $100 per stop sniper entries on 50Ks instead of 1K. So once you adjust the sizing to fit your bank, your trading account, and how do you want to just drive a car, or do you want to know how to change the oil, and do you want to know how to rebuild the engine? So at some point, like my friend said, do you want to buy a car, or do you want to build a car? You build a car, it might take 10 years to get it on the road, and it may not even work. An existing car. That's why people want to buy existing algorithms. That's why people say, just give me a fucking signal service, goddamn. I don't have to think about this shit. 2 minutes till the opening of the market. I want to see what the spreads are giving me. Decent spreads. I get a spread of 2 pips here on the British pound closing. That's pretty damn good. I think they're going to tighten up. I want to see how tight they come in, or if they even open at 5. This is Sage coming in here. New kid on the block.
I guess I'll wait for the open to see what you're talking about.
Well, I want to see.
do a
I want to
quick-
see what kind of spreads we get here out of this new broker.
Fair enough. Then I'm going to go on a garbage run. I'll be
We'll
back
open up
after
in
that.
5 minutes.
Here we go. I have 458.
Yeah, we got 1 minute. 1 minute. My guitarist thought it was going to be hot in a month. I looked at the extended forecast. They're saying it's going to be about 90. But I think that
Really?
if it gets hot down south, I think there's going to be. I don't think there's going to be any riots because the enthusiasm, in other words, the left has gone so far left that the people that were normally left won't participate in this round of it. The people are dropping out, seeing the writing on the wall. And I don't think it's gonna. So people always once a trend starts, they go, "Oh, it's gonna be $10 a gallon." They're already recalibrating the pumps. Oh, maybe in California because they got like a $5 gas tax. But
Right.
for the rest of the world, with Sri Lanka, they say they haven't had gasoline, and nobody's driving their cars, and they're trying to force them into organic fertilizer overnight. And when they stormed the Capitol there, and they swimming in the palace in the presidential pool. You should see it on. You got to see the video. Did die? You got to go to Australian News to see it. But they've got the guy's going to resign. He's like, yeah, I think I am tapping out of this one. He has to. They kill
They
him.
took enough money.
Oh my God! But I love how it's all happening at once. You know, like domino
this
theory.
was going to happen.
You know, domino
Look,
theory.
they're counting on a lot of people taking these shots and coming up in the next couple of months with all kinds of issues. I really.
Well, they already had the kids.
really-
The kids are already dying. They just outlawed
Bad.
under 13 somewhere on the planet. Under 13 for vaccines. I can't remember what country it was. These countries I haven't heard about. I
have a
thought some of
great
these
idea.
countries actually went out of business. I'm hearing about countries I haven't heard about. Sri Lanka is like, I think I haven't heard that since
many
I was in
pilots
high
have died?
school.
How many pilots have
studying
died?
geography. What's that?
How many pilots have died?
Oh, I don't know. Has there?
You know how many pilots are
air?
not going to take the? Yeah, no, not in the air, but in general have had heart palpitations,
Oh, yeah.
lost their license because of heart conditions.
Yes,
The reason
I'm
you're
sure.
not getting any flights is because all the pilots walk. They're like, forget this. I'm not taking this thing. It could hurt me, and I don't want to lose my license.
But the
and so I'll
lawsuits,
just
look,
rather
in
sit
the
it
next
out.
5 years, there'll be class action lawsuits. If you took this drug during this time, we see that all the time.
Sure.
For the recalls of the, you name it. The drug that was supposed to make you feel better, the drug that was supposed to cure your asthma, all these things. How about
You're
the
all no
talcum
good.
powder?
What
They're
happened?
coming
I
after
didn't see
fucking
I didn't see
talcum
the
powder.
spread move.
It's not open.
Okay.
They don't open until 6 apparently, or 5. They might open 5 minutes after. So if they're coming out of the same liquidity pool, which I suspect they are, they won't open until 5 after. So the only ones that will open is Trader's Way. So right now they're trading. Let's see. I think the spread is at 10 pips out of the Dominican Republic right now. That's Trader's Way. 10 pips isn't bad on the euro.
Yeah,
Some
I pulled
limits on the
3K.
euro.
I pulled 3K out of that drop on Bitcoin, so I was pleased with that. Just got out. But my idea for Bitcoin is, you know what? Tread lightly. Don't go crazy, right?
Well, this broker has many accounts and stuff, so I want to see if I can launch my scripts I wrote for Bitcoin. I got to write the NASDAQs tonight for the market open. NASDAQ might be open tonight in here, but I want to get the double clicks and I want to get the
Sure.
the market orders tuned up, and then I'm going to program the keyboard. Take about an hour.
I'm going to do a quick run. I'll be back in about 5, 6, 7, 10 minutes. All right, man?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Testing, 1, 2. I guess he's not on.
I got too many instruments running, so the computer is having a hard time loading all those charts.
See, I see what's
Because I usually don't stream when I'm loading this many charts, but
Yeah,
it's
no, I
using 30.
understand, man.
Actually,
I understand.
this one MetaTrader is using 32% of the CPU, so it's really struggling to even initialize all the charts. And I didn't put any indicators other than just a grid up there, so I'm not asking it to do like. So you can crash one of these MetaTrader platforms. If you crash your computer, if you put something like market profile indicators up there that look back on every fucking tick, looking for the bulge, and that's just wow. I can believe how much we how hard that computer was working.
Okay.
It's the initialization. Once the thing's loaded, it cuts back on the CPU usage, but to get through the wormhole, it bogs it down. Now that it's open and stable, so that took about a few minutes to open. Now it's still at 30%. Wait for it to back off. It's catching up. You just need like 8 cores or 6 cores to run this much.
Sure.
Yeah, but you're talking that 486. You know, that's I had a 586 that I thought that's the Pentium, but the 486 actually I had 386, and I bought this Cyrex Mathco processor for another.
Okay.
It came in and I installed that. I thought I was a fucking scientist when I put my Mathco processor on top of my 286. I put a Mathco. I actually increased my RAM from 640 to. I think I went to 640K to something higher because my compact portable 2 came with just 640. And my hard drive was, what was it? It was a meg. It was something like, I have a Maxtor drive here, a 20 meg Maxtor drive with 3.1 loaded on it, Windows 3.1. Can you believe that? A 20 meg hard drive. It's about 2.5 inches high, 8 inches long, 4 inches wide. Did you ever see that picture of the IBM hard drive from the 60s? They're wheeling into the plane. I think it held like
I remember those.
10 meg.
I remember those.
The 10 meg storage.
I remember the compacts, the portables, where they looked like a brick, like a huge lunch pail. They were heavy.
To think I've got an 8 gig thumb drive here that costs $20, and
That's pretty crazy what's been happening.
And it's probably got a faster access than a SCSI drive from 1980. With this, you'd have to have a RAID array to keep up with the 8 gig flash drive. So who knows? I don't know if they do speed. I saw a guy once, daisy chain. He had a RAID array of like 64 solid state drives, just laying on the table, daisy chained together, and he's seen how fast he could read and write, striping all the flash drives, all the solid state drives. Now you can have a PCI drive where your drive's right on the bus. Those look pretty cool. Take the card out.
They've invented a lot of really crazy stuff in the last 10 years.
Fast as shit. Yeah, the amount of horsepower you can have available is amazing now. It's horsepower-rich environment. Spreads are pretty wide here at 5.6 on this British pound. 3.7 on the euro, so it hasn't tightened up yet. 3.8 on the CAD tonight, waiting for Asia to tighten up. Still got some issues. There must be a memory manager out there or something. Maybe I need a bigger cache file. Certainly need another CPU.
I don't know if they've improved the CPUs in the last 5 years. They look like it's just another little upgrades at a time.
No,
I don't see anything major
Apple's,
happening.
the Apple just came out with. That's what my buddy was rendering. Showing me last night how it can render a whole night's session in 2 minutes because the graphics is built into the CPU, so there's no reaching out for other parts. So it's a unified chip theory. I guess it's like globalism to the chip. Everything's in that one chip, and it's a monster fucking chip. So they decided to just create like their iPhone concept as just some master that's $1,000 chip in your hands, really, the Apple phone. 4 cameras. You can mix and match the shots afterwards. It's going to compensate for the offset of the fact that the cameras are coming out of a different spot. It's already done the math on that, right? So it's a unified. Right. You're doing 4. Not only can you bracket on multiple levels, it can outperform in some sense a classic still camera. I mean, a classic digital camera because of the feature of having 4 lenses shot at once. It's like having 4 microphones on the same source, and you pick the best later after the guy goes home. Which one does he sound best singing on? You set up all 4 mics and you sample them. This is the idea with the robot too. You have, I don't know if it's going to be perfect on that mic. Maybe that mic's going to sound better. Maybe the client wants it to sound like the other mic. You hate the mic, he loves the mic. He's paying. Use the mic he loves. That's what it comes down to. I build scripts for people. That's what you want to do. I got the script for you. You want to buy one at the market? Right, you want to buy in a dense pack in a 10-pip window, or do you want to be a slobby swing trader and buy every 100 pips it drops and tell yourself it's going to cost me $200 a month for this trade? I'm going to make $500 a month, risking $200 a month because I'm a swing trader on the round numbers. It's five times better than the bank because I can put my stuff in the round numbers. You know, you can't do that at the bank. You can't say, hey, Mr. Teller girl, you see this wad of bills on the side? If the market crashes, please take whatever's out of the vault, swap me out, and I'll get you in the morning. I'll get you coffee. I'll pay for your coffee and those little Japanese girls put those perfect images. They keep repeating the perfect image on your fingernails for what? $200 per hand. How much does that cost? Instead of a decal, they paint them on there and they just look perfect. You ever seen that? Where it's just like, holy shit. It's so good. It's like cartoonists can do that same guy over and over just flawlessly. I'm just amazed. How do they do it? Always doing the same character. Pretty sloppy spreads coming in here. Okay. As you would expect. Let me see if they'll let me drop my tickets. I've had a hard time dropping tickets here since I signed up. Here we go. So we got $1,000 in the account. I put a 1-hour ticket. If I put a 1-hour ticket down here, it probably won't fill. Waiting for the next tick to come in to get a fill. So this is a sandbox broker. I got no problem with it. Besides, in the true real market, the spreads are wide, right? So I used to get into these big positions like 8 years ago, and I would hold stuff over the weekend, right? And I found this thing called Morningstar, or no, I found it from magnetictraders.com. So go to magnetic or trading magnetics or something, or trading, and I found this pre-market open feed where you can see something called 10-4, like TENFORE. There's one called Morningstar, and you can see the bids an hour before FOREX is opening, because I was shitting my pants. I was in these big trades, and I'm like, there's got to be some pre-feed, right? And this was free. That was the qualifier. I'm sure Reuters has like fucking the prices right now. I mean, the prices 4 hours ago. The overnight price, what the banks see. So the retail trader has to wait for the markets to tighten up and sneak his orders and weave them in between the calamity of price action. I don't think I get filled. The probability of fill, I'd love to see that. If some robot could look at my order banks and go, yeah, you're going to get wiped out. That would be a good robot. And it would come back with a wave file, goes, yeah, that's a dumb trade. I got to work on my wave files here. Let's see if I can do a sample. I'll bring up Reaper and I'll just render a little MP3. It has to render to a wave file. Short and sweet. Gotta find the wave directory. Somewhere out there, beyond the stars, there's a trade waiting for you. Go for a new file. Let's pick my microphone, input, channel create, insert track. Please hold. This call will be recorded for quality assurance. Please hold. The next available operator will be with you in a few moments. She's going to have a bad attitude. She's going to be impatient. She's going to mumble. She's from another country. But I want you to stay online while one of our technical representatives gets to you on time.
We're still waiting for her to get back online.
Judy from Time Life Books will be with you in just a minute. Please hold.
I guess a lot of people in this Discord world, they just kind of float in, float out. Everyone's like a floater. Is that the idea?
I guess it's supposed to be for, I guess gamers were the original. I'm not sure who's the major user, but it's set up for a real interactive thing, and they have nitro mode. You can pay extra to post bigger files. You know, I mean, if you really want to go full in. But I'm just here for the fact that it has audio, so people can come in and share their charts and post some stuff. And
right on.
It was supposed to be a. People kept asking me, "Do you have a Discord?" So that's how it happened, you know. So I kind of.
It's
I
interesting.
guess I'm going to say I was forced into it. I blame everybody that watches me.
Right, you don't have to watch it, or you can watch the YouTube. I know a lot of the people I found that I've been directed to, basically, by YouTube. They got their own Discord. You can pay a membership, a lifetime membership,
really? Yeah.
All kinds of different ways.
I should have something like that. Right. Well, that's what has. There's a
I don't know how they
paywall.
monetize
I guess there's a paywall you can create in Discord, I suppose, right?
I have no idea how they do it.
Me neither. I mean, I guess I could get to that point. First, I got to have something I think that's worth it. So, I'm trying to get a live. I'm trying to do the Discord live, but the I'm excited about the NASDAQ because at the leverage of 50 to 1 is kind of a sweet spot. It's very difficult to blow up the account. I tried.
Gotcha.
So that's one thing to be said about a low leverage. It's a money manager. In other words, you got $2,000 in there, and I guess if I had really wide stops, I would have blown up the account. But since I'm discretionary trading, supposedly, because I'm watching the market live and I'm a sniper, it's not a blind bot. So a lot of the stuff I'm going to work on is more limit orders that make sense for never repeating. So I could hit 4 buttons. So what I was trying to treat the keyboard as, the first 4 are market orders, the next 4 are limit orders. You pick the ones you're going to run that day. You load the gun. So you're shooting different kinds of animals each day. Some are going to be fast runners. Some days you're going to need to think about building a directional breakout. And you're going to have to assume that you're in some kind of distribution accumulation phase of some sort after a giant move. So you could keep going. It could be a trend trade, actually, and that may bother you if you don't like trend trading. It would bother me. So I would stay away from those trades. Like, stay away from the trades that you don't feel comfortable. You can't trade every trade because I can't hardly Well, I can argue for the trend traders, and I could call it on the chart. In fact, I did earlier today when I was streaming the 4-hour robot playing back. Is I said the trend traders would be getting in right here, obviously, because we flagged out, we diamonded out. The last known price pulse was down. Anytime it pauses and creates a doji, trend traders are going to get on with a tight stop, and they're going to make money. But if this is nothing more than a smash and reverse,
They're in trouble.
then they're in trouble, and I'm winning. So that is the biggest tipping point in any market is after a big move, will it keep moving? The only question on everybody's mind,
I have a question for you.
As you're staring at the vacuum, you could make the argument that, oh no, we are not done sucking into this giant vacuum, and the deeper the vacuum, the harder the smash, and the abyss becomes
wider.
Oh, it's just incredible. I mean, you fill this thing so fast, because think about getting sucked out of an airplane. It's almost like the airplane's going faster, and the suction's increasing, and actually you're just down to a window open. And everybody's sucked out a baby window at high speed instead of a big door.
You can get sure.
It is really like, so I was trying to go to, you ever been to Wolfram? So they've got these demos where you can run a random walk. It looks just like the market. You replicate the market in a second, prove it's random. You ever seen that? Wolfram
but I've
demonstrations?
heard of Wolfram. He does a lot of interesting stuff.
Yeah, so he's got this thing. Let me load it up here. Let me just save the name of this project for some reason.
Well, the fractal nature, I'm happy that you found that out early. Random walk for sure, but there's you know what, I would have to counter that, and what's his name? Victor Niederhoff, whatever his name was. He said there's always going to be a 7 to 10% gentle glide to the left, right? So it's always, I mean, the markets are climbing, right? That's what everyone wants to see, right? So people can sit back and relax, and as long as they're making more than inflation, they'll be ahead of the game by the time they retire.
Well, you know, you'd be hard pressed. Yeah, it's amazing. I'm really fascinated by the market, the Brownian motion. So this is the argument for the Brownian motion of market movement, that it's just moving through space, you know.
Yeah, it drifts. It's drifting.
So
you're right.
It's kind of strange because
I wanted to ask you something. It was on my mind the other day. I just forgot to ask you. When you look at those dojis and you know that all the trend traders are on there with tight stops and whatnot, and you decide you want to put in a few tickets to go market and just on the breakout, buy stops on top of the doji, just a few pips, whatever it takes.
Oh, you mean to get picked up in the stream by default?
Wait, let me finish the question. Would you have limits underneath to the bottom of the doji and even further down, just in case it comes back on you? Would that be the way to think about it?
Yeah. So I think we're saying that if I wrote a script, let's say I wrote a script that was going to buy 5 pips above on a stop, 6 pips, 7, 8 pips. In other words, as a market punches up, it's going to confirmation entry. This is a breakout strategy, so to speak, but only to the upside breakout. But are you saying that in addition to that, I have some buy limits? Maybe I have 4 buy limits in there,
and
I have a master stop for the whole rack. Yes, because I wrote that script too. So I've done all those. I've done that. So you either can have a buy stop key. I'm not saying it like I did it during the news, because when the market was fast, I put in the buy and sell stops. I did an experiment because it was a fixed pip broker. I knew they'd honor I might get slippage, but they'd honor the tickets. So the market's going up and up and up, and because I was getting pissed off that my limits were getting taken out, and I thought, well, I'll lock it in. As we're going up and up and up and up, I'm going to go sell. These are 15-minute expirations, by the way. Sell stop, sell stop, sell stop, sell, and as the market's climaxing, I'm hitting sell stop because I don't know when it. So this is confirmation entry technique. As soon as it backs up, my first entry is trying to make 5 pips. The next, so I have 8 different versions of sell stops. Some are scalpers. When that thing comes crushing back, I mean, I'm up. I could get out now and stop. Now,
This is
if I
my
put
point. This
now
is
if I
my
have
point.
my
Yeah,
other
this is my
hand on the
point.
buy
You
limit
don't have to wait
key.
for the whole.
No, if I have
Yeah,
my
you
other
don't
hand
have
on the
to
buy
blow your
limit
whole
key, I
load.
can dance with the market. If you're really
I
going to
got you.
do this, I did it in NASDAQ one morning, and I made a lot of
Okay.
money because I have that script ready. We're pulling back, I
Okay.
go flat, put buy limits in, goes up, limits, cash out. I mean, if you have these tickets available to you, there's 72
Now,
hotkeys.
listen, it's all going to be scripted
Actually,
and robotized.
What am I
right?
saying?
So that's my game.
With two laptops with hotkey keyboards.
Don't need to go that crazy, man.
You've got
Program it.
72 buys and 72 sells. If you use all your hotkeys for execution, and then you have another keyboard you use, another keyboard you use for your.
You're talking about people that are going to be impressionarios in this field, and I'm talking about the guy that can look at it and say he's got a little panel there. It's got 4 or 5 buttons. You want to go limit, but you want to go this type of a scenario. You want to go this type. Like give him 3 or 4 scenarios. He can learn which one to pick and how it will perform, and he'll just pick it, and it'll. You don't have to worry about all the different keystrokes and keyboards and all that. No one's going to go to that kind of detail. If I wouldn't do it, I can't imagine that many people will, brother. I'm just saying it for what it's worth.
No, I'm saying
I don't know if people get that deep in the weeds for it.
Right. Most people aren't going to do that.
You know.
No, I get that, but I'm saying the sky's the limit.
They're not going to do it.
I'm saying if you wanted to be.
No, I'm not arguing
No,
that.
if you
really
wanted to dance with the market,
yeah.
like it's almost like if you were doing a light show. Of course, you start off with the 8 colors, but I'm saying you can extrapolate it so far that you can actually have at least 8 cells and 8, because you got 4 fingers. I figured my right hand's. I mean, for some people, the right hand's the buy hand. So my tequila buddy and I came up with this idea when we first saw the MT4 platform. That was 13 years ago. I said, dude, think about it. With the hotkeys, we could have foot switch, buy with your right foot, sell with your left foot, clear off trades here, and you're just like a fuck. So we'd call me and he'd say, "I'm strapped in. I'm strapped in."
Yeah, you're looking.
I was showing. I
I
gave him some scripts
you're looking to play
launch,
the instrument.
Yeah.
I get it. You're looking to
Well,
play.
I tried to load the
got it.
scripts. I was all excited about the scripts. So I went to his house one day, and I'm like, "Dude, wait till you see these hotkeys and shit." And his computer crashed one day, and he blamed it on me. I'm like, dude, look, your computer crashed because your computer crashed. Just because we installed. And then I tried to install the script, and Windows wouldn't let me because it was about user account control. By then, Windows had taken over the computer. You had to log in. You didn't own Windows 3.1. You own that. Windows 95, you own that. Windows XP, you own that. But when you got the Windows, what was it? 98, I think you own that, and ME you owned it, but I can't remember which version. When we got to Windows, what the fuck? Just before Windows 8, what was that?
I think my server's still on
Windows
7
XP. I didn't own
from
that. Yeah, I had to log into Windows XP.
Right.
But I used to run MetaTrader on Windows XP, and then I couldn't run it anymore. So they forced me into Windows 8. Which is not MetaTrader friendly.
I gotta figure out also to set up an instance on the clouds for just running Windows to do the MetaTrader.
No,
program.
I was just running Windows on my buddy's last night. His Apple runs Windows, so Apple's will run Windows. Just load it on there. What Apple's has.
I gotta figure out.
Well, he said the latest operating system. If you have the latest operating system, he said it runs right now in Apple. So, just
Apple's cool.
Yeah, just download it and then take it over to. There's an app. There's a Windows emulator apparently inside of Apple. I don't know what it's called, but he said it exists.
Okay.
Yes, he says if you have like the latest version operating system, it's in there now.
Nice.
So you should be able to run
MetaTrader
MetaTrader right now.
I just got a Chromebook, and the server's somewhere else, so I can always put it on the server.
No, you can just download it onto your Apple computer if you've got the latest version of Apple.
I don't have an Apple. I got a Chromebook.
Oh, okay. I thought you said you had an Apple.
Oh, no, that was. I think Chris has the Apple.
Yeah, so the a lot of people, there's everybody from, I guess, the people that make the robots. That's a big industry here. But yeah, the Russians, MetaTrader's out of Russia.
30 cities are going to show you how to trade, what to trade, and how the robots work, and how to design your own. It's a full course.
Yeah.
So they dug into this big time. I got a note from one of my pals who was into this years ago. And he told me something interesting. He said, there was called the Nitrex or something. I forgot what it was called. I forgot the name, but he said basically, he was doing okay. It was a bit nerve-wracking just watching it, which is the wrong way to approach it. And he sold, at the end of whatever, a month or two of trying it, and then the next month they just blew up. So it's very difficult for people, I think, to just let an algo run without staying up all night watching it. So you have to make it so that it's very consistent, and I think that's really the key to success. All the guys that made it consistent, if you looked at those guys that were doing 40 cents, 50 cents, whatever, I prefer to go with the guy who was only trading 8 times a week, because I think that suits the lifestyle of the rich and famous and the glorious of the universe. Right? You got both spectrums. The ones that want to go play music and the ones that really don't care. They're just having a good time. Clinton's on, but he has no mic. I don't understand that. But
Who's that?
what do I know?
I just put a big stack in here the last 4 hours on a euro now. This is that
Beautiful.
Sage broker. Spread's still 3.9.
Is that high?
Yeah, that's worse than my fix. I got a fixed spread of 2 right now on my broker.
So they're out to lunch. You got to cover the 7.
Yeah, we have to wait till 6
6.
o'clock. They tighten up. I said 5 o'clock they're loose, and you tighten up all the way. Keep tightening and tightening and tightening till Europe opens, and then it explodes. So Europe is going to be since it's foreign exchange, we're counting on the other countries. New Zealand's going to open, then Australia's going to open, then Japan's going to open, then I think
I wonder what's going on
Europe
with Japan
opens, and then it's
with
Britain,
the guy
and then
getting
it's
shot.
United
Is that
States.
going to make a difference, do you think? The market's going to be a little bit swirlier?
I think they could smash this euro all the way back into this vacuum by the time U.S. markets open. Or the other trade is going to be a little scary for you to sell into the euro vacuum above, because now we got a giant vacuum above. So the other trade would be, I would look for this lonely wick and place them up on top. So yeah, that's going to be my...
I'm long euro. I'm long euro.
Yeah, I'm long euro with limits
With huge
shallow
limits
and
all the way
deep
down
tonight.
to 1.0975
Shallow
for
and
sure.
deep.
I'm with you on that.
If it drops, if it drops about, I'd say, drops 30 pips, I'm in. Drops.
Oh, sure.
If it drops 10 to 30 pips, I'm in about 50K.
Okay, hang on. Let me get this straight, because I'm going to tell you the issue I'm having here with this trading view piece of crap that everyone's forcing me to use, because I guess what they like. I got in, for instance, 100K, just as an example, because this is on. Yeah, I think it's 100K. I think it's 100K. I don't know how they calculate it, but if you're in at 1.01831, and you're going for just a 5 pip target, it's supposed to read. Is it taking the fourth digit? What's it doing?
And what do you mean? What's the instrument?
Euro USD on FXCM. I don't know if this is connected to the broker or not. I have no idea.
Yeah, so it's a 5 decimal broker, so it's it's pretty high res price there. It's a pip.
All right, so 50 would be on what? On the 4th decimal? Hang on, 1, 2, 3. I guess it's on the 4th decimal.
Well, yeah. So 100 pips is a penny at the bank, and you're allowed to trade a tenth of a penny and a hundredth of a penny. So, you can buy a 10K in a 1 pip range.
Okay.
So the resolution's pretty high. I mean, that's a lot. That means in a 10 pip range, you can buy a standard lot, $100,000, without repeating the entry price. So if the market stabs down, it doesn't.
10 pips is read on the 4th digit, right?
Well, all I can tell you is that you could buy $1 million in a 100 pip range without repeating the price. There's that many handles. You could literally buy a 1 penny range. Costs you $1 million, but the nice part about that is if you place the pendings and the market only drops into $280,000 and retraces out of that hole, that if you're not greedy, you can make a chunk.
You did well.
You can make a chunk, but it's a concept is that how deep is the bank? How close are the tickets together? How long do they last? Because if it only lasts 15 minutes for that rack, but not many brokers are going to let you lay in 1,000 tickets and pull them out of their servers every day to get this fantasy trade. So you can't build fantasy robots that a broker will not accept the execution of. That's why the swing bot that I wrote, it was only doing 3K in that big. They lasted for 12 hours. It was 3K in the S&P. Big monster stop, but there was pips apart in the frequency of the drop mattered. So you were just picking up these splayed out orders, right? You weren't trying to say, oh, it's turning around here. Right. If you think that's happening, you're getting in so densely, you might as well just get into the market on one big fat ticket, because the broker's not going to let you lay in high res shit like that. So
I got you.
The first step in the robot to see performance is to run 3 versions of the robot and statistically say, you know what? Statistically built on what's happening real time at the end of the month, you could do the forensics on that. If you made the comment for all the market bots, you got 3 market bots, and one's going to buy at 120 pips deep, one buys at 80 pips deep, or you have 3 versions of the 120 pip deep bot, and you test out which has the best ratios statistically, but then I think you're setting yourself up for failure. Now you're curve fitting on the fly. What good is that? You have to accept the fact that you don't know what's going to happen, and you're willing to risk X to make X. So a clinical view of your total risk today, don't be outcome based, be risk based. How much am I going to lose today? How much am I going to make? So people say, well, that's a depressing view, but that's the reality. How much is it going to cost me to drive down the road at $5 a gallon? People will do that math before they do the math on how much is this trade going to cost me, because I'm so right, because I know what a Gartley pattern is. So once you believe in your system, you back tested it, you've set yourself up with a false sense of security. In fact, the worst thing you could do is back test it and see, oh, look how much money you made. Oh, yeah. And then load the wagon because you think it's that easy.
Multiply by 9, divide by 20 all day long on any back test.
Yeah, it's like saying, I know how to get a bunch of people to show up my site, and what you love, other people don't love. So I knew this girl that had a coffee shop, and she thought people loved what she loved.
You're on the right track. If you're whether or not you're the right track at all, right? We used to do back tests, so when everything was like inverted or reverted or whatever we were trying to do, sometimes the back test would show straight down, just all the way down. And like I said, wow, we got to change the sign somewhere. We'll have a winning bot kind of routine. So you can get stuck in that for a long time.
Yeah, that's why the NASDAQ bot that I was building last night is actually working, because I found out, well, how big does this market move? My system is based on like how many handles and how far are they apart, and what kind of structure does this market have? Is this a super deep decimal point? Like, man, you could live inside that other decimal point. In other words, if it's about getting in and out of the market, the next handle is how far away.
Right.
And how much does each handle cost to hold? And how long do you hold each handle? So think of it as a ladder. You ever seen those guys on TV that try to jump puddles, climb ladders, and do all this shit in so much time? That's almost what trading's like, if you can imagine. I mean, that's like life. That's like trader, and you're trying to climb the ladder, get so many rungs, and get scores for getting out of your stack at least. Take the money and run tickets, and maybe you do get in a golf match.
It's all that. I think when you're talking something that's a galloping gourmet type of situation here, where things just slam so hard, the minute you get filled up, you have that slight anxiety. I'm sure everyone feels it when the stack is just loading up, and you're like, oh man, when's it going to end? Did I lay it out? Do I have to lay out more, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera? And the minute you get out of that hole, even on the first tickets or the last tickets, doesn't matter. You just want to take your money off the table. That's me. Maybe other people let it run to their predefined targets, but I think that those are there just to make you feel good.
Yeah, I don't know. It really depends, because
I think they're there to make you feel good.
Well, I'll even get out if it's not a lot of money, because according
Sure.
to
I want rack
what
and
you
reload.
know to
Let me
be true,
reload.
right?
Agreed.
Yeah. So
Agreed.
according
I
to
wanna
what you
reload.
know to be true, if you really know where the buyers and sellers are, you'll realize that I'm up in this trade, but you're just up in the trade because the market's drifting. You could reload
Right.
that gun and get another plunge if you think plunges work. If you think vacuum, like setting up in I guess the guy who's good is the guy that says, "Oh, that's just it's an internal vacuum looking back into fair value. It's completely different if you're at a 100-year low in the euro, and the euro's now at 28 cents. Okay, well, they couldn't go. I don't know if it could go to negative. I don't know.
Right.
But I mean, that's the argument in stocks is that what can it do? Go, if you. And the nice thing about penny stocks is where you're so close to the edge of there's no stop out. What you're in. And you can leverage. That's what blew my mind about penny stocks when I was a kid. I didn't know there was something that traded like the same thing with forex. Once you get to that decimal leverage and with the leverage included, just naturally.
Yeah, you guys you're at the fourth decimal to count your pips. So
oh God, I used to get this quote system on the penny stocks, and I'm like, I brought it into my feed. I chose it one of my download categories, right? So I would get, I think, end of day on the penny stocks, and I put it into my trading. It was called Trade Station. It cost me $2,000 for a Trade Station. So I had these algorithms.
Remember that.
And I built this thing called paint bars. They call them paint bars, and it was like the way to set up moving average. And I recreated it here actually in a template that's I call it cloud trading, but it's just a histogram of moving average. I showed it to you maybe one night, but so that is the. In other words, it's for girls or boys to trade, and they could just go, "Oh, look, it's that color." Well, I press. So it's kind of like it's a trend trade. It's a trend trading bot. To be honest, this
people like that. People love it.
No, it's a trend bot. I had a guy email me and say he was making money. Yeah, because what I had is it was like an 8 period moving average is about as sloppy as I go. So when the colors change, it had a rule set to it, so it looked cool. People like that kind of stuff, There's people that are such visual traders that they would have no problem with that type of template. Here, I'll show you what it looks like. I think it's called. Oh Jesus! I loaded it a minute ago. Oh, it looks really colorful here. I can't remember. Anyways, the point being is that it was this kind of. Rules-based system. I hate to say it because my rule is like, is there a void? Let me put something in the void. So I'm not saying. See, like this wick here. This is a 10 pip spread, so that's kind of a fake.
I can't see anything, buddy. You turned off your screen.
Yeah, no. Here. Let me turn it on. Let me see if I can turn that back on. I was waiting for my computer. Like I got a smart learning computer. I guess Windows has taken over, and Bill Gates said if I say anything more about the farmland he bought, he wants to turn it into Netherlands. He wants to sell his farmland to the Netherlands people now. He heard they're desperate for some type of unorganic farming.
Right.
They're just like they're kicking up the coal plants in Germany. They decided they're going to go full unorganic, and Bill Gates is going to put his vaccines into your soil.
They've lost their minds.
Yeah, I'm trying to find that template. The girls might like this template. That's another thing is that, do you think this is a cool looking chart? And some girl goes, yeah. How'd you like to learn how to trade on this chart? I just put the line chart on top. This is my answer to paint bars, which I built in Trade Station. There's been $2,000 on. So here the goal is to find the right time frame. Here is a trend trade. I'll cherry pick this one. I'll show you how you missed this one. And actually, the wicks are dipping below the cloud, so we can't see the range. We only see the range when it peaks behind the outside of the cloud. So these are the juicy trades. This is the unfair value outside the cloud. The sells, you could take any rally into blue.
Hang on, you throw on some limit orders under there. You're hitting the market, and you throw limits underneath. No, as it's climbing, as an idea.
Right. So the rule system here is kind of obvious that you want to be long when it's orange, and you want to be short when it's blue. You want to take rallies into the structures, like a bottom becomes a top into the cloud. This is the obvious cherry pick setup, and this is about a 5 period moving average, I think. So I'm calling out I spent a lot of time on this, to be honest with you. I spent about, I'd say, 6 months in total of my life, 8 months in total of my life on
Wow,
this
that's
indicator.
not bad. Well, now you can make it
Well,
work
because
for you.
what I'm doing is, of course, this one is just hodgepodge experiment. What I'm calling out the settings in a smooth Hakanashi that I found on the internet. It takes the high and the low, blah blah blah, and I decided to make blue down and the hot colors up, and I layer them in. And this is one, and then I put the moving average on the top of the whole thing. The bar, I decided to stack all the cloud on top of the bar, and this means that the moving average never goes past 3. This is the method, and the moving average for there's 2 methods you can change, and there's two moving averages you can have, which causes the color to change. So when you zoom in on the indicator, and the reason why it took me a lot of time is because I also made a version where not only does it change color, but the wick gets smaller. So I have some templates where it's not only the color, but the size of the wick.
Sure.
So now you can see the actual price of the candles here. That's the monthly chart. So here's the trades you missed this week in my Holy Grail algorithm based on a 3-period moving average. Is that when you come down into the cloud, we've seen $1 million, and you got a top become a bottom. You're going to buy here with a tight stop, and you can see they didn't stop you out if you put your stop down here. And it's the oldest story in the book, but I mean, did you have a trading?
It's good
Did you
for
have
training wheels.
Yeah. Did you have a trading account when this happened? Are you looking for this setup again? You probably won't see this for another 37 weeks. Are you willing to wait that long to see another setup like this? When do you suspect the next time we're going to see a setup like this, Professor Trend? Well, let's look back in the chart. Here's the trade you missed. You could have bought this pullback, but maybe you blew up your account because you bought here at the market, you put a stop here, and you're like, holy shit. Or you bought early in the trend when the colors changed. You bought the first pullback. There was a top bottom. Now here's the glorious entry you missed. But look at the market dynamics. Are you the kind of guy that can take your stop here and move it up every week? That's a weekly chart every week. Are you moving your stop religiously? And then you get up here and then, oh, you know what? I'm going to look at the big structures now. I know it's a pretty indicator you built. I appreciate what you've done here.
You're going to be trailing your stop. I don't think anyone's going to be moving it. They're going to be trailing it.
No, let's think about the structure traders now. What are they doing? Why are you getting raped in your trend system? Why, when you bought here, you got cornholed? They brought it all the way back and stopped you out. What went wrong?
Sure.
Well, ICT's got the answer. Institutional order flow. And my answer is the scary deep abyss that you missed is going to come get you. I call it the lonely wick right here. This is the deep abyss that you missed that's going to come get you. It comes get you here, right? They come into this vestibule, into this foyer, into the vac, and unbeknownst to you, and your beautiful trend entry, and I got you, but what caused your entry? The previous abyss, right here. When they tagged this, you think there weren't sellers up here to scalp it back to the breakout?
You're taking your money out. You're not trailing this for till the end of time.
I'm speaking to
the money. Like put the trades on.
Maybe you're not, but maybe you're not. Maybe you're saying that in terms of you shouldn't be doing that, but somebody's doing that. I'm speaking for all those people. I'm speaking for the trend traders that can see. Okay. So the trend traders is saying, I'll wait till my Hakanashi turn gold, and I'll take all pullbacks faithfully. Based on that back test, you would have bought this pullback in the gold here. I'm just back testing. You would have bought this pullback in, but it turned blue, and you're like, oof, well, it's blue. It's not really. But then you get the perfect setup here. You get a perfect top become a bottom. You break out, pull back. Here comes and meanwhile, you're standing in front of this. Don't forget there's an abyss here. This is a weekly chart. This is a big fucking deal. This is a big abyss. Now, the guy that goes short here, he's living on the 4-hour chart. He sees it pop up. he goes short. He's wondering why he's getting creamed. So unless you're looking at the weekly vacuums, now this cuts in, it rips back.
Are those not targets? Your weekly targets, the top tick Tommies on the weekly, are those not your targets if you're going to trade this puppy?
Well, if you're going to trend trade it, I'm saying be aware of this vacuum up here because
With the trailing stop, automatic computed by the computer, and once you've reached a certain point, let's say you made $100 and it's dropping back to 75, you're out.
Well, I'm speaking in manual terms now, I guess. I'm speaking like a manual trader. In other words, because I'm using this is my signal service. I'm saying if you want to trade this indicator as an algorithm, you're saying I only take trades with pullback into the gold. And so here's kind of like it did turn color here, but this is a buy, pull back into the gold. CAD is killing you all day. Right. But then I'm saying this, you got to be, if you can be also simultaneously aware of the giant structures here, you're coming up on a vacuum, an abyss that is like from 2015. They just tipped into the window. Okay, they just tipped into the window. I don't want to go long up here if I'm a big trader. So here's the current state of affairs for the abyss, the bold. They sold this lonely wick. They are now underwater, right? Are they not? So they made money on the scalp. The first dip into this abyss, and this is the big shelf. So it's a structural issue. It has nothing to do with the moving averages. On what I'm supply and demand has nothing to do with moving averages. Although we know these areas exist. So you're short right now. I'd be short right now. I wouldn't think about buying because the color says we're in a trend. I think this is the trap, and I think anything above this is certainly the trap. You got dual traps. You just trapped this. This is a weekly chart, which means last week's trap. And if you go back, you're in a deep vacuum. So I think these things really matter. And I think that the pullback here could be all the way back to the starting gate of, well, at least the starting gate of this, the beginning of that price pulse, right? So that on the weekly, zooming in now, coming back to here would not be that hard in the next 2 months. But I am speaking of these giant. I'm just using this chart. We could be on a 4-hour chart, but I'm just saying that in other words, these trend bots do work. You go, oh, that was a great trade, but I'm saying that when you have to say this thing's doing so well, you're not going to add. The rules are you should be adding on here is what I'm saying. If you start to say, well, that was great. We got another signal, Joe, right here. Pull back. Guess what? That's a wave 4, or this is consolidation. You're going to get chewed to bits, and guess what? You're back to your entry, and if your stops were going to be trailing conservatively at the last known low, you just got stopped out. Is what I'm trying to say. That following this trend bot cherry pick bullshit is not enough to be a successful trader. You could easily have said, well, I missed that trend. How about if I come in on limits here and just pick up all this shit and just pick up a grid of limits and accept that I don't know where the fucking bottom's going to be. And you have a big ticket right here. This is the bottom tick Bobby right here. So you have a big ticket here because you know they're going to stop hunt this goober that bought on his trend system. At least that's the argument you make in your head to make it okay. Like this is the money maker argument and this is the goober argument. But this guy's right in the long run if he put his stop way deep and he's able to say, well, I know I got in here and I got a little early, but and maybe he adds on this and you go to the daily chart and you see a better setup. Because here's the daily premium entry, right? Yeah, here's the daily premium entry. Now you get on board the train and you can ride. But it's the same. This is the same area you're coming into, so the zone does not change. This pullback, in other words, it looks beautiful on the daily, and these are strong trends, and everything's going good, and the bots are just feasting on it. Like here's the pullbacks. Here's your cherry-picked entries. We got a golden trend by every pullback in the daily until here when it starts to topple. This is another failed signal, the top here. Yeah, you're getting in on the trend, but dude, where are you in the landscape of everything that's ever happened? You're on a supply zone up in here now, not this one. You're up in this supply zone on this drama. So everything you're coming up in the shelves, it's like running through the forest and coming across.
Let me ask you something. When you show me that shelf that you just showed me just a moment ago, that you just changed.
Oh, the one way back deep.
Right here. Okay, see that shelf right there? I want to ask you a question.
Distance between that shelf and bottom tick Betty in the middle of the shelf, not at the edge, but in the middle, all the way in the middle of that shelf, all the way down at the bottom there. That distance,
Yeah, let me zoom
bottom
in.
tick Betty over there, that distance over there, if you had your limits going all the way to the bottom, would you be able to afford to do it? I guess that's the question. How deep can you get those limits in if you want to catch that insane
That is the
pullback?
question. That's the
Right?
$64,000 question of life. Yes.
Oh, okay? So from that high over there, from the top of that
It's like
box to the
car
bottom
racing,
of
I guess. They say how fast you want to go.
it doesn't tell you how large it is. I got you.
What doesn't tell you? Oh no, it tells me if I drag this tool, it'll tell me how deep here. This is it looks like this is
okay,
60
so drag
pips.
it from there all the way to the
window.
bottom in the middle of the page there,
60
where you have the
pips.
bottom tick Betty over there. What's that distance? Right at the bottom there. Bottom.
The bottom in February of 2020.
Yeah, right there. Yeah, right beside the clock, to the left of the clock, at the bottom of the bottom over there.
So that's
what's that distance?
That's about 400 pips to the top of the
so
box.
now let's think strategically. 400 pips, you may not have a big enough account to do it. Gotcha. Can we go half that amount, 200 pips, and make sure that your grids are covering with a hard stop that's 200 pips, so that even the Michigas that shows up in the top right-hand corner, which is craziness, you were still getting filled in on something, as opposed to, completely getting punched in the nose? Because you want to follow that trend, because, my God, it said I have to go. So, yeah, I think you would have been able to survive that crush if you would have had a 200 pip envelope or box, if you will, right?
Well, it's like, okay, so you're either going to say that I'm running tight stops with good ratios, or you're going to say I'm going to put a 300 pip stop to make 100 pips. So if you do that, you probably want to buy 25 pips apart, 50 pips apart, because it means your coverage. So your entry window, let's say we're planning on a 250 pip plunge in the guppy. So we want to get in with these kind of high-risk tickets at first. The first 50 pips, we're going to come in with a 300 pip stop. And when we get down about anywhere from 250 to 320, we're going to buy 20K at different prices. And these stops are going to be various from 100, 150, 180. So we start to put in unique targets and we're planning on our total fill to be 75K. We've got 150 pending, but we don't think it's going to drop 1,000 pips in 8 hours. We have one down there. So I'm talking about, it's like preparing for a war where you don't know who's coming and how big is their gun. So you got tanks and you got the pea shooters, which means you got scalp
That's
banks.
not fair. You know you're going to meet that guy in New York at the top of the Empire State Building at noon. So it's the same as you look at the bottom tick Betty over there and the Tom Tick Tommy. You've got a map. I'm sorry. I believe that you do have a map of how they can gush down and just
yes,
grab
but
you
we
at the
don't know.
very
We don't
edge.
know how big they're going to gush into the void.
No, I don't know. That's
so because we don't know
obviously.
that, we have to put landmines in,
Okay.
and we need to get a scalp where, it's the not like Agent Orange. In other words, we don't want to waste bullets. Let's just drop some battery S on people.
Okay.
So
gotcha.
that's going to be like a big grid of bullshit tickets that at the end of the day might make up for your shitty scalp banks that you thought were going to work out. So I'm saying that to have a robust business plan, you need to have tchotchkes, and you need to have everything from that to a seriously custom built, handmade piece of art that you'll whip out for somebody if they want, and you're going to spend 20 hours on that. So I think full spectrum trading, the person that just wants to dabble and get filled 5, like you saw those robots that were getting 5 trades a week, they did pretty good. Yeah, because they're picking up extreme situations. I think they're just doing what I thought of. What I'm doing is obviously nothing new. I mean, when I thought of it, I go, where's the other people doing that? And I couldn't find anybody, so I thought, well, somebody's doing it. Just because you don't know anybody that's doing it doesn't mean it's not being done. It has to be being done, because the idea of a virtual prop house of robots is the first fucking thing that hit me when I said, well, if I get my robot built, I'll just run a team of them. I'm not going to try to build the Holy Grail, because every time I even downloaded some hackney free one, I said, well, this is a joke. I can't even get it to fucking get a trade going. So if I can get it to get a trade going based on clunky logic, if the market's down by, well, how much, how big, and as far as the expiration limits is the way to create your own auctions and say, well, you know what? Next time it comes up for sale, I can have the robot put out the same offers. They do that on eBay. Yeah. eBay has robots that are going to refresh your ad based on the time. So here's how it works in eBay compared to the market. When the market opens, when eBay opens in the morning and people are sitting there waiting for their auctions to expire, when the auctions are expiring, I'm sure that people hired robots to catch their stuff for them and buy it for them, right? I'm sure that software exists.
Oh,
right?
yeah, there's a lot of stuff like that, for sure.
It's no different in the market here. When the market comes to a close, when the 5 p.m. is coming, the auction house is closing, the auction's over for all currencies and all pairs. Everybody wrap it up, leave the store. So the frantic moves that occur at the end, some robots are tuned to take advantage of that bum rush back to the mean diversion maybe by the end of the day. Or it's not like that on a Friday. You're fucking. I've seen the euro. Trust me, I've bought a lot of crashing markets, and I bought into the euro's down, and it's down into 5 p.m. I'm like, holy fucking, how much more fucking down? And I made a lot of money holding over the weekend, but I also lost over the weekend. But I made I made up for it in the swing. So I've gone from I've been a swing trader and a scalper, and so if I see an opportunity, I feel like calling my friends and family and going, it's going to take you probably about 8 hours to open this trading account, but I'm encouraging you. They wouldn't listen to me. They go, dude, you're out of your mind. They know I'm out of my mind. I mean, I'm sure that they don't trust me on any level because I'm a bohemian, so it's not going to work for them. But I mean, I just feel like, well, that's the obvious trade for the man on the street. You know, Bitcoin's like, I haven't even heard about that Bitcoin. Now, what you say that Bitcoin's going to $1 million? And you say, well, whoa, look at the chart there. I think it's going up. So there's that guy, and there's the guy that says, dude, that's a Ponzi scheme. I don't know, fundamental shorters, right?
Right.
But everybody and everybody in between. So Cheese-On's on the line here. Is that Cheese-On speak? Are you going to whip up some? I want some of that Parmesan. I want the Hunter Parmesan on my popcorn because I want to watch the world fall apart while I want to fiddle while Rome burns with a nice bowl of Hunter Pop with his own Parmesan cheese recipe. Tastes like cocaine a little bit. I'm catching a buzz while I'm having my watching the chick flick keep me awake. Hunter says it's designed for chick flicks. He is forced to work with his baby mama. Come here, baby mama. I love you.
You know, where are you? The Cheese-On? Are you in the States?
He's got to be Wisconsin.
From Eastern Europe.
Oh man.
Oh, nice.
Eastern Europe.
Yeah.
Whereabouts?
Oh, where the chicks are hot and the cheese is cheap.
Yep.
From Romania, if you're...
Romania.
Oh, Ciufaciu over there, buddy.
Oh, foarte bine.
When I was growing up, my parents had really good friends, and I always kept thinking that when they were saying hello to them, they were saying "Go fuck you," but it was "Ciufaciu," you know, like it was so interesting. I thought they were swearing at them. I couldn't get it.
Yeah, Romanian is kind of strange. It's
tough language.
Yeah.
So what do you think of the entertainment so far?
Well, it's pretty nice way to trade, I guess, but it's kind of hard
just say
to have a grasp.
Yeah, just tell us the truth. It's disturbingly amateurish. It's a genre. It's a new genre. No, we're just having too much fun because, you know, watching the markets and watching all the hair on fire with all these different the Sri Lanka thing, I was just feeling so good about seeing the guys in the swimming pool there. I thought, now that's how you do an insurrection. We got to learn something here, people.
They probably shit all over the swimming pool.
Yeah, they're probably leaving some Amber Heard turds along in there.
Yeah, I saw a video when they were using the guy's bed. There were like
Yes.
30 guys in his bed.
That's one way to roll. You know, it's one way to roll. The kids are telling me that's how they roll now.
Yeah.
It's like
Well, I guess,
Pokemon goes off the rails, and Pokemon trades Forex and blows up his account. The real Pokemon.
The problem is that the president was retarded, you know. Like
That's
you have a
always
country
that always kind of like hampers the performance of the regime.
Well, you have a country that is not stable food-wise, and like a retard, you come and you put some stupid laws in place that limits food production.
Yeah, I like the idea that you have to comply overnight with fertilizer requirements. That is like a tough situation considering the supply chain. Even if it was true, with the supply chain issues on top of that, it's laughable that anybody would expect anybody to comply with that. But of course, in a bureaucracy, in the movie Brazil, it's that kind of world, you know. Everything's ordinances. The Constitution, the ordinance overrides constitutional rights.
But even if the supply chain was up to par, the problem is that the new stuff is way more expensive, you know. It's like the eco version. So either way, the food prices would have gone up, you know.
Right. Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, these other guys really get hit because they don't have that backup plan. In other words, here, if you're out of gas, there's probably some guy that's like on the chain away from the... It depends where you live. Here in California, the people that decide to live in California and New York already know they're paying like rent. They're paying taxes on just like the air and stuff, you know. So they know it's high cost of living there. So the idea of $10 a gallon or $20 a gallon in California, to me, I laugh at that.
They don't give a fuck. Yeah, they don't give a fuck about it.
They probably love it because they kind of so I've seen a mentality around here when gas went to $5.20 that people would just take their car and punch it. I've seen people in the Century Club they're over 100 miles an hour, and they're saying fuck you, I'm gonna go faster. Like they're pissed off, they're frustrated, and they're going, oh yeah. And I've never seen people drive so fast, actually, and so aggressive since the price of gas went up. You would think it would be the other one, but people refuse to be humbled even in that mode. I've known psychologically. This is observation. Maybe I'm making it up in my head, but I see people doing some fucking seriously high-speed driving. And at that price, you're not getting the best mileage. It's a defiant answer.
It's probably because we are talking about Americans here, and it's kind of it's kind of strange for you guys to not have money to pay gas, you know. Well, like America is America.
But we go on strike real quick. Like we vote by staying home. In other words, people just do what they need to do because they got to make their bills every month. So the powers that be don't understand that the crowd's dynamic. Like when they try to attack the ruble, they don't understand that it's one big. The market is a web of financial life, and if you pull out one rod on the reactor, like it's a balance of it's all interconnected. So you can't really ever corner the market in any instrument now because people just run to the next sector. So the idea that you're going to stomp out this you think you're going to stomp out these cockroaches, you don't even have any feet. There's no way you can get in front of Mother Nature like that. You can't stand in front of a train.
Well, the reason that the sanction didn't work is because they cannot respect them. Like me being from Europe, I'm going to tell you that the sanctions are, they're on,
laughable.
But nobody respects them. Everybody buys Russian gas and oil.
No one gives a fuck, buddy. We gotta fuel the tankers.
I mean, come on. There's a black market, for God's sakes. Nobody wants to talk about it. There's a Silk Road. Then that's what that's what fills in the void.
Always.
I mean, for example, here in Romania, the government called all the companies to a meeting, and they told them just buy it, but make it so it's not visible, you know.
Yeah, that's why they put in small orders so it doesn't shock the market. Or people don't become aware. If you do transactions under 10 grand, I mean, it's so funny. The government tries to pick these money laundering numbers. It's so cute. You could just go and do it on a Bitcoin now. What are you fucking retarded? That one country went full retarded Bitcoin before it crashed.
El Salvador.
They even opened businesses in other countries outside of Europe, and they use that to buy Russian oil, and then they transport it back to Romania.
Honey, there's more than 100 banks have been sprouting up in the last 2 months. Let's call them banks, for the lack of a better word. They have whatever collateral they have, and they're doing all the transactions because Gazprom will only sell in rubles. So people have to set up USD accounts or Euro accounts and convert.
The retarded thing is that they really believed that Russia will just take it in the ass. And
but
say
you know what?
nothing.
It's the Americans. There's a few people in the American State Department, Newland, and there's a couple of people that have been there forever that have a real hate on for Russia. They got that from their parents, right?
Newland is Ukrainian, so.
So yeah, so the hate on goes in many directions for a lot of these people. And guess what? The Americans, God bless them, are not interested in the war in Ukraine anymore. It was cool for a few weeks, but now it's kind of not interesting, boring, right? And it's so sad because to see so many young people die for absolutely no reason.
Nobody was really interested. I don't believe the random dude in California was interested. They just wanted to show the people.
They wanted to show they were cool for a few minutes with the chicks. I know, you're right.
Just to show people that, oh, look, I'm anti-war, but they don't give a fuck.
No, buddy, they can't. They can't.
Dude, I'm from Romania. Like, we have a border with Ukraine. Even we don't give a fuck about Ukraine, you know.
No one can. Listen, you remember when the Ceausescu regime went down?
Well, I wasn't. I was like 4 years old, but yeah, my.
Okay, so when you were 4 years old timers like me were trying to get fax machines over to all the university students and what. I was in university, I think, at the time. So we were hiring truck drivers in Italy to drive through. I mean, it was just a whole scene we got going on because we wanted to get them fax machines. They were trying to set up and be free, right? That was the whole dream, was to be free. So they needed communications and all kinds of stuff.
Like every other country after the fall of communism, I guess.
Yeah. Let me ask you something. This is not a personal question. This is more about the different types of fees and things going on in the world. I always was of the opinion that $50 is not chump change in Romania, in Lithuania, and all those places. $50 is $50. It takes time to save it. Or is it, do you think it's just a nominal amount? Because I don't know how people are getting the money together to trade $500 accounts with the FOREX maniacs. I mean, that's a lot of dough.
Listen, right now, in general, the medium salary, I guess you call it, the average salary, is around 600 to 700 euros. Which is 1-to-1 with dollar right now, because euro.
So that's $700 a month. We were talking about that, you and I.
Yeah, and you can live pretty good life here.
Everything's cheaper. Sure. Yeah.
You can rent your apartment and shit. But no, it's hard. Even like with $50, you can probably eat like. You can probably eat, and I'm not kidding you. You can probably eat half a month with $50.
No problem. I was in Colombia shopping for the girl. They bought enough food for a month. It was $20. Yeah, I know. So this is one of the issues that I'm having when I'm getting into this concept.
If you're, for example, if you're from Romania, I think that the only way to trade is to go pretty hard, you know.
That's the problem.
You try to flip your account. If you fail, you start a new account, and you have like 10 bullets or 10 chances to do that, and
That's
one or two.
That's smart.
Like if you're good enough, maybe out of the 10 accounts, you flipped like 5 or 6, and in the end, you made more money than you lost. So. But trading 1% or 2% or shit like that,
it'll never work.
it doesn't work because you can't make enough money. So
Now, let me ask you this. If you started an account with $50 and you ended up with $150, would that be reasonable at the end of the month?
oh yes, and probably next month I would have 3 accounts of $50, and I will try to.
No, okay, fair enough. I'm just asking, just for a friend.
No, it's pretty good. It's if you can triple the money, nobody will say no.
Yeah, and then you ask them for $50. They take the original $50, and now they're playing with $50 from the market's money. That's always been, I mean, that's the first thing I learned, and when I got into any business is how do I make as much money as well, not money, but how do I make as much contracts or tickets or whatever it is so that I can take my money out and just play with the market's money. I mean, that to me was always the idea. Maybe I got that wrong, but that was the first thing that came to me.
That's pretty much how when I started trading, that's what I was thinking too. Like, my point was, okay, I have maybe a $20 account. I was on a shitty broker which has like 5,000. What do you call it?
Subscribers.
No. Like $10, like $1 was valued at $5,000.
Oh, 500. Oh yeah, leverage, I guess.
Yeah, 5,000. Yeah, there was a broker that gave like 5,000 leverage.
Oh God, and no one understood that.
So I made an account with that. I had like $20. So when I made $20, I just took the money out and restarted the process.
Sure. That's the idea. A good call.
And if I lost $20, it wasn't. I'm a little bit more lucky, so for me, 20.
Hey, it wasn't going to be the end of the world for you. That's good.
Yes. So I've lost a lot of money on trading. I lost like probably. Well, for a Romanian, it's a lot, but I probably lost $4,000 or $5,000 before I learned.
A lot of money for anybody, man. That's a lot of money for anybody.
Well, I don't know, because in America you can make it in 1 month. So
I don't know what you think you know about America, but most Americans, if they had to have an expense of $400, an extra expense for $500, they're in trouble. Most Americans do not have $1,000 in the bank for a rainy day. I mean, Simpleton can answer this, but from what I understand, not even $1,000. Yeah, if they get hit with a medical bill, they're out on the streets a lot of times. You'd be very surprised, my friend. America's more like Venezuela than what they see in the movies.
So I was talking with one of my friends, and he was telling me, dude, can you teach me how to trade? And I told him, you just have to lose money. Because trading demo is not, you ain't gonna learn how to trade on demo. Because it's fake money and you can't execute. When you're in front of a real account, you won't be able to execute the same, you know?
Always different. You have to learn this business.
Yeah, so I told him you have to lose money, and when he asked me, I told him I lost around $5,000. Here, $5,000 in Romania is like a 1 year salary, you know?
That's right, it's a lot of dough.
So
are you making money now, Mr. Cheese?
yeah, that's a stupid name, but
okay, the kids.
I'm making money. I tried to test to trade like Simpleton.
Yeah, it's interesting. I like what he's doing. It's very similar. It's very similar to many other things that I've seen in my life. So
I've coded my own scripts because.
Based on amounts, risk, etc. Good.
Yeah, we just like to know how it works, you know. But the only difference is that I wasn't using stop losses.
Well, then you have to have a very deep account, right?
Yes, but I didn't have. So I did make money with some Simpleton stuff. I tried it 2 or 3 times, but the problem is that if you buy every new low, you know. You at some point you have a problem because you went too deep, and your account cannot sustain the number of tickets.
Yeah, and there's a money management component that's missing here. I'm hearing it from many people, including myself. Money management component would basically say, like, have that little note that says you're going in too deep. Watch it, watch it, Captain Kirk. We're in too deep.
Right?
Yeah, I think that, and I think that the ticket placement cannot just be every new low you buy. You need to have, you need to choose your low and your highs. You know.
You need to blend your tickets. I think that's one of the things that a lot of people, it's a very advanced concept of blending tickets and having them expire. Having them expire to me was, wow, I would have never thought of that because,
Yeah, it's intelligent because
yeah, it's a very, very smart move. Very smart. I
if
can
the
tell you right
market,
now, the way that he puts in all of his orders is very much the way we did it in high frequency styles. Because you could
well,
never be at the market, you had to be below it, above it, you had to be all over the place just to try to trip each other up. That's the way the world works.
if you think about it, it's the market. If the market moves 200 pips in 4 hours, or it moves 200 pips in 3 days, it's not the
Right.
same.
Oh, different markets. You're right. Every girl has a different shape, no doubt.
So if the markets move 200 pips in 4 hours, you pretty much assume that it's kind of overextended.
What do you
So
trade?
so then you can sell, you know.
Yeah.
It
But
goes.
what are you trading now? Just euro?
Oh no, I have. I'm trading GBP, GPY, the
Okay.
big or whatever it's called in.
I like
I'm
the guppy.
trading.
I like the guppy.
Yeah, I'm trading 3 or 4 pairs.
And you find
And
yourself you can manage 3 or 4 pairs. I'm just asking. I don't. I mean, this
no,
is the
because
first time.
I'm not trading all of them at the same
Right.
time.
Right. Okay. Because I couldn't do it.
For example, tomorrow I will go and look at some charts, you know. And if I see some interesting charts, I will just trade one out of the 4 or 5. I won't trade multiple charts at the same time.
That's too much.
And it's useless. Like, why trade 5 charts when you can just go heavier in one? You know, like you don't. I guess you diversify your risk, but
Not nearly. Not unless you have a bigger account and you're doing portfolio management stuff. There's a lot going on there, right?
yeah, and yeah. So actually, what I really liked about Simpleton is that his way of trading is. I saw only one guy trading like that on YouTube, and he doesn't post videos anymore. And he wasn't that good either. So when I first saw that he just places tickets like under or over the market, it kind of blew my mind.
Right. Well, people would bother reading all those different conferences and all the computer, not too many people go into the deep end on this, right? Because they don't have to.
Yeah, but it's kind of interesting because you never think about just no, you only think about waiting the market. You know, you never think about placing the tickets before the markets get there. So
Well, that's the difference between the spear hunters and the what do we call them? The trapper johns, right? The guys that put their traps, and the guys that are standing there trying to spear the fish, and the ones with the net. It's a completely different mentality. You're right. It's a different mentality, completely.
And another problem with this industry of trading is that the content is shit.
I got news for you. There's a reason for that. We want your money. Let you have a good time for a little bit of time, but at the end of the day, the money's traveling upwards, right? To someone who knows more than you.
Oh yes, but that's how it works in every business.
Everything is zero sum. I agree. Everything is a zero sum game. You got to get the right Nash equation, and you'll be okay.
I'm not talking about the fact that you're in a disadvantage because you are as a retail trader, you know. But the problem is not that. The problem is the shitty, stupid gurus on YouTube.
Well, I understand Simpleton's taking a bite out of their hide, so I'm happy to hear that someone's picking up the torch of truth.
Listen, the problem is not that they sell courses because we are in a capitalistic society, so it's okay to sell shit, but the content.
No, it's not okay. It's not okay. If you're going to go learn to be a dentist or you're going to learn how to make teeth, you can't take a bullshit course. Because then the people's faces will fall off, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If you want to become a dentist, you pay, but you pay for a state approved course. Let's say you pay for school, all right? But in trading, you pay and you have shitty content. That's the problem. Like most of the people do not know how to trade, and they sell courses. So,
Listen, buyer beware, caveat emptor. That's about it, my friends. You got to be careful. And you know what? They're desperate. That's the problem. A lot of people are desperate. I want to take my $50 and turn it to $5 million by next Thursday.
yes, it's true. Yeah.
So if you have unrealistic, if you have unrealistic expectations, it means you're very naive. And naivete is not where you're not naive when you're walking into a war. Because this is a war. Either you're taking my money or I'm taking yours. And in other words, not you personally, Cheesy, but anyone else who's out there and wants to battle it out. At the end of the day, like Simpleton says, and the auction, and who was left standing? You know, if you had a couple tickets that you made money on, great. But at the end of the day, it's a zero-sum game. It's everyone in MT4 is in the sandbox. I don't believe for a minute that the big banks are swooshing through. They're getting all the orders from all the 500 brokers and adjunct brokers and all those other dealers that they're just basically paying for order flow. That's about it. Just like everywhere else.
Yeah, for sure, and that's why a guy like ICT is so popular, because I know that Simple doesn't like him that much.
I don't think that anything makes sense that any of these people say, because unless you're showing me how you're trading, why would I join your course? And unless you can prove to me that you've actually traded successfully in the past, why would I trust your robot? Yeah.
Yes, for sure. But I mean that the idea behind a guy like ICT is that it's us against them. So it's more or less exactly like you told me. We are here to take your money, you know?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's a war.
So it gives the beginner the idea that they're a group and they will make it
together.
They will make it, you know?
And all these kids that join him don't have $20 themselves, I assure you.
Well, I have some insider information.
Oh, wow.
But,
better tell Simpleton. I don't know who the guy is, and I can't really speak to the Michigan.
But just do not ask me from how I know that.
Deep Throat from 1971 Watergate. How deep is his throat? Very deep throat.
I know how much money he made with the mentorship, and I
Oh yeah, no. Well, I mean, if you do the math, if you just do the math on $60 a month, I think, you know, with 10,000 students, I think is your first guess, but I think it's bigger than it's bigger than you could imagine.
Oh yeah, he made around $25 million.
Wow.
No wonder Vinny E. Mini is so upset with his $5,000 program. He's never going to get to 25 mil with 5,000 at a time.
So Vinny.
That makes sense now to me. Thank you so much for that, Dr.
So what
Keith.
happened was Vinny E. Mini said, "I'm going to put up like $1 million for charity. Whoever wins this contest, the Robbins Cup, which is a futures contest, and he told ICT on the American side, and ICT couldn't do it. He couldn't come. He bowed out. So that's when it got.
He's got 25 mil. What does he got to get involved with this bullshit for?
Yeah, I suppose, right?
Simple, you know, I'm not.
Why don't we just call him ICT Rajneesh?
I'm not saying that the guy is not an asshole, because he is an asshole. But I've seen some of his live trades.
Yeah.
And he knows how to trade. Like he's not a scam in the sense that the guy doesn't know how to trade.
I've seen him trade. No, Vinny's doing. He's got a setup he's looking for. He's pulling the trigger there. But no, I see the ICT guy. I've never seen him trade live. I've never seen him stream. If he streamed once live, I trust him, because I'd be like, okay, well, you know, if you got the clock on your screen, we know what happened in the market. So if after the stream's over, we timestamp what you did, you know, time and sales, we could see, okay, you did that trade. Okay, I seen ICT do it once where he taped himself live. And I'm like, dude, He waited for the goober setup. He was waiting for the other candle to confirm, and then he pulled the trigger. I thought, you should have pulled the trigger, or you should have had some way to get in at a better price. And he's not an executionist, so I consider myself an executionist because it's all about how do you get in. Like, yeah, whatever trade plan you're telling me, okay, you're trying to trade, okay, you think it's in an uptrend? I recommend buy limits for you, because if you buy at the market thinking that's the low you're going to see this week, then you've just never seen the market move. The market could go up and down. So if you think it's going up, throw some limits in there. Now the density problem is an issue. So if you're going to get in on the guppy, yes, you cannot take my scripts that were written for the euro and throw them in the guppy. It'll blow up. Like, so you can't stand in front of the market with 24-hour expirations, 8 pips away on the guppy and not expect to. You might as well just get in the market at that point and just be done with it. I mean, you're going to get filled. So the expiration and the depth.
I know, because the guppy moves around 200 pips every 4 hours or something like that. So,
yeah.
So yeah, you cannot do that. But he's an asshole. Okay, I will give you that. ICP is a fucking asshole.
So did you ever take a mentorship? Did you ever sign up for a trial run with him, or no?
Well, let's say I know somebody who knows him, and I kind of seen. Let's just say I've seen him trade over the shoulder or whatever.
Oh,
you call
really?
It.
Oh, so actually, somebody actually witnessed him pull the trigger real time on real accounts.
Yes, and he can trade. But
I know he's got this account. So the thing is that Vinny goes. Vinny drills down on the fact that if you look at this thing here and he's hiding the platform. Yeah, I sent crop stuff out on mine, even if it's a demo. But I get that, but it's kind of interesting that he can't say. In other words, it's a cryptic. It's with ICT. It's always a cryptic kind of. He has to lay the landscape, set the scene with a cryptic kind of mystic story, and then he's gonna say that. Well, what you got to do is look at the weekly bias. And I hear the word bias. I'm already saying this is retail goobership, because you shouldn't have a bias if you're a real trader in a sense. No, I mean, you should be able to see the other guys trade all the time. And what's the difference whether you buy or sell? If you're really a structured trader, you should not care whether you're riding the sell auction, and if you think it's going to engulf it. Then
it's just because that's how he makes money, man. The story behind his trading style is what is making him money.
I guess, the story.
The idea that he has, how do you call it? Let's say a secret.
Wait a second. So the story about trading is making $25 million. Not the trading itself.
Yes,
Simpleton.
because
just
people
the story about it.
Yeah, because people have feelings. See.
The story about it is way more important, man. It's marketing 101. The guy is telling you, dude, I know something that nobody knows.
Right.
And this is an order block. This is not support and demand, support and resistance and shit like that. No, this is called an order block, and this is called the gap. And actually, the market moves like this. So it's all the story. That's how he makes money. Because if you study him enough, and if you actually see how he trades in real time, which I don't know, maybe 2 or 3 people saw, but it's not that mind fucking, I don't know how to say. It's not mind blowing. Like, he could probably teach how he trades in 2 videos, but he doesn't do that because.
Yeah, why doesn't he just say that? Here's a setup. Okay, here's what I'd say to somebody. I'd ask him.
But you know what? I will tell you something interesting. I will tell you something interesting about it. He trades very similar to you. Like in reality, don't listen to that YouTube shit, because that's how he makes money.
Right.
If you see his trading logs, he does not only use one bullet.
Oh, of course not. He actually did when we scaled. I watched him trade one day. He posted this video. You got to watch a lot of them to find when we actually trade. So he put on a trade, and it was doing what it looked like it was doing what what is it called? The one the guy in Canada is using. He was on that platform, and it was combining the tickets. So it was kind of confusing to me to watch that happen. So he built a position, then he did partial take profits, right? But there was plenty of times in the chart where we were dipping into the upper vacuum. In other words, it was cutting back in to where I guess is the line of scrimmage, that line in the sand, and then are we going to go up into more of that, or are we going to just fall apart and come back? So there's plenty of times you got to dump the whole thing. So in my mind, had he had some way to execute and just dump and reload. So if you could dump the reload, it's going to be like this: you just made $2,000. Now you have you have scripts that you're going to run. You've already thought about this. As soon as I dump, I'm coming in with half hours really deep, and I'm going to sit back and see what happens. Because if they can drop this bitch 100 pips in another half hour, I want to get in. Because it's a rhythm issue. I want to hump and dump it. If I'm going to trade on rhythm, and I've got the limits, and I'm going to do that on NASDAQ tomorrow,
Okay,
so I'll
listen.
be in and out, in and out, in and out. But I'm going to only trade from one direction because the bias is irrelevant. If you're trading price action, people say they trade price action. So, okay, how much action are you looking for? 15 pips, 18 pips every hour of action up and down? Well, you sit here and just keep refreshing your screen with 5Ks or 20Ks or whatever you can afford. You know if it wicks down into the vacuum that's been forming in an Asian vacuum. Okay, that's the scalp. Which one's the big one? A couple market orders blended with some scalp. So you have to blend. You have to have like I would say maybe you got an 80 pip stop, a 50, a 30. When you get down to 20s, what's the point, right? It's better to risk 40 to try to make 20 than it is to sit there like a idiot trying to go, well, I'll risk 20 to make 40 all the time. I'm so good at where, okay, maybe. But most times you're just going to get that chatter. You're going to get that noise move, and it's the end of the world stop. At that point, risking $5 to make $3 or, 50 to make a minute.
How he trade, because it's not that far away from what you're saying. So, first of all, he doesn't have take profits. So,
okay. He goes for the other end. Okay, full auction. He's going to go full auction on his trades. No, he's going all the way to the other side of the tracks. He's going through fair value all the way to the top of the other side.
He makes it and takes.
He doesn't go to the other side. That's what mind-blowing probably for you is that a lot of his trades are break-even.
Okay.
Because price came and he just closed the trade.
Oh, okay, so he's doing the safety exit like a robot would do that makes money. He's going for the 80% win rate.
Yeah,
but when,
and some of his wins, if he see that the market is kind of not doing what he wants, he closes in profit. He doesn't care about take profit and stop loss. So that's one.
Oh, he doesn't even run a stop. Wow.
He's using his own discretionary make it, take it exit.
Okay.
Because he trades like he traded for 15 years. You cannot replicate that, first of all.
Right,
so
because
people don't know that.
Does he really trade without a stop? So, yeah, I could do that. But it gets tiring because it's better.
Just have 2 or 3 tickets, That's the difference. Like, it's easy for him to trade without a stop because he only has 3, 4, 5 tickets, something like that. It's harder for you because you have a lot of tickets. But yeah, apart from that, if you look at his concepts, his order blocks and his breakers are pretty much what you call a bottom become a top. That's how you call it.
Yeah, it's a pivot or a top become a bottom. Or what I think's going on there is, in other words, when he says this was an important price, he's saying that's a pivot from the past. If you look left to the chart, it's only the most recent pivot that matters. The other ones, people try to reference shit that happened like 1920. Dude, nothing matters but the last 4 hours. Like, in other words, if a robot looks back on this chart right here, we have a delta, we have a triangle, and we're looking at the this is Australia yen, right? And this is the 1 hour chart. We have a triangle. Now here, you either bought that wick, but the spreads haven't tightened up yet. So we're either going to buy this plunge. And so here's my trade plan right now. I'm going to launch it right now. 2 hours, bad ratios. My exit's going to be the floor. It's going to be actually my exit's going to, so when you're trading these vacuums, Now this is 2 hours. I don't think we get filled. I'm going to place it right on the wick. So I'll know, even though the arrows unfortunately don't end there, it's just the arrows are coming in current, so you can see what you did. And this is literally $6 to make $6, roughly. A little worse than
What
that.
are those? Are sells or buys? They are buys, right?
Yeah,
Because
they're buys.
under
Now,
the
the sell side, I'm a little afraid to sell up here unless I zoom out. I don't want to trade this pair, so let me make sure I'm not on some psycho vacuum. But psycho vacuum world, I say, so what you were saying is very true. Mark off the area you plan to attack. This is a 40 pip window on the Australia versus yen. So little old lady comes in here. She goes, I want to trade the Forex with you guys. It's like bingo. It's like bingo. Put your numbers on the bingo bar, honey. So if I don't have any expression, this is my longest expirations, but it'd be like this. Place them up here. So here's your scalp, bad ratio. Here's your another bad ratio. Then you have a good ratio. The good ratio start at the top because you want to exit on the top of this structure. So you're going to sell into this box. Put most of your orders at the top. If you're too stingy, then you're not going to make anything. So I have interwoven some bad ratio scalps. Risk 10 to make 8. Put it at the top of the box. And then I'm not saying this is going to fill because obviously this is the 1 hour chart. We'd have to go spiking up here tonight. I mean, that's going to probably take 12 hours to get it. But I'm just, as an example of a, and now I'm under trading it, I think. So the more aggressive, yeah.
The way I see it, there is it's already filled the void on the upside.
Yeah, I think I'm being too conservative here, so I'm going to get a little more aggressive. I'm going to fix the scale, and I'm going to pick pip.
That's what I'm telling you is that his gaps, he trades gaps. His gaps are just voids. Like it's the same concept, another word, So he trades voids and he trades bottoms that become tops and stuff like that, pivots, whatever you call them. He trades really similar to you. He's just using another.
Yeah, I mean it's supply and demand. He's saying this is smart money up here, so that's what blows Vinny's head up. Vinny can't understand why you could place a buy limit down here. And this is a 3K, by the way. That you could buy this area. We know this is a ripe. This is the lonely wick. We assume the lonely wick's already happened. This is a 1 hour chart. And then what's next? Well, the vacuum up here is pretty scary, right? So if it rips up into this shelf, this ledge, it'll punch up and come back. These tickets are bad ratios, but high probability that if we do punch up there, and if you're really aggressive, which I put this is my first aggressive sell right here. Now, if I layer them in like this, and these would be just kind of like for fun. My next sell bank's going to be here, 3Ks.
But I don't know why Windy. I don't know why he doesn't.
So I'm kind of just planting
this.
seeds around the current price, and hoping that. So here's the trade that would have been. If you're not used to this currency pair, which looks like it rips about 60 pips in an hour. I mean, this is 80 pips in 2 hours, 80 pips. People can't get their head around this shit. So I'll show you the top tick Tommy structures that for the person that's willing to, place the tickets and look at these. You zoom out. Here, I'm going to get rid of real estate. So this is the pivot, right? This is the order block I think that he's talking about is, see this? This is an order block, this doji. So the bottom of that wick, yes, we're all aware of that. Duh. But it's also, more importantly, it has less to do with the order block and has more to do with the last known vacuum.
Yes,
what is the last known deepest vacuum you can find on the chart? So that's what I would ask some girl to find for me. That might be tough for girls that are not too visual on that, but if I delete,
that's exactly how he trades, because he says that an order block is only valid when there is a gap below it, which a gap means a vacuum. So for an order block for him to be valid, there needs to be a vacuum below the order block. So he trades exactly like you do, just that the entry is not. He doesn't play.
Well, that's why I got so pissed off. So I saw him on this thing called Google Plus, and I got so pissed because I go, dude, you're mystifying market structure and making it sound like like
Yeah.
Jesus
Yes.
told you the magic, the where to place your orders. Like one day you woke up and had divine intervention. So the fact that he brings this divine intervention, I hate when people, I don't know, play to the religious side of people to just get customers. I don't know. That may not be right because aren't you leaving
Rajneesh,
one
baby. He's
religion
got
out? You're
$25
leaving one
million.
religion out.
Rajneesh.
So,
No,
but we don't
I
know.
think
Yeah.
that I think that the religious shit is just because he is religious himself. So
Oh, okay. Yeah, no,
So-
and he was showing this book. Yeah, but he's folksy, and I know the guy he claims he studied under. That guy, I had his videos on beta tape, dude. Gerald Arpel. Gerald Arpel is a floor trader that wrote floor pivots. He wrote the pivot point. So all he's doing is saying, I mean, he's using that bullshit on his weekly charts. It's been around for years, dude.
it's like I told you. It's like I told you. The story is what sells his course. But if you know how he trades, and you have a little bit of experience, but when I say a little bit, more like 5 years, which a lot of people don't have, because you need a lot of time to learn everything there is, more or less.
So here's an example of a no-fill. This is a no-fill risk on, so you can keep a journal, screenshots of all your trades that never filled here. But I was ready to buy the Abyss. Look at me. So I was going to buy, that's the 4-hour dollar CAD. So the dollar CAD trade would have been, you're long right now from last Friday in the vacuum. So you'd have to have some balls to get in here, but you are in the trap. That is the ultimate entry, pulling the trigger below the floor. So a robot that could perceive that baby looks back 10 bars. I don't know, but I can see that shit, right? Like here's the ultimate trap, trader. You got, this low exists, so you commit to this 20 pip window. Well, you wish you would have bought more on that one. And what's the answer? I guess we were talking about earlier before Mr. Cheese got here, but we were talking about, and I'm not saying this does not work. Forget what I said about stop entry. If you're the kind of guy that wants to risk a little bit more money, if you have a trailing buy stop bot that just starts dropping buy stops in the vacuum and it's waiting for an explosion, it does a cancel replace. It has to martingale in. In other words, every cancel replace, every new. So that's the answer to Mr. Cheese. I know what you're talking about. So let's take the other side of the algo that is supposed to be the higher probability. I just saw some guy talking about alligator trading and breakout trading. That's turtle trading, saying we're going to go with the trend. So let's be both people is what we need to do. So I'm going to make this blue color is going to be the buy stops trailing. So every time this starts ratcheting down, all the algos and all the people that trade on momentum dying, and there's probably divergence, that's the line chart closing under this floor here, keeps coming down. Here's the first kind of big auction attempt, but it only makes it back to fair value, so that you go into the vapor lockdown here, the completely nobody's down there, and then here's a retest, and the robots that look at, well, there's a doji under the floor, it's dying out. All the range bots cling onto this one. Every range bot worth his soul is on the 4-hour dollar CAD here. You have to know that, just like he's over here. When does that guy make money? Here he makes money. He's small. He only gets in the 20 pip window. So those hedge bots come on here. They could be non-directional. It's about, the market died down. It's not about the structure, even though we can see this bottom becomes a top, but it's also dying into that. So if you wanted to have I would say if you're not a hedge trader, maybe you need a hedge bot. While you're doing limits, you need a trend bot to offset your overfilling. That's the answer. So you almost need a corrective, you need something to offset. It's a money management tool. In other words, it's taking the trade you would never take because you like to buy plunges. I'm saying for me, you're hiring a robot to do something that you find distasteful in a trading sense. So you can't imagine that trade. Like, you're like, really? You're going to keep going higher? Like, I just can't. I'm a contrarian.
You need to go the other way to not blow your account before it finally reverts and goes your way. Yeah.
Right. I mean, if you say, if the market, in other words, if you have a robot that's going to intervene on top of you and start building a hedge, meanwhile, you've got this position that's oversized, and you're like, yeah, I guess, this is going to be, but if the robot takes over and you're allowed, I'm presupposing you're a hedgeable account, you'd be surprised how all of a sudden with the great ratios on your hedge, the great ratios have to be connected to the hedge bot. Now, all hedge bots are looking for an explosion of like 5 times. A small candle, we're looking for a 5-time expansion. Now, here you didn't get it, but you got to. Here's where it got chopped up, is when it did this explosion after that big giant move. But don't forget, if you also have layered on top of this your sell at the market bots, you got three monster sells that all become winners. Well, this one's about break even, but if it sells more each time it goes up, just like here, it's a cancel and replace on the buy side. As you drop down, it's going to do cancel replace. By here, you got a buy stop. Everything's tight. The delta's tight for everybody. It doesn't come down here and do a last wick and take these guys out like you would probably think. Oh, they're going to do. This is your classic triangle, classic compression pullback into the kind of fairish value structure of the previous week. So that's last week's, kind of like, wow. And then this explosion is just your head explodes. I don't even know how far back that goes, as far as we're probably cutting into some like 10-year high now on this thing. So all the markets are coming unwrapped, and people just can't understand how the yen can just keep going up. There was a top tick Tommy up here, like by how many pip window. So yeah, you could have done that. Like, look at this. I mean, this is insane highs.
I've seen a lot of your videos, like some really old ones, like 5 years ago or something like that. Like I said previously, there's not a lot of people trading multi-ticket like you, so it was interesting. Yeah, you have a lot of old videos that explain different type of entries. I've seen some EMA stuff. I've seen some
the RSI stuff. I haven't got nothing against RSI, but the top become a bottom theory. Like, this is a classic here. This is a 4-hour chart, so these structures are really believable as far as pivots. The big. These structures exist for a reason, because the people that bought here have to close out their goes, or their bank account goes even. So when you come back up into what you thought was support, you got to get out. And then here's the trap. I'm assuming we're in the trap right now, and that the final goal is even going to take out the high of this week. But which train do you ride? So if you can see supposedly this narrative, how it's going to unravel here. The other thing that's happening right now is maybe they're selling at the floor, and then we're going to rock it down, because it's only Monday. So this might be, we're tumbling into the abyss. The dollar, this is the dead cat bounce. This is the other scenario for tonight. Dead cat bounce to the floor. This is high, as good as it gets. As soon as Asia opens up, we're going to go rocketing down or dripping down, one or the other. Of course, if your target's down there, the dripping towards your targets is painful. You'd rather rocket them down, but then you're scared, like, oh my God. So if you go plunging into this blue box, into the opening of U.S. markets, I guess that means stocks are going up. I don't know, but this is crazy. I think this right now, it's the do or die is right here.
E-mini's dropping. E-mini's dropping.
What do you mean?
Out of the gate.
E-mini, it's coming down off of Friday's close.
Oh, E-mini. Oh, okay. I was thinking about the person.
E-mini's dropping in. Yeah, he's here to defend himself. ICT showed up on a stream once, supposedly. It looked like it was him.
Listen, I believe that Vinny knows how. I don't know if he knows how to trade, but he's profitable because he has the system. I think the system is making him money. But I could never trade that. I will be honest with you. I cannot look at the chart and see all that shit and trade that. Could you trade that shit? With 10 indicators, you don't even see the candle. You don't see anything on that chart.
Sure.
Could you trade?
don't know if he's trading his chart. I think he's letting the algo do
No,
the
I
trading for him.
had to close that broker. It had too many symbols in it. So I loaded this thing, and it's trying to gather history on too many symbols, and I couldn't close out the charts because it just I wanted to try to just trade the NASDAQ only now. I'm trying to write the scripts for the opening of the stock market. Go back to my psycho.
I wasn't talking about that. I was talking about how his charts are full of colors.
Oh yeah. Well,
I cannot trade that. I will be honest with you. Even if he tells me where to buy and sell, nothing is visible there. Like I cannot see the bottom. I cannot see the tops. I cannot see. But I think he makes money because. Indicators, if you use them right, you can make money with indicators.
Yeah, I think the thing is that RSI works, but it's time frame dependent. Now, if you're a setup trader, you're gonna try to find the time frame that fits your setup. So if you want to take advantage of the markets, you have like a I don't have this, but you would have to have a 37-minute chart, and you kind of scroll through the time frames, and you go, you know what? We're about to set up on the 45-minute chart on RSI. So you try to do triple screen trading. Yeah, you put a leading edge of 5-minute or 1 minute. I do on the right side of my screen, and on the left I have the deep weekly, monthly. But I'm not going to go more than 3 triples. I'll go triple screen maybe. You try to make it so that you're able to live within, the fractal. So the stop hunt on the 15 is different than the stop hunt on the 4-hour. But if you're using the 15 to do a momentum entry, or you're trying to get the best price there, and it's like watching the tide come in and deciding how deep is the when the sun goes down, how deep is the water going to come up in. So looking at the rings on this beach is like looking back into the structure of the market. What's a typical tide, or what is a typical in and out breath? And then when a storm comes, the news comes, then you see big giant gouges, and then it caves in like a river that goes straight, and then it goes curved, goes straight. It carves out, it fails, it collapses. Breaks out of the triangle, has to reorganize, reaccumulate, or redistribute. Then another big screaming move. But
when
really,
I first,
which wave are we trading, right?
When I first started to trade, when I was using indicators, and the problem I had with indicators was you had to be on your PC nonstop. Like,
right, maybe set the setup.
You have to wait for the setup, So if you want something that works well, you probably use more than one indicator. So you're waiting like a retard for a setup. So you're waiting hours and stuff like that. So that's how I stopped using indicators. You cannot wait. Like, you open a chart and you wait 5 hours to fucking take a trade,
The funny thing is if this market closes down here in this box and I get picked up on my limit orders, I guarantee there's some kind of divergence going on. It's just like here. If you don't think there's divergence under this floor of this wick, or on maybe the 3-minute chart, now that's the 1-hour chart, you're committed to buy everything. So the bold pilots. So the problem you were describing earlier is a big deal. But if you had just the right coverage, you knew martingale in from here all the way down, accepting you're going to buy all the way to this doji, right? And you plop these orders in. After this day's traded and close here, you're like, you know what? This run up here was fucking insane. What if this is a vacuum? What if this is a vacuum left behind and it really goes back? So to be technical about it, you could take this back to this low, this low, this low. Every low needs more money.
Well,
because this is a deeper vacuum. This needs a bigger ticket just by structure rules. So, but you didn't even get filled on that because you have to buy the ass. So this is only the bid. That's why you kind of had to say, how much do I want to donate to the plunge project? And this is just for limit owner entry strategies only. I get that there's a trend here, and you're going to say you could have sold every fucking rally when a top becomes a bottom right here, right? So all the algos that trend trade are short on every rally. I got that. There's probably an algo writing a fucking channel here, right? Who couldn't get out this tool and say, well, of course, who wasn't doing this trade? What are you, retarded? You're writing this channel down like a genius, right? But not everybody sees, the market like that. That's a Kelvin trade. Kelvin trades geometry. So we love geometry because we can say, well, look at that. Makes total sense. Came back and find support right the line there. Yeah, but I know it's just somewhere in time. It's letting you accept the fact that placing an order somewhere in time is all it's doing. It's not a magical point. It's just saying it's okay to get in there because my geometry projected into space says if it comes back and retests, but in my mind, what's really going on is the floor. Once you get trapped down here and it's making these new lows on a vacuum that goes way the fuck back here, and if it drops down even more this week, if you pepper this whole thing down,
I think it will drop
by the same token,
the end of the green box.
Pretty tough. But I mean, people, this is the Gartley pattern idea that you have this pitchfork, right? So I can make that fit because it's the cadence of the market, but that's only the current cadence. If you take this back, so the idea of the Gann angle, you take this and you run it over. You look, say, same breakout rate. Yeah, look at the turnover rate. So I did a video about this. How it's obvious if you pick. This is your rate of change you're picking, and then you're saying, well, I'll just trade channels that this rate when the market's starting to go like that. Here you would have got chopped. You would have said, oh, I'm assuming, but no. See, they bumped you out. So not every turnaround is going to go down your utopian grid geometry. But people do this, I think, because it's trading so boring. So they put geometry on there. And listen, as your money management's good, it doesn't matter if you got inches because every time you're craving another cappuccino, you put a trade on and you got the right risk management. What's your trading system based upon? Well, cappuccinos. When I have a cappuccino, I start scalping, so I only have cappuccino.
You see that top on the left? That was there's a top on the left where price came back to it, like.
Oh right, yeah, this big giant pivot, yeah.
It was clear that the price right there will fucking react to that top, man. So.
Yeah, well, I mean, for the long-term guys. So if you flip to in a fixed scale. If I fix the scale, I can go to the other time frame. Otherwise, it's going to destroy all that geometry. So this is the other trick that I think is a big deal. So we could go right to the daily. We go right to the 4 hour. So we can see in the 4 hour what all that drawing that I did was based on the. I can see this trade, dude. I can see this. I can see why people. Actually, I'm going to get in before the trend line break. I'm anticipating a trend line break. Yeah, this is a giant pivot.
It was clear that
this is as far back as you can go. Anything after that's already been washed out. But yeah, this is the monster. Oof. But if you go to the next time frame, the daily, you're like, holy shit, my trade plan looks kind of bizarre on the dailies. But you have to zoom in. So let me just delete everything, start over. So that is the quintessential. Come back to fair value. We're in the middle of the road. Are we going to keep going up? I keep thinking I've got the scripts on this, but I don't. I gotta delete all objects here. Sorry, I keep thinking the computer's crashing, but I didn't bring the hotkeys in, or they didn't come in.
No, I think that it moves so slowly because you have all those charts open.
No, I got this hotkey set for this. It's supposed to be Control Z, delete all objects, but it's not firing off tonight. So here's the daily dollar CAD. I'm going to go through the time frames here, so you could say stuff like, well, you could just I say we're fair value on this chart. I'm going to pick my box, so I'm going to pick the rectangle, the risk rectangle. I guess I'm going to call it, for lack of a better term, if you're going to trade like the style. But this is the current trading kind of this is either accumulation for another pounce up, or it's distribution for a crush down. So on the daily, I'm saying this looks like accumulation for maybe a pop up, and then I can go right to the. If I fix the scale, I can change time frames. I thought I fixed that. Oh, it's not working. Okay. So right here, that's the window we punched. Look, can you believe we punched into that on the weekly? How many times have we stabbed into that window, and all the trades you could have taken? So it's what's mind blowing is that people have a moving average on this thing right now on the daily, and they have no signal. Unless it's a sell. Like,
Well,
just get a load of the trading range. I mean, this is just a psychotic pair. I mean, in my mind, the only trade available to me is like, okay, let's buy this vacuum. You can't worry about the past. Where are you going to buy now? I say, buy this. If it ever comes down here, load the wagon. This is the lonely wick, and just walk away. And I'll come back in about 3 weeks, or come back at the end of the week. So you could have a big giant thing down here, and I think all these prices matter, like this shelf and this one here, and this is the deep discount retest. But we've seen this before. I saw this on the NASDAQ. I actually traded this on the 1 hour and brought the count back from $600 because I bought into this lonely wick here. Now, what blows people's minds, and I think why people are complaining about the grid entries, is buying this plunge here. With a 300 pip stop makes you 700 pips in my mind on a robot that was getting in on this lonely wick. But by the same token, you could be the guy that's running a script that says, I'm going to only risk 100 pips, and I'm going to buy this vacuum. So fractally speaking, there's no difference between the pattern setup of this void is the same as this void. This void costs a lot more money on the daily chart. But it's happening all the time. So it just happened on the 4 hours. So you should be somebody would be long. I guarantee somebody went long here. I don't know who they are. I don't know if there's going to be a winning trade, and maybe they're going to resize it. Or there's a guy with buy limits here. Everybody has their own thing. And the guy that bought here, maybe he's waiting to start selling here. So the sell campaign is obvious to me. It's going to be this, like this slice. On the 1 hour, 1 hour is going to be more trading opportunities, but then the spread's going to be your issue. So you could have done a pivot, and you could have rinsed and repeated this a couple of times.
But you see that higher pivot right there, like the highest. At that level, there were like 3 big pivots, which means that probably on the left, I didn't see the chart, but probably on the left, if you go, I think it was the 4 hour or something. Probably there's another big pivot. So, you see
so you're under the floor of this one. So some people will say, let's trade the failure of the pattern. So I get the argument for, well, if stop entry if I'm blowing up my account because I'm chasing the market, what if I just go the other way on all my trades? Well, that presupposes how many times you pull the trigger. Are you really, what is the criteria to even launch these trade plans? So in the last hour of trading, all we have on the dollar CAD is this. So all we know is that I would put a buy grid down here tonight for kicks, but I would start lightly and just have enough money that if I look back into the lows, so the end of the world, where the end of the world stops, you want to buy those people's off them too, right? So if you plan on buying down here all this week, then you just go to the next time frame with a scale fixed. You're able to see deep into the market. But to be realistic, the robots that buy end of the day on Friday, they're probably long right now, thinking, well, they're gonna make about 40 pips. I can see their target, I suppose. Or just kind of like, this is an extreme pullback, and a pullback into the previous highs. That's enough for me for a top bottom. I'm sure there's a top bottom. If you dialed in, there's some little order block in there. I just think it's hilarious that you're going to slice it that thin and call them order blocks. But that was the whole charm, The guy had his turtle soup trades. He's got his Judas swing. I guess this is a Judas swing. I don't know. Here's a structure entry. Put your limits here.
Another block can also be seen as a doji on a higher time frame. So
You have to create your own language.
Yeah, you got to create. That's
Well,
why I
once you
say
create your own
the.
language and it's really obscure
right.
for people until they follow along for about 30 videos,
Yeah.
then they're hooked because they've already developed and they've devoted so much time to
In
learning
fact,
the
if you
language.
if you
but that's how
sign
they wanna talk.
if you sign up with me, I'll send you a cup that has a vacuum. Everything you pour in it just gets sucked out.
And for example, you see the three tops right now on the chart, like the big three tops, like the big level upside.
Oh
on
yeah,
the top.
the high drama, this whole thing up here, this high drama triple top.
Yes, ICT will say that that's equal highs.
That's
And,
institutional order flow window is what that is, son. See, it just keeps coming up there. They're just tricking everybody, thinking it's going to break out. It doesn't, and it pulls back.
He will say that because there are three tops there, the next move will take it out because there's liquidity up there.
Well, we don't know. I mean, look how many attempts do you think it's got in it? I've seen it 6 attempts. I've stared at this thing for years. Sometimes I'm like, I can't fucking, really? This 8th time up here? Finally breaks out.
So it's always the opposite of what you would
Yeah, no,
intimate was going to
at least it seems like it's like a bad magic trick, you know. It's like a Twilight Zone magic trick gone wronger than wrong.
All you have to look at is the reaction once the price is at that level. The first reaction is big, the second reaction is small.
Yeah.
Compared to the first one, and that it just means that the level. It just means that the orders at that level, because there are orders there. That's why price react like that.
Yeah, but I think that they're old slots. It's old inventory. In other words, when you're out, and you have a vacuum in your warehouse. So there's not enough. In other words, you've kind of carved out all of those prices in a sense. I guess you're going to say that they hunted everybody's stops in a sense. In other words, the argument that when he says there's stops up there, I think what he's saying is that the guys that are on the wrong side of the trade are getting trapped.
Saying that the level right there is probably weak right now because there were 3 moves into it, and the reaction is smaller and smaller, which means that the number of orders right there is probably getting smaller. You know.
Buddy, anyone who could stand with a straight face and say something like that should be institutionalized. Doesn't know what he's talking about.
Well, I'm just saying what he's.
Oh no, I'm not saying
he's
you.
just
I'm not saying
repeating
you, but
he's repeating his
completely out of
creed.
his marbles.
And doesn't he make all his guys in the mentorship recite the morning like you have to say the Star Spangled ICT? Isn't there I thought he had cheerleaders so I thought yeah.
I didn't know.
Does he have a call to prayer about a pip? Does he have a pip rug? I have a pip rug. So part of my swag now is I'm going to offer a prayer. It'll be you know that
I can't breathe.
No, it's called, what is that bumper sticker? Coincide. So it'll be coincide, but it'll be every symbol. I'll include Bitcoin, NASDAQ. It'll be a rug with every symbol of every market. Even the defunct ones, like the amazing Safe coin that totally exploded, the what is it called,
Safe Moon
or the Tether coin, the one that imploded. What was it called? Safe coin.
Yeah, it was the Moon coin or something. Luna.
Anyway, when movie stars, when the guy from the James Gang started to promote coins, you knew the market was on the way out, right?
It's in trouble.
Was it?
Kennedy Shoeshine Boy was giving him, tips for the market, and he said, "I got to pull my money out if the Shoeshine Boy's already giving me tips for the stock market."
Definitely.
That's a real story.
It's like Nancy Pelosi and her husband, man. Her husband is the best trader ever.
They had a Reddit that they were following all of her trades, because you have to publish an Edgar database. DGAR, edgar.gov. They have to publish all the 10Ks, the 101s, all these different symbols and different types of reports. You can see what people are buying.
I
So
think
someone was actually
didn't he,
following her. They were doing. She was, they had a Reddit page about all of her transactions, and they made nothing but bang.
Didn't Pelosi's
Listen, if you don't know that he's an insider trader, you're retarded. Like your IQ is low if you don't.
Yeah, I wonder if he makes it. I wonder if he's been eavesdropping on the government's trigger pulls on their projects.
But she goes into meetings. She knows exactly what their bills are coming out for what, so it's not hard for her to coordinate.
Besides, listen, no, actually, what I think's been going on is that he's jealous of Pelosi's success, so he opened up a driving school on the side, and he teaches how to drive drunk on the weekends.
He just manages to smash every week.
Well, that's part of the course. That's par for the course.
Man, I don't even want to. You just put an image in my head. And kind of
I know there's some things you can't even. I mean, it's really it's the marriage of convenience. It was in other words, it's a contract in marriage only. There's no romance. I can't imagine these people loving each other. It's not possible. It's impossible.
I was thinking. You told me that the dude is what do you call it? Jealous. And I was thinking, the dude is jealous, but he fucks her, And then I imagine the scene,
How about the jealous bot? We were looking at the names of bots. We need something sexy. The jealous bot. How about the revenge trader? I got the names. How about if I just throw out names and have your Python guys go, yeah, what would that be like? It's a recovery bot. It's an angry recovery bot.
Listen, you know what? Come up with the name of the bot, and we'll decide what
you
what
build a
market
strategy
orders are in
around the
there.
ridiculous harebrained. I call it the smash and grab.
There's the evil Knievel bot. You got to come up with letters of the alphabet.
Okay,
and
so
we'll
I
create
got
different
this
names.
swing trader bot called the tag and bag.
Okay.
And it comes when it puts on a trade, it's like it plays a wave file.
Hang on. Chris already wants to get the courtesy reach around bot.
Yeah,
That's a nice
right.
Deep,
Or the
deep
I've been
limits.
goosed, like sounds of people being goosed or something.
Right on.
So when
right
you get
on.
stopped out, you can have the wah. That would be the power pack.
You need to make the.
But we need the wave
bot.
files. I tell you what. If I
The
could get my
snowflake
computer
bot,
to run, I
it
would
goes in
render.
for one ticket on a 1K for 1 pip. That's about it.
One pip pony.
Snowflake bot, yeah. Maybe when he loses, he doubles up each time he loses.
How
So-
about we have an iconic little mascot called Professor Pip, and the Pipettes. The girls come out. When you hit a winning trade, they dance across your screen. Does Python do that kind of launch?
How do you keep it entertaining? You'd be surprised. People will come back for the entertainment, whether if it's $20. Listen,
So now-
a guy in Romania is telling you, a gentleman there, that $20 it's not chump change there. You can go shopping for 2 weeks, like we were talking the other night. $750 is a lot of money there because rent is only about $75 or something. Everything is relational, and as Einstein said, everything's relative. So, $50 bot that just that does things and people have a good time with it. You got to make it entertaining because they're paying for the entertainment. That's what I see.
You have a mascot with a magician hat in it, and each time you take a good trade, he takes the guru out of the magic hat.
Some glitter puffs out of a rabbit jumps out of his hat with glitter coming out of his nose.
No, maybe sometimes you have
Flames.
ICT jumping out of the hat. Sometimes you have another guru.
That's right.
Each time you take
The
good
inner
trade,
circles. How about ICT really should have somebody program it that it's a winning trade. The circles start to spin. And
that
his
would
logo.
That would be amazing.
His mouse over in his Android app should have an Android app and then have a mouse over with a circle spin. If you got a winning trade,
Cool.
there's a signal.
You know what's funny with ICT and the Vinny story with ICT, is that Vinny posted some photos of ICT.
Yeah, mug shots
Yeah, man.
from his private
that guy
eye
is not-
group.
That guy is not ICT, man. I don't know who.
Oh, really?
The poor bastard. Yeah.
He was an imposter, or he was a double.
He's got
I
his
think
brother.
He's a little bit slimmer, let's say. But
Wrong guy.
yeah, that
Wrong
bastard
way.
he
But-
was followed by some
he's-
some guy.
yeah, but- No,
His
ICT.
FBI agent
No,
and his
but
detective, private
but wait a second.
detective, fucked up.
ICT claims that he's had plastic surgery, jaw surgery.
Yeah, come on.
When did you see him?
I
long
think he
did you
had
say? No, he had some reconstructive surgery from a car crash on his jaw. In other words, you have to wait till your jaw heals before you can reset it. So
Oh
if he
yes,
has
but
implants.
in that picture, he's not. It's not him
Okay.
because that guy
Well,
has like 100 kilograms more than the real
Yeah,
one.
the
So-
one that's him is the one that he posted a Thanksgiving video or a Christmas video once where he's talking and it got like 30,000 views and he talked for 28 seconds.
But do you have a Twitter account?
Does he have one?
Yes, because he remade his Twitter account and
Really?
he posted video with himself on Twitter. You know.
Wow.
And I can tell you that the guy in the Twitter video is him. So, but no, it's funny, man. I don't know why people are like following.
Well, the thing
each
is
other.
that here's the thing. Listen, if you find Scientology to be useful and it keeps you from bombing me or killing me, then by all means go be a Scientologist. I don't want you to kill anybody inside the Scientology group either, but just by
I
the
don't
same
care
token,
about
if you're
everybody.
honestly trying to be a good person, then if you find your way through some type of like don't step on a crack and break your mom's back, and so far your mom's not alive because you stayed off all the cracks. I mean, I get that, but everybody to each his own. I suppose we got to go with him.
Yeah, I think that the best way or the best route, let's say, is to be yourself and to not follow someone else because I don't know, you're a human.
What do you do if
decision.
ICT? What do you do if ICT moves to the Bahamas and decides to just kick his feet up and go, Jesus Christ, I could just put this. They're raising interest rates. Just put your money back in the banks and in a certificate of deposit arrangement. That's coming. The banks will be fortified that if they keep raising interest rates, what will happen is that people will put their money in the bank and they'll get interest. And the government will try to tax that interest. They're coming after that next. So it's this big fucking round rosy bullshit. It just goes on till you're dead. So just thank God you're going to die one day. Just pray every morning that you die early. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. For all the anti-suicidal people.
I have an MBA and a master degrees in economics, which I don't know. It doesn't mean much. It's just some papers, but I have some knowledge about how macros works, macroeconomy, micro, and shit like that.
Right.
The USA is fucked, man. You printed way too much money.
Oh, my God.
There's a shortage of money in the world.
There's no way to fix this, man. The only way to fix what the USA did in the last 2 years is to destroy the economy and restart it from,
How about this?
I don't know.
As long as I'm in Romania, I'm taking a cab, and the cab driver says, "Pay me in U.S. dollars." Still good.
But nobody uses, man. That's what I'm telling you. US dollars is used less and less.
Okay. That's not good.
Yeah, and they fucked with Russia, which is friend with China and all the BRICS countries, and they met like 2 or 3 days ago, and they said that they will make a currency based on a basket of currencies, Sure. So the dollar is kind of fucked.
Until Trump comes back, the Emperor Trump.
But the dollar is just crushing everybody.
Trump. The problem with Trump is, and the problem with all the government and the president, and I don't want to sound like a tinfoil hat or something, but
they're being controlled by other people. We know that.
They do not have power, man. They do not have power. If you think that Elon Musk has $200 billion,
all on paper.
No, but if you think that he didn't, if he wasn't given that money and he really made it, you are crazy, man. So Elon
What
Musk,
did he
for
do? He took a
example,
lot of tax. Hang on a macro level, he took all the tax breaks he could find. Every state wanted him to put his plants there. He went out and he basically did what any really good businessman would do. Tried to cut
yeah,
as many corners as he could, pay as little as he had to, and just pump the stock up. That's just the American way, man.
but people like him are allowed to be in that position. Like it's not.
Oh, they carved themselves. 1 second, my friend. Went to University of Waterloo, not a stupid guy. Actually worked on a farm in Canada up here. I think his grandfather, whatever, is from Canada. I'm not quite sure. And that guy worked nonstop to try to get PayPal off the ground. They really did work nonstop. All they needed was one hit. PayPal
Yes,
was the
but
launching stone for everything else. So you're going to win the lottery ticket, man. Dr. Cheese, someone's going to win the lottery. It's the law of large numbers. That's
yes,
it.
but after that ticket, after he won that ticket, that lottery
Leveraged
ticket.
it to the moon, to Mars.
But that's what I'm saying. That after he won that lottery ticket, he was visited by some people, and then he became a tool, because that's what happens. Listen, no government will allow someone to have that much power without him being controlled. That dude,
Plus, if you're China and you're the head of Alibaba, they'll disappear you for 3 weeks.
but it's the same in America. It's just not visible, man. Just think about it. That Elon Musk he's employing 5,000 people, 6,000 people. His company are like,
What about
I don't know.
Bezos? What about Bezos?
Bezos too. So they are a national security threat. These guys are at the level where if they do something bad, they represent a national security threat. So
Wait a
these
second.
people are.
They're obviously working hand in hand with Department of Defense, CIA, and everyone else, because that's the game. We get that.
They are stooges,
We get
man.
that.
Look
We
at
get
Elon Musk. Look at Elon Musk. He made all the money with governmental contracts, man. Tesla and SpaceX. It's all governmental contracts. Like,
Hey, but that's the game, man. You know why? Because the U.S. makes so much fucking money on
yes,
a daily basis that it puts everyone to shame. And they still don't pay everyone what they're worth, because I think the average or the minimum is $8.25 when it should be $27. And you would know PPE and the rest of that, being an economist. They should be paying people $27 an hour in the United States. Because that's the amount of efficiency that's been built in and built up, which they've taken off the top. Of course, they cream the top, but that's what they've built up over the last 15, 20 years. $27 minimum wage. Now, how does that compare to, Russia, India, Colombia, everywhere else? $27 is supposed to be the number, but they're only giving you $8, a third of it, because they creamed the top. I know they creamed it, brother. I'm with you on that.
Yes, but if they give you 27, the prices of food will increase by 3 times too. So everything.
I understand that part of it. Believe me, I'm just saying, as a metric, United States is such an engine that people do not quite understand how crazy that engine is. When everyone's happy and everyone's making money and spending money, Mr. Cheese, they put everyone in their back pocket. I come from Canada. It's a very wealthy country in terms of natural resources, but run by morons, idiots, and communists. That's another story. And you know what? We can't even produce as much as the United States. Even though we're 1/10 the size, we do not produce 1/10 of what their productivity is. We just don't do it.
Yes, because they invented the system that we are all playing in. So when you invent the system, you pretty much.
What's the system? The system is that you can go to the market with a great idea. You can get funded. It's all got all the SEC on it. Document. I've taken 2 companies public, so I know a little bit about that scene.
Look, the system is fake money. It's money that has no value, and that you can. It is printed money. That's the system, and because
I got that part of it. But isn't everyone under a fiat system? They took off gold. Yeah, once they took off gold, then there's nothing backing it.
Yes, but they invented the system, and they are the world currency, so they can print
Oh
whatever
no,
they want.
hang on. The Dutch had the world currency in the 1560s, then the Spaniards, then the British,
Yes, and
now the Americans. It
they control
continues, of course, of course. The
each,
policeman
each,
controls the value. I got it.
each time there were the control of the world currency changed, the country which had control of the currency owned the world economy. So,
Of course.
and now it's the United States' turn. But the problem is that so they can print whatever. Look. The economy in the Western world, the economy is fake.
Sure.
So the GDP and all that shit that you see.
Honey, it's been fake forever. Come to America. You know what? I had to point this out to you because I'm surprised that you didn't know that. I lived in the States for 7 years. Beautiful
But
people.
not fake in the sense that the money is fake. Fake in the sense that the numbers, the numbers they
Oh,
give.
yeah, but that's par for the course. We did great this quarter, John. What did we sell? We sold $250,000. Way to go. Here's your bonus check. Of course. All those numbers are meaningless. I'm with you on that. Non-farm payrolls. What happened to the oil report that they gave us a fake oil report and then they delayed it for 2 weeks because the power went out? The most ridiculous story in the world.
Those are small fakes, let's say. For example, I will give you an example. Do you really believe that a country like Italy that produces almost nothing, they have automobiles and that's all,
right,
has a higher economy than Russia? For real, like, does it make sense for you that a country like Italy
I'm gonna answer that question. I think there's probably some kind of an index called the douchebag index, where your leaders are on a scale of 1 to 100. If you got a 100 douchebag like Ceausescu, he takes all the money, right?
Yes,
So
but
it depends on how corrupt the actual society is in and of itself. Russia has always had an issue because you know what? Most people couldn't survive on whatever wages they had. Hang on, I gotta get this call.
What I just mean, well, I will wait for you, but I probably
One moment, sir. One moment.
Yeah. You slept for a bit, Simpleton, right? Like I was connected to the live and it seems like you were sleeping. That looks like a lot of tickets.
It's $1,000 account. I'm trying out this new broker. I'm at 501 leverage. They're charging 0.8, so the commissions are a little high. I'm assuming that's round turn. So that might be 0.4 to another broker that's tricking you by showing you 0.4, and that's only halfway around.
Yeah, because
so
it's
I'm
when
assuming
you
this
open
is
up the
round
business.
turn. Decent spreads though. I'm getting 0.9 on the euro. I want to see if it goes to 0. I'm going to break out the tick chart a little bit when the markets tighten up and see how tight they're going to get.
Do you have accounts with brokers for the USA?
What's up?
Like they didn't the USA make a new law or stuff like that blocks people from trading with outside brokers, like brokers from outside the USA?
Yeah, they shut down the brokers here.
So how do you bypass that? So do you respect the?
Well, I'm in a demo account, so I'm just writing scripts for them.
But do you trade with a live account too?
Not with this broker. I just write scripts for them.
Yeah, in general, I mean, do you trade in general on a live account? The problem with the USA brokers is that they have shitty spreads. Like, what do you guys have? You have Wanda?
That's it. I think
You
that
have
FXCM and this thing that this guy's on, which is driving him nuts, which is Trader's View or whatever it's called.
Yeah, and you have FOREX.com too, right?
I mean, if you wanted to, you could. There's a couple British brokers that say if you want to trade there, you have to trade under U.S. law. So they will let you trade in England or these other places, Cyprus, but you got to comply with 51 leverage. No. See, first out makes it impossible. If you tell me I can't hedge, and then you go even above and beyond that and tell me that not only can I not hedge, but I have to go first in, first out, if you know what that means. I cannot unravel a stack of tickets the way that I built these schemes. So that's why you have to trade. You have to trade on a real Forex broker that lets you hedge, doesn't care about first in, first out, gives you high leverage. That's the only way to trade Forex.
Yes, but that's why I'm asking you, because I know that the brokers are there. This sucks. They suck so much.
Well, no, it's
right?
ridiculous. You just have to go out and find. You just have to go find it. You have to go to unregulated brokers. That's what you got to do. That's the only. The only workaround is to go unregulated, and you might as well, because they trade. The unregulated brokers are better than regulated brokers. That's just a simple fact.
But they can run in the United States, unregulated brokers.
What's that?
Really?
They can run in the United States. Like, do you guys have unregulated brokers?
They can in Canada.
You have to go somewhere else on the planet and find an unregulated broker. That's what you got to do. In other words, so there's a global subscription. No, there's a global subscription to locking down what do you call it, commerce. So what they do is they say, well, if you're a regulated broker in the United States, and then the people that want to be a member of this team, of the regulated broker team, the one, I can't remember the Australian one, but each country has its own version of that. When they go into compliance with the United States over 8 fucking years after Frank Dodd, the compliance after 10 years is totally feathered out into the world. There's always going to be places that you're grandfathered in. There's always going to be places that are unregulated in better marketplaces because they have to perform the unregulated. And they've been out there for 20 years unregulated, and so they're doing something right. And if they have to comply with the government, you're going to get a shitty broker. I think.
There's a lot of regulated brokers that are really good, like Hugo's Way. I like Hugo's Way.
They have a
there's
wide spread, but I'm testing out this. Testing out this Sage, which I think is unregulated, but I'm not sure. But the Sage, somebody said, well, fuck Hugo because they haven't updated their platform in years, and so I went on to Sage. And Sage has a tighter spread, and their spreads don't go insane. So if you're holding the British pound over at the trader at Hugo's Way, dude, at the end of the day, the spread could go to 40 pips. So unless you're close all your open and pennies before 5 p.m. in Hugo's Way, you may just wake up and be like, "Oh, I just got out of 5 standard lots. I just lost $2,800 because."
Don't they have a row account? I guess it's called row account without pip spread.
Oh, do they have a fixed pip account there? But then the fixed is wide, so you can't take advantage of my limit orders. So the limit orders are designed when the broker goes to 0 or hopefully goes as 0.2 at least. You're getting the best fill on your limits.
There are 0 pips spreads. Like, for example, I trade on a broker called IC Markets, which is an Australian broker.
That's right. I see a lot of robots running that.
They have 2 types of accounts. They have a normal account, which you pay the spread, and then you have a row account. They call it a row account, where you pay the commission. The commission is a little higher, but you have 0 pip spread on the row account.
Nice.
Yeah, because I mean, psychologically, I'd rather pay the commission and just be looking at the chart going, at least I'm not have to make up the fucking spread and worry about that. So
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
like,
flat rate commission. So that's the idea. So the other side of that is if you go pure retail, they fix the spread. They say the commissions are in there, and we fix the spread too. So you're getting 1 pip better in a sense. If they're fixing it 0.8 round turn, I'd rather be fixed at 1 pip and never see the spread on the screen for sure. Oh, that'd be the best, because then the robots could exploit that 2 pip window now.
Yeah, and for example, on IC Markets, if you trade Euro USD, you have like 0.01 pips spread, like 100 of a pip.
A tenth of a pip, right? So yeah, with the commissions,
what if you put $100,000 in one of these things? They're not going to charge you spreads, are they?
I don't know. It's not 1/10. It's 100. So it's a pip divided by 100.
It's a pip.
If you open up an account and they get a whale that rolls in with $100,000, he wants to open up an account. They're not going to charge him spreads and all this stuff. He's going to get a deal with them, isn't he?
Who knows?
On what broker?
Who knows? Which broker? How big is the house you're talking about?
I thought that if you had a larger account,
saying there's so many brokers on the planet that some guys sandbox, you might blow them up, of course.
Right.
Or they may not want your business. In other words, when you're trading with 3,000-to-1 leverage, say, once your account gets to, I'm not kidding. Like once your account gets to $1,000, I've done it. I've started with 100 at 3,000-to-1 and gone up to. Once you get to $1,000, they naturally kick back your. You can't come in with $1 million at 3,000-to-1 leverage. So when you come in with $10,000, they're only going to give you 200-to-1 leverage, right? The low leverage is so that guys have skill and no money can build an account.
Gotcha.
I mean that is the entry. That's kind of like you're asking why it's so popular is because the guy in the street and the guy who's has some knowledge of markets and says, with $1,000 here and with a conservative amount of margin in my trade plans, I mean, there's probably people that are off to the races. They quit stocks and they went into Forex and they never look back. But everybody's different.
Do you know why Forex is popular? Forex is popular because you can come with a $50 account, 5,000 to 1 leverage, and I've seen people in one trade going from $50 to like $800
threshold software. Let me see. That sounds like up my alley.
I think it's this low barrier to entry that's made it so.
Of course. Well, you go to the site and it says I can open an account for $20 and I can get rich.
Buddy, I'm falling. I'm still trying to get over that. I can't even get a pack of smokes for $20.
Dude, you can open a Forex account. You can open a nano account with 2001 leverage with $20 in it and trade your ass off on $100 positions, not 1,000.
Right.
In a 5-decimal broker, oh geez, you've been in all day. It'd take forever to blow up $20.
Right.
And if you're good, you're making money. Like you can double that account, you can triple it.
Listen, you know what? Even if you're simpleton, you can go from 1,300 to 4,200 in an afternoon, right?
I was all over the map. I felt like I was at Disneyland without blindfolded. I was
being distracting.
drunk.
I got you.
No. I wish I was performing better, but it wouldn't matter because I didn't have the scripts I wanted anyways. I was forcing the limits that I had, and then was I double clicking? I knew I was cringing when I double clicked because I wish I had time to write the proper one. I saw the market drop, and you go, this is how it drops. Okay, in other words, a 50 pip drop in NASDAQ in a half hour. Once you get used to looking at that kind of shit all day, you're like, oh, I've seen this before, and then you know exactly what to launch in front of how to catch a falling knife. But you got to be a specialist. You can't go fucking trade in the euro with them.
Everybody was kung fu fighting, right? Those boys were fast as lightning.
But if you know if you know like how big is the room they're fighting in, and how not to get killed but still take really good photography from the edge, I think is the.
It's a
how not to get killed while doing your job.
It's a ballroom blitz, baby.
You know what kills people when they trade forex? Most of the time, most people trade indices and gold with the forex account. So you trade US30 or you trade gold with 500 to 1 leverage, and that's how most blow their account, because gold moves a lot more than fucking. And so now I even saw accounts with Bitcoin, like crypto accounts, where they give you 500 to 1 leverage on crypto, man. So
the only ones that are any good, like the Bybits and whatnot, they're only going to give you up to, I think it's 50 to 1 or something, and then they try to stop you from trading because you're just going gangbusters.
Yes,
Bitcoin is very easy.
There'll be no gangbustering around here.
No
gangbustering allowed. Holy gangbusters.
Those are the shitty brokers, man. They're brokers on crypto, which gives you MT4 platform or MT5. And they give you 500 to 1 leverage. So so
let's think about this. Who's benefiting? Like Pro Bono. Who's making money? The brokerage.
For sure.
Hallelujah.
For sure. That's the business, right? If they didn't.
Hey, I'm all for it. I'm a capitalist. If you can come up with something really cool or a new lie, like ICT, he came up with a new lie, a new nomenclature, a new language. $25 million for a new language. How do you like that, simpleton?
You know what? I hate to admit it, but there was a time when ICT was offering swag, and I bought it was made out of jute. You know what jute is? And it was a real Judas swing, and I bought it, and it's signed by him on the bottom of the seat that you swing on. And I'm really proud of it. I'm kind of embarrassed about this purchase, but I'm just saying, for full transparency, I know how people love transparency. And I'm just admitting it to it now.
Okay.
I'm just saying, for the record, you know.
The crazy shit is that I don't take my word for it. You know, I'm just speculating here, but I have a little bit of. But I don't think he paid taxes on those $25 million.
Well, maybe it's still offshore. That's what I would do. I keep it all offshore until I retire. Here's the thing: just keep it in Cyprus.
First million, he already moved it offshore, guaranteed.
It's in one of those Cyprus accounts. It's under his mattress in Cyprus.
Oh yeah.
He's got a Russian girlfriend. The euro's dropping into my limits now. Brace yourself. Prepare to blow up account. Brace for impact. Man, thank God the market slowed down. My computer was overheating from all them ticks coming in at me.
Oh, by the way,
I almost got some bug spray. I almost had Lyme disease with all the ticks that were coming in on my fucking platform. But the other thing I'm kind of concerned about, and I hate to sound like a person that's overly protective of my, like, is there any danger when these pythons come out? Are we going to need some python suits or some python spray?
We have the spray. We have spray for pythons.
Because I was like, I think this guy's got something going on, but he's going to convert my MT4 coat into python animals. I thought, well, based on the amount of scripts I wrote, I'm immediately horrified that if all these become pythons while I'm sleeping, then how am I going to survive the attack?
I'm not sure.
You know, I've been coding in Python for a couple of years now.
Nice. What are you doing up at 3 o'clock in the morning, man? What is it, 3 in the morning there in Romania now?
Yeah, it's 3 in the morning. Well,
so why up so late? What are you looking for? European Open? I'm not quite sure.
Oh no, I just I do not sleep a lot.
Wow.
Okay, cool. You want another night owl?
So
I'm sorry, I forgot where the thread of the
awake.
discussion was, that the U.S. is screwed and the dollar is screwed and fiat is screwed.
Yeah. So do you think this is like a how do you see the end of the year wrapping up? So I think these is it going to be a long hot summer, or is it going to be people are just too tired of protesting?
Oh no, the shit
protest
will
goes
happen.
up or down.
The shit will happen in the winter, man.
It's going to be a cold, dark winter. In other words, the power outages or the food shortages.
Europe's in trouble. They have no food.
Europe has no food and they have no power.
How fast can they? So can't they just go back now? I know when they reboot these coal plants, they're going to have like a parts shortage because they're going to realize that. You know, when you cool the parts down and warm them back up, they crack. So they'll probably get these coal plants going, and then they'll have all sorts of fucking issues there. And
Germany started the coal plants. The problem is that the coal is coming from Russia too. So
sorry to laugh.
right. Everywhere you go, there you are. So what are you gonna do? So are they ready to speak Russian in Germany yet?
Hang on.
No, but
you've heard of shooting yourself in the foot? It looks to me like they put the gun right in their mouth and pulled the trigger, man.
Dude, it looks like they got on the wrong kind of bicycle and their nuts are impaled, or they went down the banister and forgot about that knob at the end.
But the coal, they won't ban the coal. That's the idea. So even if it's Russian,
ban the coal. Yeah, we're supposed to use that for charcoal and artwork. You're supposed to use that to do artwork, charcoal and line drawing. It's not intended to be burnt.
For real, Germany and a lot of European countries are sucking the dick of Russia for a lot of time, you know.
Can I do a if I'm caught barbecuing, is that considered coal too? Those black chunks that I put lighter fluid on?
Yeah, those are charcoals. they are.
Are those outlawed? Can I do a barbecue, or am I getting arrested? Go to the gulag for doing a shrimp on the Barbie.
There are only 2 or 3 countries in Europe that are stupid. The rest are normal.
Yeah, don't you think it's backwards? Don't you think it's as dumb as like when they thought that how diseases are transferred? You know, before modern science, it's like medieval thought. How do people fall back into primal? How are they able to collapse into primal reptilian mode so quickly? They riot. They fucking. I mean, they just crazy.
There are 2 or 3 Californias in Europe, and so the French are one California.
The French have nuclear power. They do aerospace engineering really well. They have a lot of high tech. They also have a standard of life, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So they're kind of pretty boys and pretty girls, in my opinion, of Europe, right?
Well, I'm half French too, so but they no, there's a problem in France, man. The society is collapsing.
Of course. All the Muslims arrived, and now you have areas where you can't even drive down the street anymore.
It's worse than in the United States. You know how people.
Well, the United States is so big that there's not enough room for someone to take Minnesota. We've got a large Muslim population, etc. You're going to get that. You're going to get that in the United States, but
It's not like a whole state's going to flip all of a sudden in Sharia law. That's not going to happen.
What they don't tell you, or what they don't tell people about France, for example.
Don't say
is
that,
people,
dude. Listen, dude, I looked at the burqa chart, and I put a Gartley pattern on the burqa chart. I'm going long burqas, dude.
I'm doing the Shia live trade right now.
You know that Orthodox Christians, they wear burqa too, but only when they go to the church. Like women do not. Women cannot cut their hair when they enter the church. It's a Christian. It's a Christian tradition, but
it's been going back for thousands of years. The whole idea of modesty, right? That's all. I get it.
Well, the idea behind it is that angels fall in love with women, so they cover their hair to.
Oh, beautiful! Listen, whatever story works for you, right? If it's an order block, or if it's a notch, or it's a top tick Tommy or a gap, whatever works for you.
But yes, no. What I mean is that in France, man, people are beating themselves in the street. They don't show you this. Like, you need to be French to know that. But they are fucking beating. There's almost a civil war right there. Like, it's not too far away.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's going to be a couple outbreaks.
In Paris, I went to Bar Flies. It was still open, Mickey Rourke's bar on Champs-Élysées. I was staying at the Hotel California, right? You can check out anytime you want, but we could never leave. So we had an opportunity to walk down the street and notice that there was no Parisians, because I was there in '92. It was all Paris and little dogs and guys with the baguettes under their arms. And I asked the girl in one of the areas in the cafeteria. I said, "Where's all the Parisians? I don't see any." She goes, "They all moved south."
Oh yes, man. France died in the '90s, early 2000s.
Yeah, they all moved. See you later. Bye bye. They buy a little coastal villa. I'm gonna maybe go to Costa del Sol. Yeah, buddy. All of Europe is constantly changing all the time, so you have to kind of roll with it, I think.
But what's mind-boggling is, for example, in Eastern Europe, I mean the Balkans, which is even worse than Eastern Europe. So I'm in the Balkans, right? Romania. So, dude, I can walk at night on the streets of the capital or another city, and nothing will happen to me. Like, nobody will come and try to beat the shit out of me. You know?
Right. I'm sorry, I didn't realize I was muted. I was agreeing with you. Yeah, this depends where you are.
But if you go in France, okay, you get raped, my guy. And you get raped if you are a man, you get raped if you are a woman. It doesn't matter, you get raped. So
horrible.
Me being half French, I never go there. Like, it's my country. It's my country, but I never visit it. I don't want to live there. Like, it's fucked. The country is fucked. There's no way to save it.
There's no rescuing it, huh?
Oh no, the only rescue there is a civil war. Like, you need to destroy everything and reconstruct everything if you want to save that country. So
maybe they don't want to save it. One second.
Oh, but
I gotta get. I'm sorry, Cheese On. The phone keeps ringing. I gotta answer it.
Yeah, no problem. Go and do your job. I'm gonna take Simple to Paris. Your head will explode, Simple, when you will see leftism, like
Can I dress up become a yellow jacket for a little bit?
Oh my God, the yellow jackets. Dude, if you go in free, how do you call it in
is that
USA?
Is that like Antifa over there? Or are those Patriots? What side are the yellow jackets on?
The yellow jackets are
they Patriots or are they like communists?
No, they're Patriots.
Okay.
But Dude, you know the libtards of America?
Yeah.
Dude, the epicenter of libtards is France. Like, they invented this cancer. So if you go to France, your head will explode, man. It's crazy. Like, it's at a level, it's so retarded. I don't know. I don't even have words.
You sound like
I can-
fucking. You sound just like what's his name? Christopher Walken. It's like it's retarded. Yeah. So what I mean is, you mean it's just so it's overly woke than even America could hope to be woke?
Oh yes, man.
Ultra
Yes, and
ultra
they-
woke.
And if you're a man in France, you are a second grade citizen.
Oh my God.
If you have a dick, you're even.
What
like-
if you pledge to cut it off and wear a little ribbon that tells people that? A striped ribbon, or like a ribbon with scissors, and you vow to castrate yourself when you get home.
You know, that's why there's, and this is true, by the way. There's a lot of homosexuals in France. But
Yeah,
it's because
So you're saying that go with the flow. They're trend traders. They're going to go with it. Why fight it, right?
It's the society, man. It's the society. Like, and even the guys that are not homosexuals, they're getting fucked by their wife with a strap on.
Oh, they're in
They like
training,
it.
so they're just getting in training.
Yeah, like
I mean,
even
it's
even
like a
the
demo.
little
It's like a.
guys-
So you're saying it's a demo account? They should take real dick. It's more of a demo account with the strap on.
Yeah, even the heterosexual taking in the ass with the
You're
strap.
in the demo mode, honey. When are we gonna have demo mode? You know, it's always the same latex, the same. We're in a rut. Yeah, we are. You ever seen
Give a whole new meaning to your buddy who had said, I'm strapped in.
what is that? What is that crazy movie with where they're in the Cadillac, natural born killers? All of a sudden, your relationship with your wife goes haywire.
No,
Wow,
but
this
you
is
never-
a side I've never seen of you, honey. Yeah, I know. Tell me about it.
You've never seen such decadence on such big levels, like even Los Angeles. Even, dude, the sex in France is disgusting.
Is it rough and ready? Is it too rough and ready?
Dude, they have a lot of French people have a lot of disgusting fantasies.
Oh, isn't that Marquis de Sade territory? Marcus de Sade? Isn't it? That isn't he's
Marquis
French,
de
right?
Sade. Yeah, the Marquis de Sade.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
I mean, that's the
They're all
home
into
of
that.
it, dude. Come on. Like if you're gonna
Like-
spread eagle somebody, or when I was a kid, I used to watch Pit and the Pendulum. That triggered me. I wanted some big giant pendulum with a razor blade to come after me.
Dude, they eat shit. They drink.
Oh,
piss.
right. Well, I mean, that's a skill set. I haven't done that yet. That's not on my
It's not
bucket list
easy.
either. I'm going to tell you, I'm straight out another transparency. Fun fact.
I don't know, man. If they like doing that, they
So
like doing that.
they call that scatological. So this is two girls in a cup region. Is that were those French girls? The two girls in a cup, were they French?
Dude, I don't know. All I know is that okay, there's scats or whatever you call them. They're
Yeah.
everywhere, right? But
So
in France, they're more prevalent. That's the
Really?
idea. Like out of 10 people eat shit.
Is it because when people are adapting to the sold out racks of meat? Is this like a cannibalism idea, but it's like cannibalism light? I'm just going to eat what came out of you instead of eat you.
Oh, I think the life is so shit there, man, that they like to be humiliated.
Oh, so they're
I don't know.
embracing it, right? They got Stockholm syndrome, like life's shit. So why not eat shit? Just go there, go deep.
Yeah, something like that. And
Well,
I'm not
maybe they'd
even
be
kidding.
interested in my grid system where I just go all in. They're martingaling in. They're eating shit. What's next? They're going to eat vomit? The vomitoriums are going to reopen?
Yeah, they eating.
Is that what they've been
shit,
doing at the vomitorium? Some guy's got a cup at the bottom of the... I mean, what is wrong with people?
They're eating
they're-
shit.
they're-
They're getting ass fisted. They're
Right.
getting fisted.
But isn't this like the idea of someone who's a cutter and they decide they're going to razor blade their body because they can't feel they're numb? So maybe they can't smell from corona, right? I heard the corona after effect is your nose, you can't smell good. So maybe they're like, I can't smell anything, but maybe that shit I can smell. Oh yeah, there you go, I can smell again. Maybe they're smell bored. They're bored. They don't have anything to smell. It's called smell boredom. Smell boredom. It makes you want to just eat shit.
Dude, look at your arm.
Hey, it's a diet.
Look at your arm and imagine putting that arm in somebody's ass.
Maybe they're trying to outdo Gandhi because Gandhi was just doing a year and they go, we could fucking beat that. I got a wide stop for this one. It's called, we're going all the way to like, yep, we're going to go for full, just get some open up some outhouses. I bet they can't wait. Is that the new thing? Like, come to my outhouse. I'm running low on supplies.
You don't even want to go to that level because they are family fuckers in India.
So are you telling me that that's why plumbers make so much money, because they're really showing up to unclog the pipe and take home what they find?
Yeah, they're plumbing asshole.
Robin Givens for what's his name there? The shock jock, his comrade there, the girl.
Oh,
he's going to run for president.
Who's that? Who's sidekick?
The Jewish guy in Sirius Radio.
Oh yeah,
What's his name?
right. Howard Stern, his girlfriend.
Howard Stern's girl Robin. She went to India.
Oh, the black girl.
And she was back the same day. And he's like, "What happened? You're supposed to go to this women's conference." She goes, "I got off the plane and it felt like someone just took a shit on my face, so I walked right back onto the plane." She couldn't even step out of the plane.
Oh yes, man, because they shit on the street. They do not have toilets. So you see there are pictures where you see people.
I went to Mexico 22 years ago. I went to Mexico. My buddy used to want to go to Mexico, and then he warned me. He goes, there's an open sewer as soon as we crossed the border, and he wasn't kidding. So it looked like staircase coming down. So there's literally open sewage when you cross the border in Tijuana. And I was like, really? And I said, I can't really get my brain around this because there's a restaurant right next door to this bilge or whatever this stuff is in the street. It was in a trough, open sewer. I'm just gonna say.
Tacos with the shit aroma. Dude, they do not even have open sewage. They just shit on the street. Like they take their pants off and they take a shit.
Far out. Man, that's bold.
It's because they.
Oh, maybe that's
poor.
where the Amber Heard girl's from. Johnny must have met her there. Hey, babe, come with me. I know how you roll, so it's all right. Don't worry about it.
So let me talk to the macroeconomists for a minute. Look at countries and you see, okay, population, density, this and that. But in the final analysis, you have to admit that the IQ of the country, the average IQ, distribution could be different, but the average IQ of a country is going to make the difference whether they have running water or they don't, whether they have open sewers or shit on the street. I mean, it literally comes down to IQ, as far as I'm concerned, because you wouldn't tolerate something like that.
It does, but I don't want to go there because. Do you guys? What are your views on? Race and IQ, let's say.
Bad news for you. Klaus Schwab is trying to get rid of everybody again. That's all. That's all they're trying to do. Get rid of people. There's too many people on the planet. That's their main theology is eugenicists. The German company that developed the first batch was flying it, as quickly as possible to Israel because all the Israelis bought the shots because they were all paid off. Don't kid yourself, buddy. The wars never change, right? The big players don't care about the little players. We're taking up space. We're taking up oxygen. So for them, we're just scum. Unfortunately.
Yes, we were talking about IQ and lower IQ countries.
And they want to get rid of all those people. What do we need all these people for? They're not going to contribute to anything as far as they're concerned, right? It's a very harsh indictment of humanity, but their idea is different. We should only have 500 million people on planet Earth, not 11 billion people. We're going to run out of something.
Do you know that sub-Sahara Africa average IQ is like 70.
Got news for you, man, and this is, I know this because I followed it for a while. The American military, who is desperate for people, will not induct you into the Army if your IQ or your test score is less than 86. Because there's
Yes.
nothing for you to do in the U.S. Army
Yes,
that you can do at an IQ of 86. So when you say 70, obviously it's not going anywhere fast.
Oh, 70 is retarded, man. I'm sorry to say that, but 70
Okay,
is...
you're allowed. It's very slow.
And people, that's why I kind of don't talk about this, because people will tell that I'm a racist, but...
No, you know what? It's not even about that. You have to think of it this way. There's a lot of wisdom in different things. As an example, there's physical genius. So you'll have people like Michael Jordan. You'll have people like all the big players, Shaq. You have people that have physical genius. You have people that have musical genius. You have a full spectrum of people all over the place. But if you take the average of everybody, yeah, everybody's a little bit different. This has caused a lot of controversy. Murray couldn't teach for 30 years. He wrote the book on it, and it was a big issue for people because they spend so much time and money in the United States that every child finishes first. You know, no child finishes whatever. No child left behind. So
yes, but
what happened? They spent $1 trillion, and they realized the best that they could do was get kids to finish high school. That's the best that they could do for some of the populations. That's all. And that was good enough. If the girl didn't get pregnant before she got finished high school, she had a chance to maybe go to college. And they would make sure that they had all kinds of funds, scholarships available, et cetera, et cetera. So they tried their best, but there's only so much you can actually do in reality. So I'm not saying it in a negative or a positive way.
You know, the problem with college and school and all of that is that it shouldn't be seen as something that everyone should go and pass through, you know?
Of course not. But that's a scam too. You know how much money kids are paying to go to school in the United States, to live in a dorm? They're paying $250,000 to get a degree in lesbian dance theory. What's that going to do you in this life? Sorry.
Oh yes, I know that it's a scam in America, man.
It's absolutely a scam. 100% a scam, because they're just basically putting you in slavery. You'll never get out of underneath that debt, no matter what you're going to try to do, especially working as a barista.
For example, in Europe here, I got like 3 degrees, which are internationally recognized. I got 3 degrees with 0 money, man. The state paid everything.
You can do it there. Yeah, if you got brains, they'll let you do it.
Oh yeah, and I don't even think that I'm that smart, but I didn't pay anything.
If you're here, you can't be that smart.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah.
It's an indictment right there, buddy. If you're listening to these two old timers,
it's interesting to listen to people with more experience.
I want to tell you something, and I'm coming from a different world, high frequency. I've never looked at Forex. This is my first week introductory to Forex. And this kind of stuff that simpletons come up with, it's not smoking. I'm not blowing smoke up his ass, because I don't even know the man really that well. But I feel like I know him because same generation, same, we understand a lot of the same things because we grew up in a certain era. But I mean, drops that dissipate, I would have never thought of that. That's just one move right there that I could probably make a solid $1 million on. I'm just speaking, I'm not even making fun of what he's doing. I think it's phenomenal. You can do big banks with stuff like that.
I
did high frequency trading, and the stuff, what he's describing, when he started showing all these drops on the right-hand side of the screen, I thought to myself, holy shit, that's the stuff we're doing. We had all these little robots throwing things all over the place, trying to confuse all the other fucking robots. It's a war when you're dealing in the HFT styles, right? So when I was watching what he was doing, I'm like, wait a second here, this is deja vu.
Well, Simple is a pretty intelligent guy. I think, I don't know, he was in the medical field or something. I don't know 100%. I don't remember, but I guess I saw an old video. No, he's a smart guy, and like I've said, what he shows is not. It's kind of out of the box if you think about it.
Nobody, no, listen, you know what? Until we came across a certain author who won different competitions, I'm not going to mention his name anymore because I probably mentioned it too often. When you start looking at those kind of papers, and I agree a lot of the stuff coming out of universities is hackneyed, but when you do competitions and your actual systema works, then you have to look at it from the perspective, okay, what did this guy do that made it work? And then you begin to realize over time, watching bigger companies and hedge funds and the rest of it, you begin to realize that it's never been a one-shot trick pony. It's always been interlaced, interwoven orders. You can't go out and buy 20,000 contracts for the E-mini if you have an order for it. You got to come back at the end of the day, and I know this because I know people that work at hedge funds in New York. You got to come back to the boss at the end of the day and say, listen, we filled that order for 20,000 contracts for ABC Corporation, and I got 89% of it under VWAP. And the boss is like, way to go, Johnny, way to go. I mean, that's it. They're playing on a different level. They're doing completely different things, and they have their own, let's call it thresholds that they have to accomplish. And those thresholds are, as far as I'm concerned, somewhat arbitrary. But as long as the boss wants to hear that you bought most of the shares or most of the contracts under VWAP, then they're going to use VWAP, and they're going to, push against something like that, right? So. It's very complicated, and what he's doing is he's showing you different ways to approach the market. That's it, and how to position yourself. And this is really hunting. The rest of it is just throwing a spear. This is actual hunting with traps, booby traps that go off in 2 hours, booby traps that won't go off until it comes all the way back to here. That's a completely different level of hunting. So I think the people who roll in here and understand what he's doing can make a go of it. I really firmly believe he's showing people a good way to turn around and make some extra money on the side. I think we lost him. All right. I guess Simple's gone for now. Put into your X.
You still there?
I'm here, brother.
Yeah.
You're not getting any sleep.
Yeah, it's okay.
Well, watching him plunge into his drops. So he should probably by the end of the rinse and repeat, he'll be up on the account. I'm in already. I'm actually long NASDAQ because I think they're going to pummel it, and I'm long Euro USD.
Euro USD? Yeah.
I'm long. I have a long edge, so I'm looking at. He'll fill it up all the way to probably where Simpleton is, maybe not as deep, but I can't do the granularity that he has with the trading view. It's very difficult. You only can buy, 1,000, and there's no way to put in all the different tickets and sizes and stops. I don't usually trade that way.
Trading view is not really good.
No, it's good for graphics. It's good to show the team what my strategy is supposed to do, so they can understand what I'm thinking about. And then when they go and they program it in Python anyways. So
yeah, it's good for the tool.
Visualization. Visual. Yeah, I know that there's so many different programs out there. I use multi-charts. We used OpenQuant. There's so many players out there. And MT4 seems to be the one that's been the longest. Everyone knows it. Everyone's lost a fortune on it. and that's, listen, you know what? You want to get into the arena, they say you should come in with deep pockets. If you want to make $1 million, you have to start with 2 million, right? So I think what you told your friend was correct.
MT5 is a little bit better than MT4, but nobody really, not a lot of people uses it.
Well, because they've already trained themselves on MT4, right? They already know how to do the EAs and the stuff that they've taught themselves. Now you want to change it on them. They're not interested in moving with the times, right?
Yeah,
You'll
but
you'll find that.
It's not that hard because they made it. They made a program that automatically rewrites the MT4 to MT5, so you can have the same EA and the same robot.
I saw the whole ecosystem of robots, and you could pay $50. You could try this one. You could try that one. And Simpleton and I, in one of the older streams this week, we went through some of the free ones were doing better than some of the $50 a month ones.
Yeah, I watched that stream, but I don't believe they really make money.
I'll tell you something. All I could do is use the statistics that they showed me to put everyone on an even playing field. If you're not looking at the percentage one and you're not looking at the average one and loss, you're always going to have a higher percentage, a lower risk reward ratio, because it's kind of like the opposite side of a seesaw. If you want to have low accuracy, you can go for 5-to-1, 3-to-1, that kind of stuff. You don't have to be that accurate. But if you're upside down, and I know that people don't realize that the minute they place a trade, they're upside down. The minute you place a trade, you're upside down the spread and the commissions. So right away, you're in the hole. Right? So I guess the lower pips spread brokers is the way you want to roll. Not much you can do from up here in Canada anyways.
I wonder what Simple did with his EA, with his bot that was automatically placing tickets according to the ATR, or...
I still think he has that. He still has that. I think he has it there somewhere. I think he has it.
Well, yeah, the only problem is that there was no money management on it.
Yeah, you know what? I'm going to tell you something. One of the things that I want to do is to write a very simple bot to start with, and then start writing all the other bots with the scripts. But I have it in an interesting situation where You have if then else statements in programming and Python's, get this data, do this, do that. Entry conditions are going to be limit orders, market orders, evil Knievel orders. But we have to do one first. And without the proper money management, none of this stuff is going to work. I mean, for a person who's trying it for the first time, they're going to blow themselves up, because I think that the biggest issue that most people that I've heard from is that they just drop too many limits because they don't understand how much they're dropping into the abyss, right? They just keep going.
Yeah, and the ticket placement
That's
too.
a big issue. That's a big issue, for sure, man, for sure.
Yeah.
If you've got a deep enough account, you can go as far as, listen, I have a huge account that I do strategy testing on. Every time I test a strategy, even for a few days, it's costing me a fortune. Right? So, but I'm prepared to pay the price, because I understand that if you can come up with one small little extra move for the dance contest, you're rocking, We would turn off the robot once we hit our target for the day. And I plan on doing that with everything, because I know for a fact that you can go from 1,300 to 4,000. I've done it. Simpleton did it a couple of days ago. That's not hard to do. No one will believe you, and it won't happen every day. But I would prefer to leave money on the table and take it and run. And if I can do it consistently, and my drops are consistent, and everyone's consistent, and everyone's at the right place at the right time. I have a program right now. When we first started out trying to understand all the different position sizing, percent R, I mean, Simpleton's the guy to ask about that. He went to Elder's different seminars back in the day, so he knows all these guys. I'm picking up my e-minis. So he knows all these guys. He went to the seminars where they talked about percent R and all these different combinations that you got to do. But to get into the real position sizing is a little bit more subtle than anything that anyone's ever going to show you, and you're never going to find it on the YouTube, because you're never going to find anything on the YouTube that makes any sense. Right? It's all hokiness, like you said. It's all propaganda.
I was thinking that it's pretty cool that he knows the guy in person,
Buddy, that's awesome. I was a little bit too young and I wasn't into the field, but to go to all those seminars in the 80s to meet the guys that actually built the Bollinger Bands and Larry Williams. I mean, these are the old dogs of trading, right? And they're the ones that really made money because they could hold on to the trades for longer. They use seasonality. They use a lot of tricks that they never showed anyone, I can assure you.
Oh yeah, Larry Williams.
I got news for you. With a $50 account, and I don't know if it's possible, we have to look at a micro broker, the win target would be $3 a day. To make $3 a day consistently is not impossible. It's a challenge. But if you get your accuracy up and you cut your losses at what do I have it? I have different settings for depending on what kind of. I'm already imagining what kind of drops and what's going to happen. I imagine that the biggest catastrophic exit for someone probably be 10% of the account. In other words, you better be ahead before you take a hit, right? So it's important that you're really, really, really selective in the first approach, so that you're going to pad the account a little bit. If you can make $3 a day consistently, you could afford to pay yourself $50 a month and pay me $50 a month, and walk away in 6 months with $1,767 in your pocket. The math cannot be defeated. I'm an aeronautical engineer. You're not going to, you forget challenging me on the math. So,
yeah, the math is pretty interesting, because we as humans, we are not mathematical creatures.
You're right.
It's pretty interesting that $3 and
$3 a day. I'm going to tell you the numbers. $3 a day means that every month, let's say you start with $50, and I'm thinking about all of my friends from Armenia and Russian and all the people that I know around the world. But they work very hard to get a plane ticket to Miami. They got to work 2-3 years to save it's only $1,300 or $900, but when you're only making $500 a month, it takes a long time to save for that ticket, right? Mm-hmm. So it's relative. I know the relativity factor because I've been around the world. I've traveled. I've stayed places. $50. If someone's going to commit $50, because their friend said this is a great idea. It's in the Romanian papers. You know, if you want to do parts of Romania, you can have your own territories. I really don't care. I need people to promote it. $3 a day. At the end of the first month, you're up $350. I could do it in probably 3 days if I turned it full cranked and went bananas. I'd rather get people used to the idea that this thing is going to chug along nice and gently. Simpleton does the exercises that he does to find what the limits are. Where does it break? And every time it breaks, he comes up with a new interspersed script that will kind of handle this out of the ordinary, kind of ordinary, but out of the ordinary type of situation. That's what he's doing. He's pushing it to the limit every time, which is what everyone should do. So he uses demos, he blows them up continuously, and someone who doesn't understand what he's doing thinks he's what is this guy doing? He must be an idiot. Right? And that's good. Hey, let everyone think he's an idiot, because, God willing, we'll put together something simple for the $50, and at the end of the month you got $360 in your account, and then you lost $150, and you had to pay $50 in commission and slippage, because that's always going to be 20 to 25%. I don't care what planet you're on. You can walk away with $150. You take your $50 home, and you pay $50 for the copy trading, whatever they call it, that whole ecosystem. You're starting again. Then you ended the month with $57 in your account. You took the scared money home, and you paid like a gentleman. Right? And then the next month you're at 115, and then 216, and then 516. At the end of 6 months, you've taken out $50 every month, you've paid your fee $50 every month, and you end up with $1,500 in your account at the end of 6 months. How is that even possible at $3 a day? How is that possible? How? So that's the key to success. Small bites. That's my opinion. But who wants to wait 6 months? Are you going to wait 6 months? Yeah. Because if you could take out $50 every month, that's an extra, extra groceries, extra going out. It can help. I think it can help a lot of people. So I've always believed that if people are going to step up with $50, let at least make them some money every day. You have to bear in mind that the bigger, of course, the account, the harder it is to pull the alpha on. You have the big players that, $500 million. A big ship to turn around and try to make money on, without a doubt, right?
Yeah.
But $50 is a different amount, so you can push numbers, you can push the win targets, you can go crazy.
Well, in forex, $500,000 is not that big either, because it's a really a liquid
It's all
market.
leverage. But it's really just make believe numbers.
Yes.
Make believe. So again, it's another form of subtle manipulation.
For example,
I'm controlling hundreds of millions of dollars now. No, you're not.
No, but even without the leverage, you can enter pretty easily without really moving the market, because it's high liquidity. It's not like the future market where the liquidity is too low, so you have that.
It depends what market. And the NASDAQ is very, very thin book. MES Mini, you can put in as many as you want. MES, you can put in as many as you want. But when you start putting in big numbers, don't think that they don't notice it. Don't think that there aren't programs that are looking for patterns, because you need to look for everyone else's pattern. It's a different type of warfare at the level of the Globex machine. And if you're going to be doing, low latency testing and all that kind of stuff, yeah, you better do simpleton techniques, with drops with different entries and exits and all kinds of stuff. You have to mix up. You have to mix and match. Really, that's what it comes down to. But all you need is $3 a day. Are you going to wait 6 months for $1,500? I know most people I know probably wouldn't. They want the money now. Why can't
I want the money now.
You got it. Can't do it for next week. I need it now.
Give me my money.
There's Jay.
Yes.
Jay, we didn't say anything bad about you, but we really had to condition ourselves to remind ourselves that a lot of people are in it just for the money, and that's okay. Are you playing with the Simpleton scripts at all? What do you do with that stuff, Jay?
Oh man, I'm just trying to stay focused on one thing at a time. This
Okay.
challenge is kicking my ass. After I'm done with this, then I'll get back on. Whew. I have until the 18th, no, the 19th, to get past the first phase.
Listen, I'm not going to say anything. I'm an experienced trader.
Yeah.
Okay, I've probably forgotten more about trading than most people will remember. Maybe Simpleton will remember what I've forgotten. And I can assure you, as God is my witness, these companies that set up to try to get you into the prop firm and use our money, are using your money. Their whole purpose in life is to get you to keep trying, hon.
Yeah.
Because I can tell you right now, when I looked at what the conditions were with the maximum drawdowns, this and that, I knew it was a gimme right away. Because I don't know anyone who trades, even at a prop firm, and I know many that trade like that are so constrained in their ability to the amount of shares, the amount of limits, the amount of drawdown. I don't know anyone who can trade like that. So if you're going to trade their way, you're going to be trading the way that they taught you to do it on the YouTube, and you're going to lose it because it's very challenging. It's very challenging, hon. It's very challenging.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, I already spent my money before I found out what was what.
Hey, listen. If you're having a hard time with it, follow Simpleton's lead, get a few orders underneath the market, and try to take out your profits as soon as possible. That's okay. The fact that they want you to close before the end of the day, and they don't want, the problem is the drawdowns. You can't trade effectively unless you can have a decent drawdown. And 5% drawdown is...
The company that I'm with, they said that I can hold trades over the weekend, overnight, so I'm kind of good with that. I know FTMO is kind of a bit stricter about that.
What's your maximum drawdown? Is it a daily drawdown, or is it a weekly, or is it
daily drawdown?
Okay, so I got news for you. Even high frequency trading houses like I had are not going to be able to beat that ever. Ever, never, ever. So that condition right there shows me that these guys are really, really slick.
Yeah.
And I heard an interview with one of these guys. He's an Indian guy. He was an interview. They're interviewing him on the compound, and you're going to do this, and you're going to make it to the combine, and you can try this kind of. And you know what? He had a Freudian slip in the middle. He goes, yeah, well, this way we can get more clients to. He was trying to say more clients to succeed, but he said he basically let on that their whole business model is to take your $69. They're always on sale. They're always got a special. Always. Apex, this one, it's a joke. And I think they're preying on people, so I don't have much to say about it. Your best, what can I tell you?
My best now. I mean, I can't just bail out because I already paid for it. So
I got news for you. Follow Simpleton's lead. Put your limit orders underneath. Stop looking for the ultimate entry, and make sure that you, if it's not gonna pick up your limit order, you haven't blown 5% for the day. That's going to be the challenging part. You can try to use, I can give you some ideas, but I don't know how you're going to get around that 5% per day. I really don't.
Yeah, so I've kind of been MIA because I'm just trying to focus on this.
Well, I wish you success, but I think they have the cards stacked against everyone. It really goads my goat. I can tell you that right now. So, I have nothing else to say about that. I mean, I wish you luck, but I'm not convinced.
Only 0.3% of people get past the.
Oh, buddy, you got to do 30 days and then another 30 days, and then you got to pay for the Rhythmic system. When I found out that I know Eric from Rhythmic. I've been on the phone with him back and forth for a few years. I found out he was backrolling all of these prop firm concepts. I said, how could you do this, man? You know these people don't have a chance in hell.
Yeah, well, I have the numbers, and only 0.3% pass.
One guy per 1,000 or 3,000 is going to make it to be funded and paid for the 6 months. One guy.
Oh yes. And 1 in
So
300 pass the test, and only 1 in 1,000 get paid the first month because they.
of course, they've stacked. Listen, it's a brilliant scam. People who are, who don't understand that it's a scam, they try to do their best, and you know what? You learn your lesson, and you take your lumps, and you keep rolling. That's it.
Some people are able to kind of screw them, but not a lot of people, and you need a.
You know anybody?
Oh yes, I know people that screw them, like took 40 grand, 40Ks, 50Ks.
Hook me up.
Well, for example, FTMO, I don't know what prop firm you're using, but for example, FTMO has a problem with their platform.
Sure, it doesn't work.
They're funded next. I tried FTMO. FTMO,
The majority of prop firm, their problem is that their chart is lagging behind other brokers, so you can profit from that lag.
Yeah.
Like you can know what will happen before their chart updates, and you can place.
I use I use TradingView to execute my trades off of it, and I'm able to get in like a few pips early.
Lambo Raul did that, and they get.
The only thing is their spreads are like wider than what I'm usually used to.
Sure, they're gonna get you.
I don't know if you guys know about Lambo Raul, but he.
Of course,
she mentioned him, Lambo Raul. Is that a real person or a joke?
I told you it was a real person. You thought I was joking?
I
Come
thought
on
it was
now.
a joke, honest to God.
No, it's a real dude. His name is Lambo Raul. He lives in Florida. He bought a Lambo, and he called himself Lambo Raul because he hit the FTMO challenge about 3 or 4 times.
No, but the FTMO challenge, they banned him from FTMO because he scammed them in Florida.
Oh, he scammed them? What did he do? I didn't hear that.
He took 300K from them because their charts are lagging. So he just went to another broker that was faster, and he knew what would happen in the future before the FTMO chart updated. So
I mean, everybody's doing that anyway. So I'm like, it's nothing new. Like, why did they ban him? That's still stupid.
Well, because they couldn't copy his trades.
Oh, they were trying to copy his trades.
Yeah, but that's how they're supposed to make money out of you, because you put on a demo, so they just copy your trades on a real account.
Well, I didn't hear that about him, but yeah, I've heard of.
Anyways, he's a scam artist, man. That Lambo guy, he makes most of.
I was telling someone else, I'm like, that dude is a scam. Whatever, Lambo Raul, whatever.
He has money, like he has 12 cars. He pays like 40Ks a month for those cars because he doesn't own any of those. He pays.
Doesn't pay anything. All of his subscribers pay for the rental of his cars.
Oh,
yeah, because after he hit the first challenge, all of a sudden he came out the woodworks with this new strategy to beat FTMO. Then he had a whole bunch of followers, and then he started teaching.
That guy makes around $300,000 a month only from selling
subscriptions. Now you're talking. Now you're talking.
I need to do the same damn thing.
Oh, we'll hook you up in Belize. You'll be the girl trading from Ipanema on the beach. It'll be fun as hell.
I'm waiting on that. Somebody please hook me up because I'm ready to go.
And he has only 40% win rate and shitty risk reward. So I don't know how people still pay the subscription, but he makes around 300.
He's not really using anything new under the sun. You know what I'm saying? He's just using like Fibonacci. I checked him out on this page. I was like, man, this is foolishness. Whatever.
Brother, they're all foolishness. They're all foolish. Look at ICT. He made up a new language, a whole new language. Got really biblical with everybody, and he made $25 million off of his followers.
Call
I don't
him
know.
Rajneesh.
I can't seem to figure out his strategy because there's so many rules and nuances, and
Well, the
I'm
fun,
just like, this is
fun
convoluted. I'm like, let's get to the freaking point already. God damn.
The fun part of Lambo Raul is that but he doesn't really say it. He doesn't say it publicly, but he's an ex-student of ICT. he's a
He
student.
is
Oh yes, he is. Yes.
Fibonacci, and I know
No, you
yeah.
should fill her in, Mr. Cheese, on what was going on with ICT.
Oh, a lot of YouTube traders, like a lot of YouTube traders, are his student, but most of them they do not mention it.
I know
What?
some of them, like he'll go out and go on a rampage about using his strategies and suing people.
He's trading wise, he's the king of YouTube ICT. Like most of the gurus are his ex students, and all you see on all you see on YouTube right now is smart money concepts. So no,
Who is it?
he's a genius. He's a genius. He invented something that made him a lot of money.
Yes. I haven't heard. So, Cheese, where are you from?
Eastern Europe.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
The cheese on.
Yeah. He even copyrighted the language he used. So if you make a video and you use order block in the video, he will.
He'll be after you.
He will go. Not only will he go after you, but he will take the AdSense revenue you made from your video. He will take it.
Well, he's got $25 million, so he can throw his weight around now, man. He's Rajneesh.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
but people been using order blocks even before him. Like, come on now.
No,
But buddy, if you're gonna hang on, if you're gonna pay an attorney $1 million, do anything, they'll find something to do for you. Believe me.
No, but the order blocks is the language. He invented.
Yeah, but
the
that's
language.
he never invented order blocks.
He never
That's not his
invented
line.
order blocks.
No, he never invented that, man.
He invented the language and he invented the story behind them, so he was able to copyright the.
I don't know about that. I don't know about that.
Yeah, I don't know about that either.
I'm not sure about that, my friend.
No.
No, I know some patent lawyers. I don't think you can patent a word like that. You could trademark it, but there's no TM beside it anywhere in any of these videos. So he didn't even trademark it. So I don't know, man. I'm not sure.
He's just too long-winded for me. He just like goes off on a rampage instead of.
No, but this is because he's collecting $20, $30 a month from 300,000 people, hon. That's his business.
Well, in cease and what do you call it? Cease and desist.
The gag order.
It ain't gonna work on people that have better attorneys, believe me.
But next to that, he also gives the registration or whatever. I don't know, man.
Chris, who's this? Chris is trading singles. What's this? ICT uses the confusion and preys on those uninformed to get more students. You're absolutely right. Order blocks are real things, but he believes you can see them in time series data, which is hogwash.
Anybody that trades and makes money in the forex market uses order blocks with or without knowing it, because it's how the market moves. So even
Chris,
if
can you hear me? Chris, can you hear me? I think he's trying to say something. I see that you're asking me a question. Do I use MT5? No, I use MT4. Are you on mute? These
He's on mute.
Indicators.
Maybe he's busy.
He's asking me a question if I use MT5.
Wow. I had a good time with Simpleton yesterday. We went through a lot of these robots that you can rent to own and rent for a month, and it was interesting because there were some free ones that were doing better than the ones that were doing 3,500 trades in a week. So
Really?
yeah, there were some free ones that were damn good. I don't remember. I wrote them down somewhere. I got to find that piece of paper now.
Oh, by
I
the
went
way,
through.
that Lambo Raul guy also has a robot you can pay.
Okay, well, you know what?
He has
If you
a
if
he
you
has a
want to,
robot.
if you have to assess it, right? You have to assess the number of trades, the number of wins, average win,
Oh.
average loss. There's a way to do it.
Al says ICT can't trade.
Of course. Well, I don't know. Mr. Cheese was there, so he saw something. He
Cheese,
knows
so
someone.
you traded under ICT?
No, I didn't trade ICT. I'm just saying that he can trade
Oh.
for sure. Like, I know for sure that he can trade. So
No, the thing, he never shows live trades. That's the thing I got.
he shows live trades, but not to everybody, and not to his students either. So
It's
maybe
funny
one.
because I try, I
They
try
never
calling
show
him
you
his
the
name out.
sauce. They never show you the real sauce. That's how some of these people are.
Exactly.
He can trade. It's nonsense saying that he cannot trade because he does live market stuff with his students. Like
Yeah, but with the demo account.
yeah,
You know what I mean? Like everyone's
They never
using the
lie.
demo account. You know what I mean?
but no, that's not true. Not everyone can be profitable on a demo account.
I mean, think about it. If you make a video, of course, he's only gonna show the day he made a profit.
But I'm not talking about the videos. I'm talking that with his students, at the beginning of the week, he's doing videos about what will happen during the week. And
Oh, so you were like one of the students before?
oh no.
Oh, okay.
No, because I didn't need it. But he can trade. That's all. That's all there is. Now I don't say that. I'm not saying that what he does is ethical, but he can trade. That's
Buddy, he's going to make 5,000 times more money on the $30 a month recurring monthly revenue from all of his students and mentorships. So he doesn't have to worry about trading. He doesn't have to worry about trading.
That's what I'm saying.
His charges, he charges around $100 a month.
If you can hear me, hook me up.
With what? What do you want me to hook you up with?
He's saying that he knows like some of his buddies passed the FTMO challenge. I told him hook me up.
But you already heard how to do it, right? You got to get another system that's ahead of it. That's all. You already know how to do it.
You need to find a broker that is faster than their broker. So
which is just about every other broker in the universe.
So if you find a broker that is faster by a couple of seconds, some are even 10 seconds ahead. You can see 10 seconds in the future.
Trading view is like about 1 or 2 pips ahead, but not much.
No, that 1 or 2 pips is just the spread. I'm not talking about the spread. I'm talking about the chart printing 10 seconds.
Timing, the candles out.
Yeah, I'm talking about lag,
Yeah, I get you.
They're lagging behind some other brokers. Their feed is ridiculously stupid. Like they have a demo feed, or I don't know what they're using, but
oh, they can turn it up and turn it down, man. It's not hard for them to do it on the server side. When we were working at servers, we had to get a tower. What?
MT4 comes with the possibility and the options to modify the spread, to see where the stop losses are. You need a special account with MT4, but if you open a brokerage, you have all that information. So,
depending on who set up your brokerage for you, because there's a lot of white label guys that set up brokerages. You could start your own forex if you want, and they come with all the tools. I know a few of them. So,
I think it's half a
why would you want to
million.
do that? I have no idea, but
I think it's $500,000 to open a brokerage or something
nothing
like
like that. Nothing like that at all.
that. No, that's what I've heard. That it be between
I'm just telling you that it's nothing like that at all.
It's cheaper or more expensive.
It's nothing to do with money. It has to do with relationships. It has to do with your accreditation. There's a lot of things that are involved with that.
Yes, but you need to provide liquidity, right? So you need money.
It depends, because you can also be under someone else's license. There's different guys that have different types of licenses. There's a lot of ways. There's a lot of ways to skin the cat. Let's put it this way. They say that it takes $500,000 so that to stop you from even thinking about doing it, right? That's all.
If you think about it, opening a brokerage is pretty nice. It's a pretty nice business because you do nothing. You only need to attract noobs. All you need to do is go to all the YouTubers and pay them money to promote your shit. And
sorry, I missed the last sentence. The phones are blowing up here tonight.
Oh, I said it's not that hard to. It's not that hard to get a lot of clients if you have a brokerage.
It's a different business model, right? It's a completely different business model. There's a phone number you can call. Like, there's so many different banks that will set you up, no problem. Right? There's guys. I know guys in where are they located? I think they're in Brazil. They'll get you set up cheap. So, but I don't know why you'd want to open up your own forex. I wouldn't want the headache and the liability personally. That's just me. I wouldn't want to do it. Doesn't interest me. But what I like is what they're doing with all these combines, because they're getting thousands of people to send them $100 to try their luck at the draw. It's a joke. It's a total joke.
You're talking about the challenge. There are some people who can pass the challenge and make money even without cheating. But the type of people who can do that do not really need the money because they already have.
They don't bother. They don't bother.
Yes. It's when I say a couple of people, I really mean that like 0.1% of traders. But
I couldn't do their 5% per day, and I'm a high frequency trader. I know more than all of them combined. So I know for a fact that the way that they've constrained it, it's impossible to do it. There's probably a really good market bot that you could use, maybe on ATR or something, and maybe watch how far down you want to put your other limit order or two. But they're only limiting you to I don't know how many micros you're allowed to trade. There's too many limitations to be able to freely trade to reach their targets.
If I remember,
go ahead. Sorry, man. That's what it looks like.
I just wanted to say that they make a lot of money because if I remember right, they have around. So the average payment is $200. So the average sell is $200, and they get like 3,000 or 4,000 sales a month.
It's an old expression. P.T. Barnum said, "There's a sucker born every minute." And what people don't realize is that, hang on, every day someone's being born who's going to be a sucker. But the idea is that we're all suckers in one way or another for one concept or another, because that's just the way the world works. So you have to be very cautious out there. That's all I got to say. Buyer beware.
Oh yeah, and I remember seeing the numbers and doing the math behind it, and I think I fell on. They make something like between $6 and $7 million a month.
Roughly, yeah. They're about $5 million a month. Yeah.
Yeah, something like that, 5-6 million, and they make a
They
lot
don't
of.
have to trade. They don't have to trade. Neither does Lamborghini Raoul, and neither does ICT. Neither does. They don't have to trade at all. They got all the money coming in on the monthly. It's a brilliant move. Brilliant.
There's no overhead. Like all the money they make is profit, you know. So, and yeah, the Lambo Raoul. There's a lot of guys like that. There's Mamba Effect. There's Daniel Savage.
Everybody wants to be a rock star, baby.
Lambo
Yeah, I
Raoul.
can't trust somebody who calls themselves Lambo. I'm sorry.
That's the first thing I said. You know, like the name alone, it just sounds so damn cheesy.
we got Mr. Cheap.
Lambo Raoul.
Yeah, it's not. It makes sense, that whole.
To be honest, the guy has comes from a pretty wealthy family, so
That's not his story he put out there though.
he had the Lamborghini before even trading because his father bought
Seemed
him
like
a
he was
Lambo.
broke and he was working at a fast food
Oh
chain.
yeah, give me the rags to riches, baby. I want to hear the rags to riches story.
What did he say? I think he said he had ADHD or something. One of them fucking acronyms. I don't remember. Shit.
No. His father, so his
He
family,
had a learning disability.
his family is really rich. Like his father is a surgeon. What is a
They always claim to have a story.
I would love to hear like a simpleton rant on it. This guy.
Oh, Lambo Raoul? That would be nice.
Funny,
What is Simpleton? He's on mute.
Funny as hell, bro.
He comes from a family of pretty well-off people, so he had the Lamborghini at 17, even before starting YouTube and shit, even before
He made
trading.
it seem like he was he had a learning disability and he was working at a fast food chain.
Well, he is retarded.
Working his way up to becoming a trader.
If you look at him, he kind of looks like a retarded guy, but.
Well, that's what he said. He had a learning disability. I'm just telling you what the guy said to everyone else.
Well, he has disabilities, but he's just he may be mentally challenged.
Huh?
Said he's a good actor.
He sure is a good actor. If you
want to get hang on, if you guys want to get into this whole game of what's going on in the internet world, you got to remember that everybody's just putting up a front, right? It's not real. It's not.
Yeah, I did some marketing a couple of years ago. I was into marketing the social media part of personal brands. So a personal brand is a brand that is based on your persona, on your name. And I had clients, they wanted 500,000 followers on Instagram, they wanted 100,000 followers on YouTube, and I got them those followers, you know. But it was all fake. So there are services, there are people who do that, you know. They create a brand around the people, around the person, and they make it seem that